welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another edition, another day here of the WardiTV February 2025 Group A. I'm of course OSC VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to something a little bit different and something a little bit special here. Again, shout out to Wardy, of course, for hosting and for running and for casting this event, the WardiTV February, I mean. But Group A had a little bit of a hiccup. Group A, it was unfortunately disrupted and it didn't quite complete, it didn't conclude, as Shin was unavailable. So here, coming into Group A, we have a plethora of players. It is a round-robin group. We have Creator, Shin, Byun, alongside Clem and Geralt as well. So we have some amazing players here. But again, Shin, he wasn't available. He was not available. He could not complete, or he could not actually play out his matches at the time. And Wardy had to make a decision here. Do we force a forfeit, or do we allow him to play out later on? And of course, he was allowed to play his matches at a more convenient time, and we're here with those matches. Oh my god. We are here with those matches. Again, of course, shout out to Wardy. He reached out. He was like, Pappy, I need someone to cast, and I know what you do. It's like, we cast all the time. Let's go. That's all we do, Pappy. That's all we do. So, of course, we did make some room. We did make some time, and we are here to cast for you here and now. Beautiful. We do have 4 best of 3s. 4 best of 3s ready for you. Let me just switch our teams over, and bam, we can have a look at the matches ahead of us. Here we go. We have our 4 matches: Shin versus Creator, Shin versus Byun, Shin versus Clem, and Shin versus Geralt, Shin versus everyone. Basically, all of Shin's matches here in Group A are going to be played out here tonight against every other player in the group, as this is a round-robin group stage. Again, because of that fact, a lot of this will determine who makes it out and who doesn't out of Group A into the playoff bracket. All the other groups have been played out already. Group B, C, and D, and the playoffs are in a couple of days. When I said a couple of days, tomorrow. So the playoffs are tomorrow. So we did have a very small window in time where we had to jump in and step in and have the broadcast. So here we are again. The playoffs are tomorrow. Wardy will be handling the rest of the events, the playoffs, the quarterfinals, semis, and the grand finals thereafter. He's got you covered over on his channel. Until then, we're here to at least wrap up that group stage here and now, ready for you. Let's go. When it comes to greater context for how the group is currently looking, and we'll be going over this, I guess, briefly now and also at the end of the group to find out, to determine who does advance on out of Group A. Need un momento. Beautiful. Bam, here we go. So we have our Wikipedia page, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. You can see here we have our group of 5. Top 3 will advance on, and bottom 2 will be eliminated from the group. Of course, Shin has still played 0 games and 0 matches, so Shin is still a little bit in flux as to whether or not he will advance on or not. Clem has yet to be defeated so far with a 3-0 scoreline, has dropped maps, don't get me wrong, but has not dropped a series yet. Creator has had a bit of a rougher time here in the group stage, so things are looking a little bit bleaker here when it comes to whether or not Creator can advance on. Likewise, Byun and Geralt are more further in the center of the pack here, and again, we'll see how Shin can kind of settle down. We'll see if he can make it out. We'll see if he doesn't. We'll see if he can knock some of these players out of the group or not. We're here to determine. Again, the rest of the group stage has already concluded, getting to the playoffs, of course, tomorrow. So here we go. We have our matches. We have our series. And up first, we have Creator versus Shin in a ZVP. Let's go. Let us go. Yeah, well, soon, Wardy. Yes, Wardy, he was unavailable to cover today, so that's why we stepped in. And again, Wardy should have you, he should have you guys ready tomorrow for the playoff bracket. Should have you sorted when it comes to those matches, when it comes to the playoffs. He's got you, Bob. He's got you. Just make sure he's well rested for the big finale of this tournament. Until then, game 1, Frostline. Let's jump in. Let us jump in. Yo, Esther Dash in the chat, get that going. That's also, before I get ahead of myself, big shout out to Boo Boo Kitty Foo. Hello. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for subscribing. We do appreciate the support. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we are jumping into our first series of the night. And spawning at the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have our blue Zerg player. We have our South Korean Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. And currently at the bottom of the standings, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can redeem himself. It is a Creator. And you know what time it is? It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as you can get your Gamba going. Let's go. Let us go. So now we are going to be settling into our standard openers. Welcome one and all to Frostline. Frostline is one of the larger maps of the map pool. I say larger maps, that is true, but at the same time, the bases are very difficult to defend. One of the big features here of Frostline is the third and fourth bases are very open. They're very large, very wide open, very vulnerable here to aggression, to attacks. You can get a very nice arc as the aggressing player, and it can be very difficult to defend these locations. We've seen many a Protoss player try, attempt, and fail to defend these locations and being torn apart by 3 and 4 base Zerg aggression. So coming into this, I'm curious how Creator will approach this matchup. Creator, he is more than willing, more than happy to open up aggressively himself and try to turn the tables on the Zerg opponents. So we'll keep an eye on his openers. He is not afraid to open Twilight Council if need be. We'll keep an eye on Creator. Until then, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener, gate expand, likewise as well from Creator. Nothing crazy for the time being. As we're settling into this, a big shout out once again to Kenked QD. TQD. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to the community. Thank you so much, and I hope Zero Tolerance does appreciate the gifted sub as well. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Again, for those that do receive subs in the chat, you don't just get emotes, you also get replay packs in our Discord. So if you do join our Discord server, we do have a sub-only channel, and you can redeem replay, so you can attain replay packs from events that we have permission to share. An event like this, we do not have permission, by the way, not for this, but we do have permission for other events like OSC tournaments, Little League Cups, alongside other events as well. So plenty of replays are available if you're interested in that sort of thing. Otherwise, we spoke about it, Twilight Council opener. We mentioned how Creator, he's not afraid to open up aggressively, instead to turn the tables on the Zerg player. There it is, a Twilight Council from our Protoss. The question becomes, do we pull out a gas? Do we pull out? If we do, this should be 4-gate glaives. Otherwise, this could be a DT-based opener instead. We have been casting a lot of Creator in recent times, especially in our own tournaments, and he has been willing to embrace both. He has embraced both already. What does he go for? So far, he's staying in. Looks like Dark Templar. We have the Robo, extra gateways. Behind the Shin. Oh, never mind. Okay, it does pull out. There you go. Glaive Adepts does pull out. It's going to be 4 and 4. Again, excess workers here is not required, as you will have an influx or you'd have too much gas, so it is inefficient. So Elasti does pull out, and we have 4 gate Glaive Adepts. Okay, now this is not all in. Bear that in mind. This is not all in. This is not going to be too much of a committed style. I mean, damage does need to be done, don't get me wrong, but from here you can transition, you can expand, you can take a third base. So our eyes are on Creator. Really, our eyes are on Shin. Shin, he still has to confirm. He does dip in, but now is denied entry into the natural. Has an Overlord outside of the main base. Has an Overlord here outside of the natural as well. With this, he should get eyes on the move out, and back at home, he's playing it safe. We do have a Roach Warren. There's a sub 4-minute, very early Roach Warren here by Shin. So Shin being very careful, very safe, very secure, and he should be ready for what's to come. Ooh, that's more gateways. He pulls back in. Yeah, he does pull back in. So basically, 4-gate glaives is the go-to. If you pull back in, that means you have excess gas. That means you have excess resources for extra gateways. Suddenly, what I mentioned before about how 4-gate glaives is not too committed, this is borderline 2-base all in. As we are getting up to 5 gates so far. 4 in the main. 6 gates even, yeah, so 4 in the main base, 2 at the natural, so it's going to be a 2-base, 6-gate Glaive Adepts. This is much more committed, this is much more aggressive, and here comes Creator. He's moving out, and he can soon warp in 6 Adepts at a time. Now, Shin has to be careful to over-drone for the time being. We have Spine Crawlers on the way, Spine Crawler here at the third base, we have a Spine Crawler in the natural as well. Adepts a threat in the shade. So far, Roaches are building up. We'll see if Shin can keep up here. He is going to be lacking SimCity, so he won't be able to wall off. Can he hold? Can he survive? And it's going to be all or nothing for Creator. As those extra depths means no expansion. No expansion, no third base. A later transition out of this as well. as he's holding on to the Adepts for the time being. So far, he's got how many? 17! 17 Adepts for Creator. Rotating over. Oh. Does rotate. Shin, he is squeezing out a couple of drones. Only a couple, thankfully. You can see he's getting Spore Crawlers. This is just in case. It's 4 Gate Glaives plus Dark Templar. That is not uncommon. We know it's 6, so the spores are a little bit of a waste. They're not going to come into play. Edison moving in. Up to how many? Up to 26! Oh my god. 26 steps. They can 2-shot roaches. Did I say 2-shot? They can 1-shot roaches. Oh my god. They just dive in. They get a full surround. Roaches are going down. And Shin, can he hold on? Oh my god. Prism almost does fall, but they'll survive. Yeah, Prism backs off. The Queens are getting picked off as well. And Epsay Shin into the main. The drones are exposed. Yeah, Worker's going to be going down. Queens as well. So far, economic damage finally being done. And Shin, there's no escaping from this. Yeah, the drones, they are locked down. Oh, going to be shading back. Shading out. Adepts here into the third base. Another 11 drone kills. Up to 12. Not bad. Yeah, and with that, Creator takes an economic lead. But he's not done. He's not done. Not yet. Now down to 17 Adepts. And behind this, Immortals. Immortals are now on the way. Dark Shrine alongside it. What do we see here? Immortal, Dark Shrine, no third. No third here. We're still doubling down on 2 bases. We're still not expanding. Shin, he's not out of this yet. Again, he took a lot of economic losses already. Oh no! Oh my god. File connects, but not enough. Not good enough here. And even without the Immortals, even without the Dark Templar, I'll be honest, I think the Mass Adept might just be too much. As there isn't really much of an army left, only a handful of roaches. Shin does take a bow to the face. Does start down some of those roaches. Likewise, we do see another warp into the main with the Miles. Oh my god, finally the Prism goes down. Whew. Prism does fall. And that's making their way towards that mineral line. Shin once again go bleed out a couple of workers. We have 3 drones going down in an instant. He does back off. Behind the Shin, down to 30 workers, 30 drones. He's forced to redrone, forced to resaturate. Is keeping up with the Adepts. And here comes the third for Creator. Now, this is a very late third base. Very late third base. Again, because of the 6th gate, because of how aggressive we've been, because of how committed Creator has been. Because of that, he doesn't have the biggest lead he would otherwise like. Does a lot of damage, that is true, but he reveals his Dark Templar. It does reveal it. Now Shin knows. Again, this I'm not so certain about for Creator, so now Shin, there's no surprise factor. He already had spores anyway. Spore at that natural, and here between the bases and at the third base. He's ready for the Dark Templar. Now droning up. And now we're calming things down, at least for a little bit. Where do we go from here? So, Shin is trying to recover. He's going into Lingbane Roach Ravager. So, Lingbane Roach Ravager Baliness is on the way now as we speak. Will be ideal against the Adepts and really most things Gateway based. Less so Stalker and Immortal, but against the Adepts, they're going to be ideal. So, Balings will help support. Likewise, we do see Creator is taking an extra gas geyser. So, he's taking gases. He's saturating his third base, taking another gas geyser as well. He is macroing up. Is macroing up from here. And the big sign, the big tell is that there is no Warp Prism. There is no Prism. Without a Prism, we shouldn't be moving out. So Creator, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home for the near future. We can see a Bay on the way, which tells us that there still wouldn't be a Warp Prism. We're getting into Colossus production, into Disruptors. Creator, he's turtling. He's turtling up. This is allowing Shin to drone up, to recover, to get more bases, and to macro out of this. Now he's embracing all of his upgrades. Tech-wise, I do favor Creator in this position. He's walling up, he's getting to splash damage. +1. Again, upgrades just now beginning here for Shin, which all were heavily delayed because of the aggression. He's keeping up. Creator likewise pushing towards the top side. He has eyes on any would-be 4th. It is being taken, though, towards the south instead. So Shin is taking his 4th base. Creator pulling back. There it is. Colossus production has begun. A second Robo's on the way. And this is where Shin needs to be a little bit greedy here. Yes, he is expanding, that is true, but he's not really teching up. I'm referring to a hive. Right now we have a hydrogen on the way. There we go. Now we get the infestation pit. Now working towards the hive tech, but is it too late? So there's going to be a window here where Creator he might be able to break through before Vipers arrive. And Vipers are going to be necessary here for Shin to hold on. What we expect from some of the players. Still really good result for Jimmy. Shows how much he has improved over the past couple of months. Like, finally, it's kind of being shown here in results. It's always lovely to see. Este Jimmy back. Shows how much he has. We are back. Oh my god. Hopefully everything's okay. As again, the Twitch server did go down. We did switch actually to a different server, so hopefully everything's okay. For the time being, we do see Creator does push you right through the center. Lurkers aren't going to be ready. No Vipers, by the way. Hive is not done. These are Lair Tech Lurkers. Yeah, Lair Tech Lurkers instead. Oh, zoning back the army. But again, that is happening. That was 4 Colossus. Jeez, at the same time, Shinny goes for massive. At the same time, Shinny goes for massive counterattack. It does get into natural. We're going for the base trade. Natural Waste is going to be going down. Shin, can he hold on with those Lurkers? Does have the high ground. No much support though. The Lurkers, yeah, they're vulnerable. They're going to be going down one after the other. Lurkers will fall. At the same time, is breaking through. Busting into the main base, busting into the natural. Units are going down. Creator making his way into that expansion. And the DT! Okay, there's detection. DTs are defending, but we have detection. Detection has arrived. But alas, that's still how many? That's still 4 Colossus. And the Lurkers, they do nothing. Lurkers, they just melt before the might of the Colossus. The Colossus, they go down. Sorry, the Lurkers go down one after the other. Colossus, they break through the 3rd base. And the base trade is the only way for Shin to win this. It's the only way. And even then, I'm not too convinced. Yeah, there's a couple of Lurkers in the back line. Tech is falling. Roche Warren as well. Creator forcing his way into that expansion. And again, Creator, he can always recall. He can always recall back home if need be. His army is still looking very solid, very stable. More so than the Twitch servers. Smooch. As waves they pop off, the natural's gonna fall. There's still 2 Lurkers left, but GG gets called. And Creator, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played, Creator. He will take a lead in the series. I do apologize for the stream going down, but it does look like one of the Twitch servers is just dying on us. So we did switch over. Basically, we were connected to Japan. Now we did switch over to the Sydney server instead. Hopefully, everything should be fine. Hopefully, everything should be stable. If it goes down again, we'll just switch to another server. That feels bad, man. So yeah, unfortunately, a little bit out of our control, but regardless, GG. GG, well played. Creator does take a lead in the series, and now we are getting ready for game number 2. Very first game. For those that maybe missed out on the interim, basically what had happened was we were talking about this kind of period in time before Hive Tech and before Vipers. It was of my opinion that Shin, his Hive was late, his Infestation was late as well. Because of that, he had nothing to deal with those Colossus. He did morph in, I want to say 9 Lair Tech Lurkers, but again, without range and without any maneuverability, I mean, they couldn't really hold their own. Instead, went for the base trade, and last did go the way of Creator. He had a massive army, just rolled over Shin. GG. GG well played. That leads us into game number 2. Let's go. Into game 2. Catching up in the chat. This morning in the top, also in the bottom right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg currently down in the series, and we'll see if he can bounce back. Representing Gaiman Gladiators from South Korea, it is Shin. And spawning in the bottom, or in the top left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, also from South Korea, leading the series 1-0. It is Creator. We go. Whew. And again, Creator, in the end, the amount of damage he had dealt was more than good enough. He was able to cripple the economy here of Shin and himself stabilize on a 3-base economy, build up into Colossus and snowball out of control from there. Shin just wasn't able to sustain himself, wasn't able to keep up with his opponents, and in the end, did fall to Creator. And again, this is the win that Creator does need. Remember, as a reminder, Creator, he has had a pretty rough time so far in the group stage, has yet to take a win so far. We'll see if that changes here and now. As we load into Whispers of Gold. Once again, Whispers of Gold is going to be a much smaller map. It is a rush map, very aggressive in nature, has very exposed 3rd bases and 4th bases, short rush distance by ground. Does favor aggression. We saw Creator pop off last game with 6k Clave Adepts. We could see something similar here as well. We could see something similar. As so far, Hash Gas Pool, standard opener out of Shin. Does go for standard opener. Likewise, Creator setting up back at home. And our eyes are going to be on Creator here for his take of choice. Already he has shown us to be hyper aggressive. Oh, that's crazy. Wait, what? User stream is still on? What? That's insane. It's impressive. Okay. Now, for those that are curious, we're dual streaming to YouTube as well, and the YouTube stream, it's fine. It's just there. It's just okay. Never mind. Though we need like a new URL or something. No, it's all good. As we're settling it. So far, it's going to be Stargate. Stargate open out of Creator, not Twilight Council, not this time, so we're going for the Stargate instead. Getting into an Oracle-based opener, into something more standard, more economic. And this is where Shin will have the opportunity to bounce back. Where he will have a much more comfortable early game, won't have to worry about dealing with all these adepts, with all the shades. Shin, he can and will maintain himself. Does zone the Adept away. Is Oracle first, not a Void Ray. Again, Oracle openers are the go-to just because they keep you quite safe. They're amazing at scouting across the map, dealing economic damage, keeping the 3rd base safe against Ling counterattacks and Ling run-by, stasis traps as well. They're just a really important and critical supportive unit nowadays in the meta of ZVP, as they hold so much more value into the mid and even into the late game as well. They are the go-to. From here, zoning back that Overlord, taking a 3rd base. And we'll see where Creator goes from here. He can throw down an earlier Twilight Council, which I would recommend on Whispers of Gold. Yep, speaking of, there it is. Early Twilight Council here from Creator. This is a Twilight Council without a Forge. Bear that in mind. This is going to be much earlier. This could be one of two things. Either Stargate Opener into Glaive Adepts or Stargate Opener into Early Blink. Now, Early Blink would be more... I was going to say defensive. It's a bit of a safe way to approach this, as it does keep you safe against an all-in. If Shin was going for like a 2.5 base all-in, the blink would be done in time, and you can actually make use of that in defensively to protect your third base. Glaives would be more aggressive, though, to get across the map and try to catch your opponent off guard. To catch Shin droning. As the Depths, they do get one drone so far. They dip in between the bases. There it is, Glaives. Glaive Adepts here from Creator. So he's going to be the aggressor. And the goal here, and my biggest concern, if Shin skips Roaches. If he skips Roaches, he is plus on melees on the way. This is a sign of Ling Hydra. If he skips Roaches, if he skips Meilings, then he might just fall here and now. Checking his vision though. Did see. Okay, he saw the gateways, he saw the Twilight Council, saw it researching, he saw the lack of Forge. He should be aware we need a Bailey Nest or a Roach Warren. Either one. There we go. Roach Warren is on the way. He needs one or the other. Thankfully. Again, if it wasn't for that scout, he most likely would have just skipped the Roach one entirely and would have just died then and there. Roaches are on the horizon, but the Roach one is only halfway done. And Adepts, they're building up. Adepts are building up back at home. Now, this is less committed compared to the previous game. This is designed to get economic damage, that is true, but behind this, Creator can get into his own Immortal production. He can get into his own Blink, into Forge, +1. And here we go. The Adepts are moving out. It's going to be how many? 15. 15 Adepts for Creator. Roaches have just now begun. 7 Roaches from Shin. He's making his way into that third. Shin immediately evacuates, at least attempts to. Drones are going down. 4 or 5 workers already. Shin, he does have SimCity. Does wall up at the natural. Is walling up. Roaches, though, up. Almost baited in. And they will get baited. Half the Roaches, they get stasis. Adepts, they can engage. Shin, he's in a bit of trouble here. He's got Massling, though. Comes in for the surround. And that's what the Oracles are for. Yeah, Pulse being activated. Lings, they just melt. Oh my god. Yeah, they evaporate. And Creator, has he done it? He's so close to breaking his opponent's stasis, though, is running out. Shin, he's holding on. He's holding on behind this. Creator is taking up. Immortal production has begun. Forge, Temple Archives, +1. Archon production. He's working on the next step. Picks off another Roach. No Spore. No Spore in position. 5 more drone kills. 6 more drone kills. And with that Roach speed, Shin, he can't counterattack. He's stuck at home. He's still stuck at home. Roach speed, not even halfway done. Is stuck defending. Now working towards the Bailey Nest. Based off of all the economic damage done here, he's down to 59 workers. He is droning. He is droning up. Not going all in. Not yet. But Creator has done well. Like, I mean, he still maintained the Adepts. That's crazy. Oh my god. So that's 19. He just keeps Shin pinned at home. Behind this, building up more Immortals. Storm has begun. He's setting up for the counterattack. A cannon, shield batteries. Creator reading this well. Shin, he only drawn up to 64. Only 3 base saturation. He is not saturating his 4th. The 4th base is staying undersaturated. As Shin, he intends to go all in. And based on the damage he sustained, this makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, he's morphing as well. Okay, we have a Bathing Run by the right hand side. Roach Ravager on the left. Storm is done. We'll see how well Creator can react to this. Shin is moving forward. 4 does distract. Baneling's about to waddle in. Oof, nice Wiles. Wiles, they do connect. The Banelings have yet to commit here. Still biding the time. Still building on more Ling Bane. And I'm not entirely convinced by this army here. I mean, it's all that Shin has to work with. But as long as Creator maintains a defensive position, I'm not so sure. Adepts are getting called out, so not bad. Bailey's there. Oh! Don't quite crash in. Creator, he does shade away. Storms are ready. First Storm will zone. But Creator, he's cut off from his own 4th. See Shin coming in from multiple angles. Limited force field, and here comes the surround. He crashes in. Storms are looking good, but is there enough? As they break through the Adepts, they get on top of the... Oh no! The High Templar! The High Templar go down, no more storms. And Shin, he does it. He breaks the 3rd. Breaks through the army. There's barely anything left. We have some more storms coming in, but the mineral line is exposed. And probes are going down. At the same time, Creator, he does warp in across the map. But the 3rd base is going to be forfeit. 18, 19, 20 probes falling. And he does snipe the High Templar. High Templar goes down. Across the map, Zelta being cleaned up. There's some counter damage, but not enough. Not enough here. And Shin, he has broken Creator. Snipe the 4th. Cripple the economy. Creator, he lost so many High Templar. That was 6 High Templar going down. And despite the strong starts, Creator, I just did not have enough here at him to defend. Whether it was stasis traps, force fields, sentries, more static defense, potentially just not expecting the flank on the left-hand side. And with that, Shin is gearing up for wave number 2. He's gearing up for wave 2 here. And this time, Creator is going to have even less to defend. He had 6 High Templar initially, now he's down to 4. The 4 High Templar, barely any Adepts remaining. Oracle's doing what they can. But Creator, he just cannot expand. And moving in between the bases. This time, Creator, he's set up for the flank. Is set up, and Shin, he doesn't quite commit here. He backs off, and he takes up. Infestation Bit. Infestation Bit's on the way. Now he's joining up, at least trying to. And he's building up towards Hive Tech. Towards Hive, potentially Lurkers. Potentially Ultras as well. I'm curious. I mean, he has +2 melee, so Ultras would make sense given this position. Oh my god, he snipes the Prism. Not bad. That'll snipe the War Prism. It is done. Now we can work towards Hive. And Shinny should be engaging. He's maxed out. Nice storms. Well, they shut down some of the Ling Bane. But there's still so much more behind this. He gets into the base. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel. High Templar gets surrounded. And we have a second army here pushing towards that natural. Oh my god. Shinny does take the storms to the face, which isn't pretty. But he can afford these trades. Can still afford these trades. He pulls away from the natural. Hydrogen's on the way, plus on range. Tells us most likely into Lurker Tech. As Creator, he does counterattack. I mean, he's all in at this point. Like, he has no expansion. The 4th bases are being denied time and time again. It's all or nothing for Creator. And Lings, they come in for the surround. And they will clean this up. Yeah, there's not enough left. GG gets called, and Shinny ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Creator being hyper aggressive this series. Remember, game 1 he went 6 Gate Glaive Adepts. Here in game 2 he went Stargate Opener into Glaives as well. but the maps did facilitate for that. You know, the maps, they're more aggressive. Frostline, Whistles of Gold, they do favor that kind of style. What happens here on our next map? We're going to be loading into Amygdala, one of the larger maps, one of the more macro maps in the map pool. I'm sure we'll see something different this time from Creator. Let's go. Are loading in. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the blue Zurich player from South Korea representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. Forced into a tied up series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Creator from South Korea. Is Wardy sick? For those that are curious, I believe Wardy has been a little bit under the weather in recent days, so I believe Wardy is resting up and getting ready for the playoffs. Again, Wardy should be returning tomorrow with the finale of this event, with the playoffs of the WardiTV February. That should be the case. Yeah, shout out to Wardy. He was kind enough to reach out to ask us to step in for at least this group stage cast. Obviously, more than happy to, as always. And we're always casting. We already had a schedule, an event scheduled to cast here. We're going to cast anyway. May as well jump in. Do some WardiTV February as well. As we cast every day here on the channel. We actually have another cast in a couple of hours. We're going to be going over the OSC King of the Hill. That's going to be in around 3 hours time. So we have another event, which we'll be jumping into right after this cast. As that'll be our third cast of the day. So all the casting, Pappy, all the casting. Let's go. As earlier today, we were live with the OSC Season 12 Championship. The championship. Always have to step in when need be. Fun fact, as we're settling in so far, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener, unnatural, natural out of Shin, Creator likewise standard opener as well. But because of the most recent announcements for Twitch, and because we've had to go in and delete a bunch of VODs and delete a bunch of content from the Twitch channel, it was definitely a lot of nostalgia going through a lot of older events. And fun fact, one of the first big events that we casted as well, I was going through like IEM Canavise 2020, I was going through Copa America, but back in 2020, we actually did cast, at the time, he hosted an event called the We Sold Out Tournament. I think that was back in 2020, and we covered the group stage of that as well. I was like, oh, I remember this, like, good times. And he had us on as the B stream for the playoffs of that event as well. Long time ago. It's been very bittersweet going through all the old VODs and deleting everything one by one, remembering past events. Very bittersweet. Shout out to Wardy. So now we do have our Stargate opener once again here from Creator, 2 games in a row. Into Oracle, into a third base. Like a 24/7. Pretty much. No. But last game, of course, we had an Oracle opener into a faster Twilight Council, so we'll keep an eye on the Twilight Council timing once again here coming into game number 3. I should also emphasize, welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala is one of the larger maps in the map pool, much more defendable as well. The reason for this is because the attack paths are very limited here on Amygdala. Basically, you have this southern attack path and the northern attack path, at least in the early game. Once the rocks get knocked down, the map does open up, but that's typically in a later game state, when you already have a 4-base economy up and running. Likewise, each attack path is covered by Zelnaga, so controlling the Zelnaga means you see everything coming your way. And once again, early Twilight Council. Oh boy. So this is going to be a Twilight Council and a Forge alongside it. Okay, a much more standard pull-up. This was later than the previous one. This was a couple of seconds later than the previous game. Should be +1 in Blink, but we'll keep an eye on Creator. For the first time this series, this might not be Glaives. Let's go. Or it shouldn't be Glaives. As Glaive Adepts, they do no benefit here from +1. We have a very different kind of setup here from Creator. Much more standard. Much more macro-oriented. There it is. +1 in Blink. Overlord does confirm. Overlord gets eyes on the Forge. That is a tell that this is not Glaives. And this is a tell that Shin can drone. So Shin, he is free to drone up. Saturate to skip his Roach Warren if need be. And to go into Ling Hydra. +1 melee is on the way. If you recall, last game we did see +1 melee also being prioritized, and I was referring to how this should be a sign that we are delaying or skipping roaches. I'm going to stand by that here. Last game he scattered the Adepts, so he threw down the Roach Warren. Here, there's not as much need to do so. Things are keeping up with the Adepts. Oracles do respond. They get here just in time. Not bad. Supporting the Adepts, pushing forward, keeping Shin at bay. Lair is almost done. We're almost there. As it is going to be Ling Bane from Shin. Home Creator, he's just building up, saturating his bases. Hydrogen is on the way, as we did mention. This time Shin, he can successfully skip his roaches without any issue. They rotate around. Coming in from behind. Creator, he's well set up. And this is going to be a more old school style here from Creator. He is not backing this up with Storm. He's going to be going into a second Robo, into a Bay, into Colossus production. We saw something similar here out of game number 1, if you recall, on Frostline. And I say this is more old school just because in recent months, it has been much more trendy to go into Storm instead, just because of the change to the energy overcharge. So High Templar and Storm-based play have been a lot more versatile as of late. Less so Colossus. But again, they have their strengths. Oh. Stasis across the map. No major connections. Shin, he does respond in time. And we see Creator going for both. Okay, what again, all of us? Why not both? Colossus and Disruptor. Building up both. Ooh, as we do see a Creator pulling back, we do see Shin applying pressure to the 4th base. And behind this pressure, what do we see? Spire. Spire next to the Hydra Den. Bold move here. Bold move by Shin. Stasis goes off. Massive connection. Stasis will shut down the Lings. Oracles race back home. Hydra's trying to force a cancel here on the expansion. They're trying to force that cancel. Base taking a lot of hits. First Oracle goes down. There are so many Stalkers though. And Creator, he will hold. Stasis is about to run out. Oh. Forcing back those Lings. But it's all about buying time. Oh my god. It's all about buying time. 9 probes did fall. It's all about keeping Creator busy while we get into mute attack. Creator's going to lick his wounds, waiting for his Colossus. Still 2 more on the way. 2 more Colossi in production. Now, based on the investment into these upgrades, +1 range, Hydra speed, Hydra range as well, Lurker Den, this should only be enough mutas to harass. This should not be mass muta from Shin. There's 6 mutas on the way. That is enough to one-shot a probe. So this is only to harass and only to try to force an overreaction by Creator. What I will say, because of the investment into these mutas, this will delay Lurker Tech, it delays the Infestation, it delays Hive Tech. It does mean that the ground army is going to be that much weaker, at least momentarily. So, I would say that Shin is vulnerable to a counterattack. We can see the Creator, he's keeping his army at home, only moving out with Stalkers. Nation into the main, doesn't get the full scout. Mutas, they're spotted. There we go. Whew. Mutas are spotted just in time. There's the recall. Big response here by Creator. Does keep up. Piece production has begun. Whew. And the Mutas, they do not get in. Was close. They don't get in. But again, this is all about buying time. Buying time for not just lurkers, but for hive tech and lurker upgrades. So she needs buying time. Building up more lurkers. As the lurker tech builds up, that's where something like Skytoss is more viable and more necessary. Oh! As mutas are getting low and they should be going down. And we have the Phoenixes. Oof. Mutas, they got 5 probe kills for the cost of almost 6 mutas. So they 5 probes for 4 mutas, as 2 do survive. Behind this, Storm is finishing, and how many lurkers do we have? It's going to be 10, sorry, it's soon to be 14. 14 lurkers. We have a line of Spine Crawlers as well. Oh my god. Colossus have arrived. Lurkers are spotted, and Creator has to make a choice. Does he see these lurkers, and does he believe he can break through, or does he take it to Skytoss? Oh, here come the Novas. So far, good connection. Gets 2. 2 lurkers go down to 12. Yeah, strong start here for Creator. Yeah, bullies the Lings, takes down one of the lurkers. Remember, lurker range is not done. Remember, the hive was delayed. So the Colossus, they can reign supreme. Well, they can just bully the lurkers. And Shinny's up against the wall. He's in trouble here. Leading out a lot of units. A lot of lurkers. We have 3 more on the way. Lurker range finishing up in 10 seconds. The Spine Coolers are helping. Oh, the lurker range is done. Range has completed. Adaptive Talents now on the way. And still no Skytoss. Like, now there's a bit of a lull in the fight. We can start to take up. Creator, he has somewhat of a bank, but choosing not to. He's confident back. Or unwilling to play Skytoss. One or the other. Oh, takes down 1. Takes down 1 more lurker. We have 15 left. Remember, lurkers have been slowly building up. Oh my god. Yeah, Spine Shells, they punish the stalkers. And Shinny goes for a massive counterattack. He leaves the lurkers to defend. He attacks with the Lings, with the Hydra, with a handful of lurkers as well. And does he force a recall? Recall is available. Creator pushes in. He commits. Dives into the lurker line. And he can break through, but at a cost. Yeah, Stalkers are going down. Immortals as well. It's a rough fight here for Creator. He will break through the defensive line. Just barely. But he plummets in supply. And no detection. Okay. Do you have detection? Do you have the Observer? At the same time, though, army switching into the main. We're going for the base trade. And again, Creator, he made a choice. He could have recalled. He chose not to. Chose not to recall. Chose to commit. Takes down the lurkers. Down to 2 Colossus. Barely standing. And the main base is on fire. The main base is going down. And I don't think Creator has enough. He's going to try to keep going. He's going to keep pushing in. I mean, he will break into the main. That is true. There's still so many more lurkers. Gonna chase Shin down. Trying to. We have more Spine Crawlers getting in position. Zelsa get here just in time. He wants those lurkers. He wants them. Oh my god. He will get them. Bit of friendly fire. Regardless, the expansion is going to go down. Shin keeps going. Running into cannons. But Shin still has a massive army. He still has how many? 8 more lurkers and 4 more on the way in the main. Running some more cannons though. This can add up. The damage, I mean. Taking down more bases. Catching reinforcements. The line of cannons is going to be falling. And Creator, he might run out of buildings here. He has to be careful. Uh-oh. Creator, he's down to a handful of probes remaining. Lurker on the high ground. Oh, the Colossus! Oh my god, taking a lot of damage. Forcing his way through. Probes down to 0. 0 probes, 0 workers left. It's the final buildings. Yeah, we have a Nexus here bottom right, and buildings here in the main. Creator is running out of buildings. He cannot build anything else. What you see is what you get. Nexus is going to fall. And we're down to 2 pylons and a gateway. That's all there is left. And that's going to be game. That's going to be game here. Again, Creator, he had an opportunity, but GG gets called. He has nothing left, and Shin will take the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here as Shin will take the series 2-1, will take down Creator. Unfortunately, that does conclude that Creator, he's going to be at the bottom of the standings, but he played well here. He did play well here tonight, did force the ace match, and even here in that third game, there were opportunities for Creator. We spoke about it at the time, but he had a choice to make. He did have time to think about whether or not he wanted to take another base and transition into Skytos. He made the decision not to. Likewise, when we had the big counterattack, he also made the decision to commit to the base trade instead of recalling back home. And it was a rough call to make. We saw that even though he did break through that lurker line, he lost half his army. He lost half his army trying to break through that line of lurkers. He did break it in the end, but it wasn't quite worth it. He lost too much momentum, lost too much of his army, and with that, he was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. Just could not quite compete in the base trade with Shin. And with that, Shin does claim his first series of the group. GG. We go. Shin, he will take it, and that leads us into our next series of the night, into our next ZVT. It's going to be a turn versus Zerg matchup between Byun and Shin. Let's go. Let us go. Now, again, if you've been watching StarCraft over the past couple of months, you will know that Byun and Shin, they've played many times. They are some of the more active players in South Korea, especially with someone like Dark, who's been stepping away from the game, who has been playing less, who has been less active. Shin has kind of risen up as the active Zerg player amongst the Korean Zergs. Likewise, Byun as well also has been on that grind. And because of that, these two face off so often, whether it's in KSLs, whether it's in the other open cups like the WardiTV Monday, like the Pigastore Monday as well. These two have faced off many times here since December, and we'll see how it goes this time. They do typically trade back and forth. I'd love to see an ace match, but the pressure is on. Let's go. We are jumping into game 1. I'm guessing Wardy already has a bracket prepared. Potentially. I don't know if Wardy knows the results of any of these series or anything like that. But as you mentioned, yeah, just getting ready for the finale of Group A, I should say. Ooh. And again, he should be back tomorrow with the playoff brackets. It's quite a tight schedule here for the WardiTV February. Regardless, we're jumping into our second series of the night, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have our South Korea. Do we have translations in the chat? South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player from South Korea, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. We go. God, I'm trying to get my Google Lens up. Okay, I'm missing half the context. Regardless, we're settling in. I like to believe Byun is flaming Shin for not being able to play live at the time. Oh god, they just keep going. Okay, they're just bantering. But now, Hatchgas full standard opener here out of Shin. Likewise, Byun going for a rack expand as well. So far, standard builds, standard styles. And again, if we have any translations in the chat, we would appreciate it for anyone who does read Hangul. Anyone who knows Korean would appreciate it. Until then, though, we're settling in. I'm going to be settling in. And again, welcome on all to Abyssal Reef. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised this map isn't vetoed. Abyssal Reef is known for longer macro games, known for being able to have a secure 3, 4, 5, and 6 base economy. Oh, sorry, I should say 5 base economy. can be very secure, and we see a little late game as a result. So I'm curious to see how Shin will approach this, as he's usually a lot more mid-game oriented. Beyond does move out. I'll spend the mineral line. Redden. Likewise, going to be forced back. The dance has begun. Behind this, Shin takes a third base and just settling in. Likewise, behind this, Beyond is going for a third CC before Starport, so economic build here out of our Terran player, and standard build out of our Zerg. Nothing crazy for the time being. I'm not going for a 3CC 2-on-1, going for the 1-1-1 instead. Setting up for the tech lab, setting up for the add-on slope, so just really economic and safe play here by Beyond. Work towards Hellions, work towards Banshees, I would imagine. Keep an eye on that tech lab. He has eyes on the Overlord, just keeping Shin pinned, denying any kind of scouting. And we can now embrace the map itself. Again, when it comes to Abyssal Reef, I did mention how defendable it is, and how easy it is to get up to 5 bases. Part of that is this here. We have a ramp. We have a very narrow ramp coming in towards the natural, so very easy to defend and really easy to wall off. This goes both ways, might I add. Likewise, because of this, you can focus and centralize your attention at the third base when you're in your defense. Likewise, expanding forward here towards your fourth, all on the same plane of elevation, and your fifth base is right next to you as well. So your 5 base setup is all very localized here in your corner of the map. Getting a 6th base is more complicated, true. Like whether it's this northern 6th base or the southern 6th base can be much more difficult to attain, but that's in a longer, later game. We might get there. We might get there. Till then, Banshees are in production. We have our Banshees, as I did mention, going for the add-on swap. We'll see if Beyond does go into Cloak. The answer is he does not. Faking out Cloak, you love to see it. Shin does wander in. He will get eyes on the 1-1-1.
You have a new queen.
God.
Show me those skills.
Every time. God damn it, Shin. He is a diva enjoyer. That is true. But he is aware of the 1-1-1. He is aware of the Banshees. Yanni fakes out Cloak. And with that, takes his third. Meanwhile, Shin playing it safe does open up not Ling Bane, but into Roaches instead. I mean, this has been the go-to for quite some time for a lot of Zerg players. Just a very safe way to play. Shin is keeping up. Zones away the Banshee. Ellie's in the center. Shin, he does sneak past. Not bad. Back at home, though, there is a full wall. As Lings, they make their way towards a third. Make their way in. Beyond doesn't spot this. SCVs are going to go down. No major damage, but to SCVs nonetheless. Oh, getting a third. 3 SCV kills. Hellions, they race back. They attempt to intercept. And they barely will not. Things they get away. They do barely slip away. Behind this, getting to double lever chamber. This should be for +1 carapace and +1 range to build up his Roach Ravager. Now, just because the opener is Roach Ravager doesn't mean that the follow-up is going to be committing to that. Basically, after range, we can go into melee upgrades and transition into Ling Bane Roach Ravager instead, or we could commit into range and go into Hydra Lurker. There are 2 different attack paths or 2 different tech paths that Shin can take. Can take either one. Banshees, they make their way into the main. Oh. Getting 2 workers. Taking up 2 drones. Nothing major, but value nonetheless here from Beyond. Faster infestation bit out of Shin. With that, he can rush into an earlier hive. He can get safety infestors. But now we're just kind of slowly getting away into this game, which again is what we expect on Abyssal Reef. Typically leads to that kind of 4 or 5 game setup, 4 or 5 base setup, There's that Baliness. That's the first sign here of Lingbane Roach Ravager. So we should be going for melee upgrades thereafter. And this can actually lead into Roach Ravager Lingbane into Ultra Tech, which Shin is quite fond of. Quite fond of that tech path. We'll see if we can get there. Until then, Bjorn moves in. Biles are ready. Tank goes down. Yeah, massive pickup. Shinny shuts down the aggression. And again, this shows just how safe it is to play Roach Ravager. Like, these tank pushes, they're that much weaker. Can be shut down. Shin going for a counterattack. He does threaten a push. Yo, he wants that tank. Oh, can he get it? Oh my god, barely not. Yeah, tank does survive. Lings are coming from behind. They head into the mineral line. Tank does fall. So far, decent damage. No damage here in the mineral line, though. Lings are dealt with. And Shin, he wants another tank. Doesn't get it, though. Pulls away. Does pull back behind this. Hive is in production, as I did mention. Working towards that Hive tech. Nice stutter stepping here from the Banshees. Focusing down to every single Ravager. Oh my god. Yeah, Ravagers are going down, and it does trigger a counterattack. Bjorn's coming. Does move out. Shin is in trouble. He has to build back up. He doesn't see the army moving out. Shin massing in more Banelings. And Baneling speed is not ready. Shin, he's vulnerable. Is vulnerable here. Biles didn't quite connect. Bjorn goes for the dive. Takes down another Ravager. And Shinny's up against the wall. Banelings now just not finishing up. He comes in from behind. The Slowbanes! Let's go! The Slowbanes, they waddle in. There's no way to escape. The Banelings, they will connect. Whew. And Shin holds. Shin holds with the Slowbaneling Spappy. Let's go! Does hold on. Bjorn just went too far into creep. And with that, Shin, he survives. And here comes that Ultra Cavern. Again, we mentioned how Shin is quite fond of Lingbane Roach Ravager into Ultras. Is his go-to. Is going for it here as well. Is going for it. Shin, he survives. Does survive. Adrenal upgrades on the way. Bjorn does establish his own fourth base. But again, Shinny's almost reached his final form. He still needs time, though, for Kindness Plating, for Ultra Speed. He needs a little bit more time for that. Now, the big downside for this kind of style here out of Shin that we've seen time and time again is lack of anti-air. Drop play can be very effective. There's no Hydras, there's no Spire, there's no Corruptors, no Mutas, no nothing like that. The anti-air for Shin is Vipers and Parabombs. That is his anti-air. And Shin would have been vulnerable to drop play, but we haven't seen that here. Instead, Bjorn was going for these frontal pushes, for these main assaults. And that is what Shin is ideal against. Spitfire is keeping up. Again, Shinny has already weathered the storm. Bjorn is building up back at home. Sure, he has a double drop, but for the most part, Shin is keeping up. The 6th base is denied. We spoke about this. The 6th base is going to be the most difficult to maintain. The 5 base setup is easy. The 6th base, less so. As it is much more exposed out in the open. Multiple attack paths. Oh my god. Shin killing his own roaches, freeing up supply. Bjorn does attempt to push. Does attempt to move in. So far, Shin is keeping up. Oh, the last will they take down the Banshee? Not bad. Banshee does fall. Drop is still keeping Shin busy, forcing his army to be split, but the Ultras are on the way. Just in time with Kindness Plating as well. Kindness Plating almost done. Bell moving in. Oh. Bell moving in, diving on the army. Vipers have arrived, and Shoal says blinding clouds. Yeah, tanks taking cover. They're going to be shut down. Yeah, strong fight here from Shin. He's out of energy. Tanks are on siege, though. And he's going to shut them down as well. Yeah, tanks are falling one after the other. Ultras, they lead the charge. Nice kiting there here by Bjorn. Shuts down the Ultras. Ultras, they fall to the Marauders. Barely the tank goes down. Whew. And Bjorn holds. Bjorn does hold, but at a cost. He lost every single tank. And Shin can rebuild. He can rebuild, he can remax, he saved the Vipers. Gonna get them back up and running. And beyond from here, he has to turtle. He's accepted that role here. He's turtling up, throwing down more tanks, setting up his Sim City. Ghost production has begun. And Shinny does establish his sick. Base is getting up. Oh, moves in, takes down the tanks. The Youngs are real. Takes down 2. The Wiles, they take down the others as well. Yeah, the final tank does fall. 1 barely sieging up, just in time to go down. Yun is being forced back. So far, good kiting. Bailings have yet to connect. Still chasing him all the way back home, though. Oh my god. And he is breaking through into the mineral lines. SCVs are going down. The planetary is going to fall. The Bailings. Up. They barely connect towards the end. They finally do connect. And the base did get picked up. The planetary did crumble at the same time. Double drop across the map. Takes down the expansion. Not bad. Oh my god. The hit squad of Marauders. Very expensive hit squad, might I add. Shin, he has broken the back of Yun. He reset the ghost count, reset the tank count. Barely any fire left. I'm loving the control though. Micring his heart out against the Roach Ravager. Oh, avoids the vials. We'll clean this army up at least until the reinforcements arrive. As things they have returned. And with these reinforcements, Shin, he should be able to bust into the main. He should, and he does. Busts into the main base, gets us around. The tank falls as well. Doesn't get lifted, doesn't get picked up. Oh, there's so many medevacs. Jesus. So many medevacs, Pappy. Ay. And even if Yun holds here, he's lost so much. So many SCVs have gone down. 45 SCV kills. Ultras, they arrive at the planetary. Another base is going to be falling. And Shin's just all over this. Again, he reached his final form. He reached the Ultras, Pappy. He got there. Did get there in the end. Again, Shin, he might be late to the group, but he's back. He's here. He's ready to progress. As he is looking to take a lead in this series. Again, Byun is barely holding on with his army, with his reinforcements, cleans up all the lings, forces back the Roach Ravager. But Shin, back at home, his economy is still left relatively untouched. Lost an expansion, but he just rotates over towards the sick base. Still up and running. Building up his army. And Byun at this point, he's all in. He's down to 17 workers, barely an economy here. Down to not even a one-base economy. What does he have? He's got 5 ghosts. 3 tanks, takes down the Infestor, not bad. Shuts down the Infestor. Snipes, they shut down one of the Ultras as well. Oh! I mean, Byun, he's trading well. Don't get me wrong. He's trading very well here. Takes down the expansion, snipes one of the Ultras, but despite that, he should still be overwhelmed. There's just too much Zerg. The Swarm has arrived. And Shin, he will clean up this army. Again, no anti-air, but GG gets called, and Shin will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Shin, he does take a lead in this series. Again, a very intense game 1, but again, as you mentioned, the build or the style that Shin was going for was more ideal against these main assaults. We saw every single time the armies engaged, Shin, he was able to snipe 1, 2, 3 tanks at a time, made sure that he was given the breathing room he needed to tech into Hive, to tech into those Ultras. Once they arrived, he could then overwhelm and kind of punish the aggression of Byun. We mentioned at the time as well that Shin would be vulnerable to drop play, but we didn't really get much drop play out of Byun until after the failed pushes, until after he was forced back. And by then, Shin, he had stabilized. He had stabilized, he had teched up, he had reached those Ultras and Vipers. GG. GG, well played. Whew, and that leads us here into our next game. There was some good moments though for Byun, might I add though. If you recall, Byun, he was doing so well when it came to his move out, if you recall, before Baneling speed finished with the slow Banes, but the Banelings, they came in for a surround. Shin, he survived. From there, GG. GG, well played. We're now jumping into game number 2. Once again, I'm a little bit shocked by the veto process. I was surprised by Abyssal. I'm also surprised by Neon Violet Square. As this is the first time we're casting this map all day, maybe all week. It's a very commonly vetoed map in the map pool, so I'm excited. I'm ready for it. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaming Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran player, representing Shopify Rebellion. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Björn. We go. Shin's last Zerg. True, yes. Shin, he is the last potential Zerg player in the, or actually, yeah, the last Zerg player in the tournament, and he could potentially at least make it to the playoffs and would have one Zerg player left in the event, but the pressure is on Shin. Also, thank you so much for some translations in the chat. Thank you so much. I see Björn working hard. Are you a stalker? Björn worked hard, so I got motivated too. Oh, I see. Let's go. Shin, last Zerg player in SC2. Oh, no. Not like this. I mean, after Raynor left us for the Rift. True. The last Zerg player. Smoge. But more importantly, welcome one and all to Neon Violet Square. Again, I don't think I've casted this map all week, I'll be honest. We do a lot of casting here at the channel. We cast on a daily basis, 2 times a day, every single day. But again, maps like El Dorado, Neon Violet Square, King's Cove, Abyssal Reef, these are some of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. And it's been a while since we've loaded into Neon Violet Square. It's been a while. I'm ready. I'm excited. Let's go. Now, one of the big reasons why this map is often vetoed, as we're settling into our openers, is because of the size of the map. It is the largest map in the map pool. You don't get larger than Neon Violet Square. Likewise, very secure bases. It's kind of like Abyssal Reef, but cranked up to 11, as you have a pocket base here as a 4th or 5th potential expansion. Likewise, your 3rd and 4th base also very defendable. So just like the previous map, your 5 base setup is very easy to get into, very easy to hold on to and to embrace. The 6th base is a different story. Referring to the northern expansion or the gold base can be quite difficult to maintain without map control. But I'm sure we'll get there. Likewise, more aggressive builds like 8 Raxes or these earlier 2-on-1 timings or even 7-minute timings that Terrans usually have in this matchup are weakened on these larger maps. Is why Terrans would often go for these smaller maps like Abyssal Reef or Frostline to hit those timings to be in the face of their opponents. But that is not the case here. Or Leylines, I should say. And Ultra Love. But the smaller maps were vetoed and we're here on the larger maps instead. Which is curious to me. It's curious. Behind this Shin, he is amassing up Lings though. That's going to be 12 Lings already on the way. That's a lot of Lings. A lot more than is necessary, so it looks like Shin is going for a massive counterattack as more Lings are building up. Björn pulling away. Shin getting up to what, 25 Lings. Does keep his Lings hidden. And making his way across the map. He's making more. He's not. He's just link flooding. Oh my god. Shin, calm down. He's straight up just link flooding. Cutting works at 28. Back at home, Björn getting his 3rd base on location, being very greedy, by the way. Yeah, taking his 3rd base, getting to a 1-1-1 behind this. Hellions are amassing. And Shin, he's committed. He's waiting for link speed. 2 seconds away. Oh, link speed is done. He's going in. He goes to the dive. Lings, they hit the 3rd. They're going for the natural. Back at home, what is it to defend? There's 2 Hellions and 2 Marines. So far, Björn is setting up. The Lings, they set up for the surround. They try to at least. SCVs are falling. Marines going to be going down. What about the Hellions, though? The Hellions are holding. As more Lings are flooding. So far, more Hellions have arrived. Björn should be able to hold on. It does save the main. And should save the natural. More SCVs are being targeted. So far, 5 SCV kills. And this was a big investment by Shin. I don't think this was worth it. This is 5 SCVs. Yeah, only 5 workers going down. He didn't deny the third base. Only delayed. And he killed 3 Hellions for 30 Lings, mate. Jesus. 30 Lings did go down. That was a big investment for Shin, and now he has to drone up as hard as possible. He has some catching up to do. Whew. So, yeah, 30 Lings for 5 SCVs and 3 Hellions. Not quite worth it there for Shin. I'm sure he was hoping that maybe all the Hellions were active on the map, but there were 2 Hellions back at home. Byun was playing it safe. And Shin is in a rough position here. He is droning up as hard as he can, but we'll see if he overdrones. We'll see if Byun can try to punish him. For now, just moving out with the Banshees. Banshees are moving out. Byun is keeping the Hellions at home, which makes sense. After the initial Ling Flood, I'm sure Byun is terrified of maybe a second Flood, maybe a second all-in. So Byun is staying back. Banshees move out. And this time Shin is going Ling Bane, not Roaches. As the 4th base is cancelled. And that's now here from Byun. Behind this building are more Raptors. Up. Byun is forced to pivot away. Oh my god. So let's catch one of those Banshees. He is caught out. Oh, did I not open up predictions? Oh. Uh-oh. My apologies. Sorry, my bad. I was so engrossed in game 1. It's a little bit late, but predictions are now open. I do apologize for that. But you can get your Gamba going. We're already like even partly way through game 2, but the Gamba is open. Sorry, I was just so engrossed, Papi. I was so engrossed. No. So we're getting into game 2. We'll get there next time for the next game. I'll make sure to be on those predictions. As they move in, once again catching Byun a little bit off guard. Picking up what, 4, should be 5 SCVs. 4 SCVs and a mule. Forces back the army. Shin massing up his Ling Bane, cutting workers here at 3 base saturation. And Byun is now moving out. He's finally going to be moving out here. As he moves out, Shin once again, another Ling run by. Does slip in. Yeah, does slip into the mineral line. Forcing back the Hellions at least. Getting to the natural, delaying the push, delaying the aggression. And he does get a couple of SCV kills, not bad. Give himself more time. Bathing speed is now done. Still no 1-1 upgrades. Gun is being bored. Widow Mines, oh, they do borrow in time. Whew. They do borrow. Borrow. Likewise, Bailings, they try to roll in, but we have a full wall. there's no way in. They can't connect. But so far, Shin doing a great job here just delaying his opponent, right? Delaying the push, delaying Byun, forcing him back home time and time again. Another Ling run by moves out. And this is all giving Shin the opportunity to finish up his upgrades. Now 1-1 is done. He was down 0-0. Now he's got 1-1 upgrades. He's built up a decent army. Ling run by once again, catching reinforcements, canceling the 4CC, and distracting reinforcements here of Byun as well. And Byun, despite moving out minutes ago, he's yet to commit. Like, he hasn't pushed into creep. He's been stuck outside, constantly turning around, ready for a double drop, and Shin, he's stabilized. He's now stabilized on 4 bases, now getting the pocket base as well. We're going to max out on Ling Bane. As Byun finally does commit. Going for a double drop at the same time. Lings are in position. Do we have enough Banelings though? As Shin is setting up his defense, another Ling run by. Collapsing the army. Oh! Trying to force friendly fire. So far, doesn't commit. Yeah, just threatening a dive. Meanwhile, Lings, they are being cleaned up. They delay the expansion. Beyond turns around. So we just keep going for more run bys. But again, like, this map, like Neon Square is just so open. It's so wide open. And so primed here for these run bys and counterattacks. Oh. Of course, a pick up. Beyond once again moving in. This time, though, Shinny's not ready. The base is under fire. Shin trying to keep up, going for his own run by, gets into the mineral line with SCVs are going down. Massive connections. Takes down the mineral line, takes down the bio as well. Late reaction there by Byeon. And his reinforcements are going to be dealt with. At the same time, Shin, he defends back at home. He shuts down the main army. And Byeon, once again, he turns around. Does turn around. 21 SCV kills. Ay. And again, there's a reason why we rarely see this map. Rarely see it. Shin is going for the gold. Oh. Rough trade for Shin, bleeding out Hydras. He's at Hydras, does some step forward though. Deals with the bio. Byeon finally commits with everything he has. But the size of the army here is lacking now for Byeon. Still recovering, 53 SCVs. Still trying to build up, denies the gold. At least he is containing Shin to 5 bases. But Shin, he still has the greater army. Going for another expansion. Beyond setting up the Doom Drop. There are some Hydras in position. I've just down the way. Bearing in mind, Shin did delay his high for quite some time. Does jump into the main. Not enough Hydras. But the main army is dealt with. Drop though takes down the Queens, goes for the hive itself. Can focus it down. Can and will. Massive pickup, and Shin, he doesn't care. Shin, he does. The base goes down, the tech as well. Shin, okay, he does respond with some reinforcements. We'll shut this down. At the same time, he pushes though. He takes down the mineral line. The 4th base under fire, takes down 11 SCVs, he defends the main, and he attacks across the map. Let's rotate once again, going for the 3rd. Going for the 3rd base. Beyond jumping back in. He just wants to attack, he just wants to push. For once, back. Gets a couple of drones. Going for full, that's a kill in the expansion, not bad. Goes for the spawning pool as well. Boys are being pulled. Shin, once again, he just commits in. Mine shots, decent connections. But there's just still so much Ling Bane. Oh my god, another massive mine shot. But the mines go down. The army as well. Another mineral line falls. And Shin, he busts into the natural. And there's no defensive setup here. No bunkers, no tanks. The boys are being pulled into Bailings. And Shin, he's getting into the production. He is breaking Byeon. Byeon, he thinks about racing back home, but the map is just so large, he has to commit. Just back in. But the natural is under fire. And Shin, he's throwing it. He's throwing it back. Oh my god. The last Zerg player in StarCraft. Is being cleaned up though. Hydras are falling. 29 SCV kills. Byeon does hold, but what's he holding on to? He's going for the gold. This is how we bounce back in this game. He goes for the mules. The mule hammer is real. Gold base is getting up and running. Retakes the 3rd. And Byeon, can he sustain himself? Can he keep up with an 80 drone Zerg? For maybe a little bit. The army supplies are similar. The hive did go down. The spawning pool was rebuilt. So Shin, he's stuck on a lair tech army. But the reality is he can still remax. He can remax here. He still has the booming economy, Lings, more Hydras. Byeon at this point is all in. He is all in. Stimming forward. Does him forward. It goes to the Queens. Queens are picked up. Up. The mine shot doesn't quite connect. And these are still better trades for Shin. That's all he needs to do, just trade. Just trade with the army. Slow Bjorn down. Bjorn dropping into the main once again. Shin catching reinforcements. Going for another run by. Pailings, they crash into. I mean, there's barely a mineral line, but SCVs are still falling. And Bjorn turns around. Dropping the main though. Getting damage done. Takes down the infestation pit. Oh my god. That. Forcing more friendly fire. The gold base has been scouted. Now he knows. He knows about the gold. And Shin should be hunting it down. Like the gold base has been spotted. Now he knows. He's getting ready for his assault. Building up his link vein once again. Still denied the hive. He has a lair at least. But no infestation pit. Danny's hanging in there. Let's go. Nice some of the creep. Moving forward in. Pushing forward. Up. One mine shot goes off. Good connection on the Lings. But mainly on Lings, not on Banelings. Again, Bjorn trading very efficiently. Pushing forward, going for the center expansion. The base is going to go down. Likewise, dropping in towards that southern base as well. Oh my god. Yeah, nice spread here. Nice splits from Bjorn. He shuts down the Ling Bane. Getting himself with the Hydras. At the same time, though, oof. Yeah, the gold base is going to fall. And that's the only thing keeping Bjorn in this game. Yeah, the SCVs and mules, they all go down. Bjorn can no longer sustain himself. Not anymore. GG gets called. He will lose the gold base, and Shin will take the series 2-0, taking down Bjorn. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin, he will take it. Bjorn, he was fighting back as hard as he could. Again, the gold base allowed him to sustain himself at least somewhat, but still not enough to keep up with Shin. Again, he had 80 workers. He had, what, 5 bases as well. Did prove to be too much, and again, this was a really intense game. The entire time, it did feel like there were opportunities and openings for Bjorn to try to break his opponent and try to break through, but time and time again, the Ling run-bys. The Ling Bane counterattacks for Shin, what was carried him this game. Just non-stop run-bys towards the third base, towards the fourth base, catching reinforcements. We tried to point out time and time again, Shin, he was just giving himself so much time, forcing reinforcements back home, dividing the attention of Bjorn, and getting economic damage. It was the run-bys that had won Shin that game. Otherwise, we saw these big timings, these big opportunities that Bjorn did otherwise miss because of those run-bys, because of those counterattacks. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Shin does take it. And with that, Shin so far looking good. In the round-robin group stage, not looking too bad here as we will switch our scenes over and catch up on our matches. Un momento. Un momento here. As we are halfway through. We are halfway through our matches. Again, 4 best-of-3s is all we have. Shin takes down Creator 2-1. Shin takes down Bjorn 2-0. And now there are 2 series left. Oh boy, it doesn't get easier. It gets harder from here on forward. Shin, he's up against Clem. Clem, the reigning world champion, the best player in the world. It's not going to be an easy one here. So Shin versus Clem coming up next. Likewise, we have Shin versus Geralt as well. Geralt also been looking on fire as of late. Geralt, he recently did defeat Solar, of course. Did bring him down. And Shin, I would say, is quite comparable here. So Geralt has been getting some better and better results. I know there were some people earlier that were giving praise to Jumi, of course, as Jumi did recently defeat Rogue. Geralt did the same to Solar, and again, in general, a lot of these players have been improving so much. Players like Geralt, like Jumi, Christiana, Mana as well. A lot of these players have been improving, have been leveling up, have been getting better results, and what better way to show that off other than here in the WardiTV February. Let's go. So we're halfway through the broadcast. Until then, though, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here before Clem versus Shin. You can take this time, you can take these moments here to drain your disruptors, massage your marines, tuck in your Tempest, and cuddle all of your carriers. When we return, we'll have the second half of the broadcast. So we'll see you guys soon after this short break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the WardiTV February 2025 Group A, the conclusion of the group stage. Again, shout out to Wardy, of course, for hosting and for running this event. He did cover the entirety of Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D, at least what he could, over on his personal channel. But for those that are curious, Shin was unavailable. Shin was unavailable to play those games live at the time, so we're here to catch up. We're here to catch up with Shin's otherwise missed games, and we are halfway through. Shin, so far, redeeming himself here. Takes down Creator, takes down Bjorn, but now he's up against the #1 player in the group, and arguably #1 player in the tournament as well. He's up against Clem. He's now up against Clem here in another TVZ. Ooh, it doesn't get easier from here, and yeah, Shin, he's gonna need everything he has here to bring Clem down. Now, he has done so in the past, I want to say like back in December, but I mean, it's been quite some time. It's been quite some time since Shin has been able to get a fast one over on Clem. We'll see if we can do it again, or if Clem will knock him down. We're here to find out. Game 1 is going to be on Ultra Love. Let's go. Let us go. And again, for those that are curious, once the group stage does wrap up, the playoffs will be tomorrow. Tomorrow in around 24 hours. In 24 hours time, the playoffs are going to be held. And of course, Wardy will be covering the playoffs in its entirety over on his channel over the weekend. So do check it out over on WardiTV. Otherwise, we are jumping into our next best of 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, these predictions are for the series, not for the game, for the entirety of this best of 3. So best of luck. Whew. As we already saw Shin take down one Terran player, but now he has a very different kind of Terran ahead of him. Likewise, a very different map as well. If you recall, I was really surprised. I was really surprised by the maps chosen for the previous series. I saw some people saying that, like, oh, you know, Bjorn, he was looking a little bit off, or he was looking a little bit rusty, if you will. I mean, part of that was also the maps. I was trying to emphasize, because of Abyssal Reef, because of Neon Violet Square, because of how large those maps are, it does kind of take away some of your some of the aggressive nature here of Bjorn, because it takes so long to push across the map, it takes so long to counterattack, so long to return back home as well. You become that much more committed when you do move out. Like, it's just a very different dynamic compared to these smaller maps, compared to Ultra Love. Here, Clem can thrive on maps like Ultra Love, Neon Violet, Ultra Love, Ley Lines, Whispers of Gold. These smaller maps, El Dorado as well, are where Clem can be hyper aggressive, can reinforce, can be in the face of his Zerg opponent, and can bring them down. So I expect to see a very different dynamic coming into a very different kind of map. For now, Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool opener here by Shin. Standard opener so far, likewise from Clem as well. Clem, he has been known to mix in 2-Act Reaper from time to time, but not this time. Not this time here. As Shin does keep his Overlord over the pillar. Does keep them safe. Spots the Reaper moving out. Reaper does move out. Does hit that natural. Prediction. I got you, Bobby. I got you with the predictions. Don't you worry. Reaper does dip in. Dancing with the Lings. Are zoning him away. No major losses yet. Mineral line under fire. The Queen has arrived, and with the Queen, the Reaper is going to be forced out of the natural. Behind this, no third base though. The expansion has yet to be taken. Shin going to be staying on 2 bases a little bit longer. Keeping up with the Reaper. Reaper dips in, wants a drone, doesn't quite get it. And Shin, he will go for a slightly later expansion. The third is being taken. Is being taken here at 36. Behind this, third CC before Starport. Economic follow-up here out of Clem. Starport is on the way, most likely into an Admiral swap into Hellion Banshee, which I think is a wise choice against Shin. Against Shin, we already saw roaches out of him previously against Bjorn, and Shin, he is known to mix in roaches from time to time, arguably even more often than not. But just a really secure way to open up and to settle in. We have seen games before where Shin, in the few times where he has defeated Clem, has been with Roach All-Ins. That has occurred in the past, where he's able to catch Clem droning, or I should say making SCVs, focusing on his economy, getting ready for a longer game, and then bam, Shin he arrives with like 1-1 Roach timing, like maxed out, and breaks through. That has occurred in some of those few instances where he has brought it to Clem. Speaking of roaches, yep, there it is. Roach Warren has been thrown down. Now, this doesn't have to be aggressive. This can just be a safe opener to get into a 3 and 4 base economy. We'll see if Shin does cut worker production. Likewise, it's going to be on Clem as well to confirm what exactly is going on. Behind this, Banshees, Cloakers on the way. Them settling in. The reason why Banshees are a bit of a safer approach against Roach-based openers is because if we did move out across map, Banshees, they can just shut down Roaches and focus on Ravagers real fast and real quick to keep their Terran players safe, to keep them secure, and also to scout as well. The scout to check saturation, get into mineral lines. Likewise, Hellions looking for a way in. So far, Shin, he's keeping up. So Roach Warren is done. Joining up to 3 bases. Banshee has arrived, gets a drone, not bad. Clem is looking to contain Shin. Does catch those active tumors. Takes down the tumors. Behind this, going to Bio, Stim, Combat Shields, soon to be 1-1. E-Bays are on the way. Getting into the mid-game. And you can already see just a much more aggressive style here by Clem, just in the face of Shin. No fear. Never diving too far into creep, just always on the edge. Oh. Again, pulling away. Banshees, they hit the 4th base. Likewise, he threatens to dive. Oh, but Lings, they do collapse on the army. They take down one of the Hellions. So far, they're better trades. Lings, a lot of them are going down. They're getting roasted. As Link count gets thinned out, the mineral line is more exposed. And Clemmy commits. Takes out the Lynx, catches 2 workers. Banshees into the main, getting more drone kills. And he wants those drones. He goes for the dive. Up. They somewhat line up. But the Hellions are going to be cornered. Still, they're getting 8 more drones. 9 more drones. Not bad. 10 worker kills. Banshees still up and running. At least one of them is. Getting up to 12. With that, the aggression has subsided. Shin going for a counterattack. Back at home, Clem, he doesn't have much in position. SCVs are vulnerable. Gets one so far. This one gets a mule as well. Just the mule. Here pulls away. Clem, he defends. He holds. Now we're building up Roach Rapture. And the question becomes, after those losses... Okay, we have the answer. I was going to say after those losses, does he cut worker production? Does he commit into Roaches? Does he go for an all-in? The answer is no. The answer is no, he is taking up. We have the imposition bit on the way. Shin is droning up his 4th, or soon to be looking to, at least taking. Focusing on Roach Ravager. Focusing on building up his army. Meanwhile, Clem, he wants that expansion. Can he get it? Dusts him in. Takes down the Overseer. Roach Ravager keeping up just in time, has arrived. Despite that, it's a lot of man with gun. It's a lot of Marines. And the hatchery is getting low. And tank bully going up. Clem picking away the expansion, and the base, it's going to go down. Massive pickoff. Again, just very delicate micro there from Clem. Just poking in every now and then, started stepping forward, kills the base, backs off. That's all he needed. And Shin's in trouble. Shin, he's in a lot of trouble here. Losing the expansion doesn't just slow down his economy, it slows down his production. His production, his army, his supply, everything. And Clem has momentum. And if Clem can deny the 4th base time and time again, I mean, that's his win condition. Just move in, deny the 4th over and over again, and just overwhelm Shin. Shin is setting up. Hive is on the way. Into a Baneley Nest. Shin is going to link Bane Roach Ravager. If you recall, Shin, he played this style earlier against Beyond on Abyssal Reef. This looks like the same style to go into Hive into Ultras. But again, that does kind of fare better on larger maps where you're given more breathing room. Here, less room to breathe against Clem. We saw it work wonders on Abyssal Reef. On Ultra Love, it's going to be more difficult. Scan reveals the hive. Clem knows, here comes the bush. Oh boy, what does he have? He's got 4 tanks, 60 marines. He has stim, he has 1-1, combat shields, because the shell finishing up just in time as well. Shin is keeping up, holding onto the ramp. Oh! Buying time. Bile does connect. But Clemmy makes it through. He busts through the ramp. Chasing Shin down. The bailing's on already. Bailing speed is not done. And without bailing speed, I don't know if he can hold on. I don't think he can. Marines, they rush forward. Lings, they try to engage. But the tanks are sieged up. They are sieged within range. And the base is going to go down for a second time. There's no saving this expansion. He's going to... Oh, the fungal! Oh my god! The fungals, they connect! Shin! Can we pop off? Takes down the tank. Oh my god. And Shin is holding. Oh my... Mate, if it wasn't for the fungal, Pappy, oh my god. Shinny fights back. That was a beautiful fungal. Despite that, is it still going to be enough? It is. He does force a big up. Does force a big up. Takes down one of the tanks. Gets one. Gets both. But we're still rallying across the map. Clem, he still has too much. Again, the Russians by ground. GG gets called despite the fungal. Still not enough. And Clem will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, you can see the power of a smaller map. Less time it takes to get across the map to reinforce. It doesn't take long at all here for the army to get across the map, to reinforce Clem, to keep on pushing, keep that pressure up. Once the 4th base went down, that was almost game then and there. Like, when the first time the 4th base was killed, that was a brutal moment here for Shin. It did kind of set things up for success for Clem. Despite that, again, impressive fungal. That was crazy from what we saw out of Shin. Almost held, but still not quite enough. GG. GG, well played. Clem, he had too much momentum, and with that, Clem takes the lead in the series. Whew. GG. GG, well played, and we're getting into our next map. We're getting into our next game. Up next, we have Frostline as game number 2. Oh boy. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaming Gladiators. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Shin. We go. Whew. As we are getting into game number 2, and Frostline is going to be an interesting one. On the one hand, Frostline, the map is larger. True, the Russians by ground is longer than that on Ultra Love. So, on the one hand, that would benefit a defending player as it takes longer for someone like Clem to reinforce across the map. That is somewhat true. Likewise, the bases are more open as well, which also could help benefit Shin in a way when it comes to trying to engage, when it comes to trying to surround the army. So we'll see if Shin can stabilize. Likewise, because his base is so wide open, it becomes more difficult for someone like Clem to use SimCity to defend these bases, to wall off, and to defend against run-bys and counterattacks. We'll see if Shin can recover. Shall see. Players are building up. I do think this map can benefit Shin a lot more compared to the previous one, but we'll see how Shin does play this out. Does he play Roaches once again? Does he embrace Lingbane instead? Now Clem going for his SCV Scout, going Reaper Expand, or Rax Expand. Standard openers, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Here we go. And when it came to Clem's build last game, again, it wasn't anything too special, nothing too crazy. Solid execution. See if that continues. For now, Shin, this time he does sneak out that drone. Set up for that 3rd expansion. Should be able to get it a lot sooner this time instead. Just checking for the 3rd. Drone moves in. So much more efficient start for Shin. Just trying to buy time for the queen, and the dance has begun. Clem shouldn't get any kills here. Just nibbling away at those lings. Queen has arrived, zones away the Reaper. And back at home, that's going to be a third CC before Starport. So the same economic opener here by Clem. Last game, this led into Cloak Banshee. See if he does the same. Reaper, oh. It's deflected. So far, zoned away. Alright, is going to be force back. There it is, Banshee follow-up, or I should say Starport follow-up. Technically, this can also lead into Hellion Liberator if we want a faster sim instead. True. Is viable if we don't want to go for the add-on swap. Otherwise, against Shin, there's no reason not to open up Banshee. Again, the chances of him going Roaches is quite high. We saw it last game, we could see it again. So it makes sense for Clem to play it safe, as there is that tech lab. Shin is investing into 10 lings behind this. Clem threatening a dive. Catches a couple of lings. Going for the third. No major damage yet. Oh! Ooh. As the Reaper goes down. Here comes that Banshee. Behind this. Creep is being denied, and he goes for the dive. He goes straight for the mineral line. Oh my god. There are enough lings. Whew. And Shin, he will hold. Doesn't deal with the Hellions, but does deflect. So far, Shin is keeping up. He's keeping up with Clem. Again, if Clem ever sees an opportunity, he will go for that dive. He's never afraid to. So thankfully, those lings did keep Shin safe. Likewise, going for 2 more maxes behind this. And this time, no Roach Warren. We have a Baneliness instead. Very safe play here by Shin, going for a Baneliness before the lair. Interesting. So really safe. Basically, this Baneliness is going to be done in time to defend against a Hellbat push, for example. So just really safe play here by Shin. It will delay the lair. It will delay the Baneling speed as well. Bear that in mind. But Shin isn't taking any chances here against Clem. He zones away the Banshee. Banshee did not research Cloak this time. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Just now finishing up. Banshee does survive and will delay the expansion. Hellions, likewise, they move in to make sure there is no backup hatchery. And still expanding. Oh, barely does get the hatchery down, but is under fire. And remember, there's no lair. The lair was delayed, which means no detection, no overseer. It's going to be denied. It's going to be cancelled. Rough start here for Shin. At the same time, Hellions, they threaten to dive. They keep Shin distracted. There's a cancellation. Oh, and Shinny's stuck on 3 bases. We saw this last game as well. But the goal for Clem to gain momentum is deny the 4th. Deny the 4th over and over again. And again, this Baneling opener did hurt Shin more than anything. Hurt him. Oh, sneaking up on the Banshees. Doesn't get them. Hellions, they check for another expansion. Shin still taking the southern base. Going into Ling main Hydra. Catching up with those upgrades as well. Getting to 1-1. Back at home, Clem is securing himself. Taking a Gas Geyser, second factory. This confirms that he's not going for an 8 racks. Building up towards a 4th CC. Can soon still move out nonetheless. Reaching at the Overlord. We can see Shin getting ready for a Ling run by. I mean, we saw this work wonders against Byun on Neo Violet Square. Can he pull this off against Clem? Ooh, as the Hellions, they're already in position. They shut down the Lings. The Ling run by is deflected. Fortunate positioning there for Clem, and he's pushing. He's moving in. Behind this Baneling speed, just now finishing up in time. Does get ahead of time. Here comes Shin. Collapsing the army. Going for the fire. Brutal tank shots though, and the Bailings, they do not connect. Oh my god. Bailings go down. That was it. There was only 2 Bailings left. 2 Bailings remain. Here come the Hellbats, and only Lings here to defend. There's 2 Bailings in the mix, and Clem, he's breaking through. He's breaking through the defensive line. There's nothing left for Shin. There's 2 Bailings, and they can be targeted down. Down to 1, down to 0. Oh, never mind. Bailings do more from behind this. They're coming in from behind. The base is going to fall. Apparently not. The Banshees, though. The Banshees, no! They focus on the hatchery. Despite the transfuse, the 4th base goes down for a 2nd time. And that's all that Clem wanted. He kills the 4th. Takes down 11 workers. Cripples the economy. And Clem is setting up for the 2nd wave. Behind this, 4th CC's on the way. Shin double expanding. Trying to keep up. And they get that Bailing surround. I mean, worked wonders. He held. But Clem's not stopping. And this is where the soup doesn't lie. This is where, I mean, the reason for this is the 4th base. It was killed twice. Twice this game. It just slows down Shin so much. He just cannot keep up macro-wise, not upon losing the bases like that. And Clem, he's up 40 supply. This has too much of a lead. He's moving in. Outside of a crazy fungal again. Shin, he's up against the wall. The base under fire. Stims in. Shin setting up the surround. And he has to collapse forward. He has 6 more Bailings on the way. They come in from behind, but they do not connect. And Clem, he's just trading well here. He's just trading efficiently regardless. Trading against Ling Bane. More Bailings coming in from behind. Up! Oh my god. And Shin, he's holding. He's holding on. Not the most efficient fight, but he is holding nonetheless. Meanwhile, Southern Base is denied once again. His hatchery barely standing. Clem, he just keeps pushing in. Doesn't stop. Doesn't back up. Just keeps going. And he wants to break Shin here and now. Ooh, 1 Bailey connects. Not bad. Bailey pops up. There's not much fire remaining. Getting ahead of time. Seeing only Hydras. 6 more Baileys morphing in. Marines, yeah, they can just trade well here. Oh my god, they just mow through the Hydras. Hydras, they can't keep up. Not with the man with gun. Oh my god. Behind this mine shot's gonna be brutal. Clem dropping in towards that 3rd. Goes to the Queen. We'll get it. Queen goes down. And Shinny just doesn't get any breathing room here. He needs Clem to back up. Let me breathe, Baki. Never again. He sims and he wins. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take the series 2-0, taking down Shin. GG. GG, well played again. Clem just once again having so much momentum, both in game 1 and in game 2, in different ways, but he was able to break down that 4th base multiple times, which set him up for success, setting up for that secondary push to make sure that Shin could not actually get into the mid game, could not actually keep up macro-wise with Clem, as he was just losing the base over and over again. With that, GG. GG, well played. Again, the win condition there for Clem is just deny the 4th. Deny the 4th, and with that, the Zerg player cannot keep up. Congratulations. Congratulations, Clem. He will secure himself as #1 in the group as he goes undefeated in Group A. But we still have 1 series left. We still have 1 series to go. As we have our Zerg versus Protoss, Shin versus Geralt. Let's go. Let us go. We have Geralt stepping into the ring. Again, Geralt, he has been improving so much over the past year. We have seen Geralt take down players of the caliber of Solar. I would say Shin is comparable. I want to believe we can have a back and forth here. On paper, I would say Shin, he is favored, of course, but Geralt has been getting some very impressive results, and I'm curious to see how he compares to Shin. Let's go. I'm excited to see them face off against each other. Go. Pungle of the year. True. Parents OP. Cry about balance somewhere else. Cry somewhere else, back. Yeah. jumping into, one of our maps here for the first time tonight. We are loading into El Dorado. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Jin. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time, papi. Let's go. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will claim the series. Will it go the way of Geralt? Will it go the way of Shin? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As this is the final series of the group. After this series, we'll be going over the group itself. We'll be going over the standings, the players advancing on, and what it means for the playoffs. We'll get there. We will get there. We at least have, of course, Clem confirmed as number 1. And we'll get into the rest of the standings afterwards. But now we're going to be setting into our openers. Hatch gas pool out of Shin. And welcome one and all to El Dorado. Again, one of the other more vetoed maps in the map pool. Likewise, more unorthodox as well. You can approach this map in a very different way depending on how you expand. You can expand towards your opponent, mine through these minerals, and gain access to the gold bases, whether it's the gold on your side of the map or the center gold base as well. There's a lot of potential here for a boosted economy. Likewise, you can expand away from your opponents, away instead, and kind of go for a longer game state. Likewise, because the rush distance by air is so short, we have seen a lot of Zerg players have success with Swarm Host play. Swarm Host in ZVP can be viable here, sending Locust Waves into the natural, sending Locust Waves into the main base as well. Dark is very fond of it. Shin, he's played around with it a little bit, but not as much as Dark is what I will say. Just bringing it up here as it is going to be an option for Shin. Another thing that is also viable here, because that rush distance by air, is Muta play. Going into Spire, going to Mutas can also be quite effective here on this map. So there are opportunities for some more unorthodox styles. As Shin, he is going to be expanding towards Geralt. Does mine through the minerals, does go for the triangular third. Meanwhile, Geralt's going for the Stargate opener. Stargate back at home, into Oracle, most likely. Void Ray openers are also very viable. They're designed to hunt down Overlords, to deny vision, deny scouting, to keep the Zerg player in the dark. So we'll see what Geralt does go for. We already had some aggressive builds previously here by Creator earlier in the broadcast, with Glaive Adepts and more Glaive Adepts and all the Glaives. Geralt, he isn't typically that kind of player though. He is a little bit more mid-game oriented. Don't see him going Glaives too often. Regardless, here we go. To open up. Not done. Oracle is our first unit of choice. And Geralt also expanding towards Shin. Bold move. Okay, so a couple of things here. If we end up in this situation where both players expand towards each other, the rush distance by ground is incredibly short. I mean, we basically have a screen dividing both players here, dividing base to base. So all-ins can hit real hard, real fast, real quick. All-ins can be favored here regarding to 2-base all-ins, 3-base all-ins. Aggression is favored. And, yeah, we'll see how Geralt is going to handle this situation. Oh boy. Of course, that's applicable to both players, true. Both Geralt and Shin. As Geralt, he's going for the Twilight Council before the third. Okay. I mentioned before that Geralt is not really one to go into Glaives, but Glaives is an option now for Geralt. As that tech is very fast. He has two options. He can either go into Glaives or he can go into faster Blink. Blink would be the more, in a sense, safer option. Keep an eye on our Protoss player. Likewise, Stage Trap being thrown down, securing his third base. Shin, likewise, still just droning up. And what do you have for us? There it is. It's going to be Blink. Now, with early Blink here, I say safer because we mentioned in the past, in the previous series, how if you rush into Blink this early on, it is done in time for an all-in. In the sense that if Shin were to go for an all-in, it's done in time to defend against it, to actually impact the fight and impact the defenses of the Protoss player. Likewise, it also does give Geralt a lot of early game map control, early game advantage. It does allow him to push forward, deny creep, deny overlords, to push in towards the bases, and to try to maintain control of the map itself. But on such a small map, it's a bold move. That's what I will say. Bold move by Geralt. Shin, he scouts, he confirms everything. He sees the Twilight Council, sees Lack the Forge. Oh my god.
Talk about BM.
Jesus. Diva, calm down. As Oracle does head into the main. Keeping tabs here on Shin, taking a lot of hold damage. Oh my god! Does take a lot of hits, does take a lot of damage. And that's a massive gateway explosion. How many gates? 7! Soon to be 10. Sorry, soon to be 9. 9 gates set up here from Geralt. It's a 3-base all-in. 3-base, oh my god, 10! There it is! 10 gate 3-base all-in out of Geralt. Mass Stalker, and nothing but Stalker. No Forge, no upgrades, no finesse here. Ooh, Stasis goes off, nice connection. And we spoke earlier, when you expand towards each other like this, all-ins are favored, and that applies to the Zerg and the Protoss. So 3-base all-in here from Geralt. He's about to send it. He's waiting for the gateways to finish up. Shin back at home. No Roach Warren. He's skipping Roaches. He's going Ling Hydra. Oh, this is risky. This is very risky here for Shin. Up against an all-in without Roaches. And with delayed Hydra production with purely Ling Queen, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy defense here for Shin. Not impossible, but not easy either. Taking the gold base, double expanding. Massing up more Lings. And here comes Geralt. And here's a proxy, I believe, 11th gate? Yep. That's the 11th gateway, by the way. Ay, ay, ay. I didn't even think we need a proxy considering how close the 3rd base is. But regardless, Lings they attempt to run by, Stalkers they're moving in, and Shin is in trouble. He is in trouble here, he's up against the wall. Lings are trying to force the defensive warp in. And there it is. Stalkers are warping in, Lings are coming for the surround. But Blink is done. Blink is done. The Oracles, they do need support though. Stalkers are going down. Not bad. Decent pickoffs there from Shin. But the Queens are exposed. And the Queens are so low, they almost go down. Not quite. Geralt did miss an opportunity there. Did miss one, moving forward. The Queens, they still maintain themselves. A lot more DPS as a result. Lings, they come in for the surround. And Stalkers, oh, Stasis does go up. Stalkers, they maintain themselves for a little bit longer. Only one Oracle, though. Queen's getting caught off a creep. Can he dive in? Not quite. Queens, once again, they escape, and the Queen count's still maintained. Shin, he's holding. He's holding, he's surviving, going for a big Ling counterattack, trying to force a recall. And probes are going down. Geralt, he has to make a choice. Does warp in, 11 probes do fall. And he turns around. Geralt, he turns back around. Shin buying so much time here. Hydras are amassing as we speak. And there's the recall. Yeah, massive win for Shin. Forcing the recall back home. Getting 11 probe kills. Lings into the main. And as all this is happening, he has a full 3rd base saturated. The Queens, they're gathering energy for of course, transfuse. Hydras are building up. Shin heals up against the wall, but he's making it. He's making a game out of this. He's holding on. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Shin. Bear that in mind. As he's got so many upgrades on the way. And the gold base is getting saturated as well. So far, this is not good enough damage from Geralt. He needs more. He needs more damage. Charge about to finish up. Lings, oh, they try to engage. Lings are being shut down. Another stasis set up. Gets baited. Stasis is baited. Charge is now done. Geralt needs to push forward. We have some wasted DPS on the expansion, on the hatchery. Zealots they charge in. Queens are finally going down. And the Hydras as well. But we need more Zealots. We need more Zealot reinforcements. Stalkers are being forced back. Better concave here with the Hydras. Where's the warp in? Where's the warp in, Papi? Oh. It's more Zealots trickling in, but it looks like Shin is holding. Yeah, he's holding on. He has plenty of Hydras. Takes down the Zealots, and without the Zealots, there's just not much here. Stalkers are exposed. They're expensive. Another Ling run by, once again crippling the economy, forcing defensive warp-ins. And these Ling run bys, they are winning Shin this game. They have won them this game, 100%. Gets us over the gateway, Star steps forward, Stalker's going down. Overall, I love the build choice here by Geralt and the execution, but the execution was just a little bit lacking. Did feel like Geralt was a little bit too tentative when it came to the execution. He was being very careful about moving forward, about diving on the queens early on. And Shinny just bought so much time. He bought so much time. And he's done it. Again, barely an economy. Takes down the Stalkers. And Shin, he breaks the third. He's broken the third base. GG gets called, and Shin, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A very intense game 1 as well. Again, overall, Geralt, everything was looking solid up until the first attack. Up until the first, I should say the first attack, the second attack really, when the queens were getting low, but when Geralt didn't press the issue, when he didn't dive on those queens, without them, then the position is weaker, then it's much more difficult for Shin to make the decision to go for a run by. You know, without those queens, then suddenly he has to keep the Lings back at home. With them, he can go for a big counterattack. He can go for these run bys instead. He can afford to do so, just pulling Geralt back home, buying more time until he messed up those Hydras. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, grace under pressure there for Shin, as it does take the first game, and that leads us here into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Game number 2 here, it's going to be on Ultra Love. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. One game away from making it, or from taking down Geralt. One more game to take the series. Let's go. Also, thanks to those in the chat keeping track of the scores on the Wikipedia. Apparently, Geralt, he could not afford to lose a map in this series to make it out of the group. So, yeah, there was a little more weight on Geralt's shoulders on that previous map, on El Dorado. And again, it came so close. It came so close. The build, the setup, all was looking good. Casito, papi, casito. Almost. But now we're settling into Game 2. Game 2, welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a more defendable map here. What I mean by that is we have a ramp. We have a ramp coming into the natural. We have a choke point coming into the third. We have a destructible tower as well to just knock it down to buy more time. And also a choke point here at the fourth base as well. So typically a little more defendable here. And we'll see how Geralt will approach this. On the flip side, the rush distance by ground is quite short. You know, we saw that from the side of Clem, for example, in Clem versus Shin, how it takes so little time to reinforce and to get across the map on Ultra Love. So if Geralt wanted to be aggressive, then this map could help him there, could assist him. But after game 1, after the failed 3-base all-in, the failed 11 gate, I feel like we're probably going to be deviating away from that. I feel like we've gotten that out of our system. Most likely something more standard this time. We'll see. We shall see. As Shin is going hatch gas pool. Settling in back at home. Taking his opponent. And we'll see what other builds Geralt has up his sleeve. Zerg lives. Not good enough. How dare we have one Zerg in the playoffs? Crazy, Bobby, crazy. True, true. Too much, too much. Oh, no. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Then we have our Stargate opener. Stargate's halfway done. Back into Oracle once again. We'll see if he does go for the Void Ray instead. Now dancing with the army. is going to be that Oracle initially here for Geralt. Interesting that he's actually rallied back home. I'm curious if Geralt is going to try to hide the Oracles and preserve them and build them up before moving out. We'll keep an eye on whether or not he moves out with the first Oracle. Third base on the way. And this time the third base is on time and on location. As a reminder, last game, Geralt he went for a Twilight Council before the third expansion. Oh, that's still an early Twilight Council though. Never mind. Twilight Council has been placed, and once again we pose the question. Do we go for Glaives? Do we go for early Blink? These are the two options. As it is a very fast Twilight Council. Not as fast as last game, of course, but fast nonetheless. Again, there is no forge, there is no upgrade, no +1. It's going to be delayed instead in favor of early aggression. What's it going to be? Meanwhile, Oracle moves out. Gets a couple of tumors. He didn't preserve it. Moves out, denies an Overlord. Not bad. Rotating into the main. Gateways are being thrown down, and it is in fact going to be Blink. So early Blink once again here for Geralt. This build looks similar to last game, but so far, as I mentioned before, this should be, I mean, I say should be, it is an aggressive start, but doesn't have to lead into a 3-base all-in. As long as they hit the third. Geralt so far is keeping up, he does defend. Does have his 4-gate setup. If he goes for a gateway explosion behind this, then sure, 3-base all-in, but until then, he's setting up. He's setting up, he's looking to gain map control, looking to try to pin Shin back home and keep him contained. That Blink is now halfway done. Shin, likewise, just like the previous game, that's going to be an Evo Chamber into +1 melee, into Lair, into... Oh, sorry, there was a Safety Roach Warren this time. Okay. Safety Roach Warren out of Shin. Does only get caught with his pants down. Not again. Sword ups to 4. Links, they shut down the Adept Aggression. And so far is keeping up. Do you see what I see? I see more gates. Oh god. He's doing it again. No gases. No gases at the third base. He throws down 4 gates in addition to the 4 gates he already has. 8-gate setup. Most likely a proxy 4th gate as well. We're getting ready here for another 3-base all-in. I say that is taking an extra gas geyser to afford extra Stalker Warpins. Regardless, we're looking for that proxy pylon. There it is. There's the proxy. There's the probe. Proxy pylon. Proxy gateway. 3-base all-in. Let's go. Now the execution here is a little bit different compared to game 1, but the end goal is the same. But what I will say, this time there are roaches. This time we don't see Shin struggling to defend with purely Ling Queen. This time he has Ling Roach to defend. It's much more stable, much more solid. This time Shin is playing safe. This time he is safe. Lings, they do get across the map. Yaudi's setting up for the push. And he is expanding behind this, actually. He is very committed, but it looks like he is pulling back. He's not feeling as confident that he can break through. I mean, he's still going for the proxy. Like, it's still 9 gates. The expansion is throwing me off a little bit, not gonna lie. He's all in, but he doesn't want to be all in. Interesting. He's some in, back. He's some in. Which makes me concerned. Bearing in mind there's no forge, there's no upgrades, there's no further tech. It's purely Stalker Zealot. Like, this army does not scale well into a longer game. And yeah, you can see here, he's trying to transition out of this. He does not have faith. He saw the roaches and he doesn't believe he can break through. We have the forge for +1, 4th base for saturation. His heart isn't in this. Does catch us on the roaches though. Not bad. Blinks forward. A couple of roaches do go down, getting to +1 range. More leagues coming to reinforce. And he needs to break through. He needs to get damage done here. Geralt, I mean. Otherwise, it's not going to be worth it. Sapphire is bleeding out more stalkers. Forced to recall. Ling run. No, the roaches, they bust into the natural. Probes are going down. Roaches into the main as well. And the aggression has failed. A nice stasis trap. Very nice stasis. Despite that, workers are being targeted. Roach is being forced back home. And Shin, he holds. He does hold, and he will soon break this position. And once he does, the 4th base is going to be in danger. boy. Is going to be in danger here. We can see we can see Geralt trying to reinforce, moving out across the map. Trying to get here in time. Shin he dives on top of the army. And once again, brutal losses for these Stalkers. Files, oh, they do connect. And Geralt, he's crumbling here. But they got so many Stalkers, Zell reinforces as well. And these are losses that Geralt can't afford. Remember, he was some in. like basically all in. And so now being forced further back. And again, behind this is no Immortal production, there's no Archons, no Storm, no Colossus, no nothing, just pure Gateway Man. Pure Swarm Toss. Zell's get overwhelmed. Geralt, he's being ambitious here. I mean, he has to be. Getting adventurous. Going further into creep. Sniping a queen. Up, going for the tower. Let's go. Oh my god. Knocks down the tower. Does cut off the army. Doesn't quite connect the way we were hoping. But nice moves out of Geralt. But last, as you can see here, is falling in supply. The proxy has been dealt with. Does plummet in supply. His army does not scale well here into the mid game. Does have some decent saturation here, but it's the army that I'm concerned by. It's 0-0 Stalkers. And Shin is now finishing up +2. Now finishing up +2. Yo, base trade? do we just commit? We could. Let our enemy know our fury. Base is gonna go down, and Shin, yeah, he commits. At this point, he sends it. Dives into the natural. Do we have a recall? Recall is available. Oh my god. Files to connect. And Geralt, he's racing back home. He's racing back. Lings, they hit the fourth. Probes are going down left and right. The wall has been broken. And Shinny busts into the main. Oh. Rotates back over. Does spot the army. He wants it. He wants the Stalkers. And he's going to get them as well. Collapses the main army. Depowering the gateways. And there's just an overwhelming Road Ravager army here for Shin. The fourth base is falling. And this was a really interesting execution here of an A gate from Geralt. I'll say that. I will say that at least. On the tower, let's go. Oh my god. Doesn't get the roaches. Doesn't quite get them. Shout out to Geralt. GG gets called, and Shin, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Shin, he will claim the series, will take down Geralt. Once again, very aggressive builds out of Geralt, both in Game 1 and in Game 2. Game 1, it was an 11-gate 3-base all-in. Here in Game 2, it was meant to be a 9-gate 3-base all-in, but we saw an interesting deviation. Geralt, he took the expansion. He did take an extra gas geyser as well. He did throw down, he did start throwing down a forge. Like, again, it was just a really interesting build out of Geralt. It was like he opened up all-in, but he tried to transition out of it, but it's difficult to get out of an all-in when you commit like that, so yeah, just a really rough position there for Geralt. It was damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you remember, Geralt, he made that decision when he saw the roaches. When he saw the roaches, he was like, oh, you're not being as greedy this time. This isn't going to be as effective, and it did feel like Geralt, his confidence did falter like in his build, and he tried to get out of it. In the end, he was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shin does claim the series 2-0, and I believe that will wrap up Group A. That will wrap up Group A. And we have some updates here. Let's go. Let's catch up on the group stage. Let's catch up on the WardiTV February. Let's go. Now we had Shin taking down Creator, we had Shin taking down Björn, Clem took down Shin, and Shin took down Geralt. I believe with this scoreline, Shin has done well enough to make it into those playoffs. Let's refresh that Wikipedia page, and let's catch up on the standings. There we go. Bam. Beautiful. Bam, here we go. Okay, we have our group stage. We have our group stage finalized. Clem, he comes out in first place with an unbroken, unbeaten score of 4-0. Very strong results here out of Clem. Followed by Shin. Shin comes out in second place and Björn in third. My condolences to both Creator and Geralt as they do not make it through the group stage. They do get knocked out. My condolences. Again, was a rough group to begin with. And again, shout out to Wardy, of course, for covering the beginning of Group A and of course the remainder of the group stage. Wardy, he did cover Group B. Group B, we had Cure, Hero, and Showtime making it through. Solar was knocked out. Likewise, so was Harstem. So very strong showing here from our Protoss and Terran representatives. Group C, can I scroll out a little bit? There we go. Group C, we had Spirit, Skillus, and Gumiho. Viewers were referencing this earlier as well. Jumi, he barely didn't make it through. You can see here, Jumi and Gumiho were tied, and if you watch those matches, Jumi actually had a really close series against Gumiho as well. Jumi, he has been popping off. He's been looking very good as of late. So GG, well played. Jumi barely doesn't advance on, but I know that Jumi, he's very satisfied with his performance, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of him in the future. And then it was Spirit, Skillus, and Gumiho making it through. GG, well played. We do see that Jumi and Rogue did not quite advance. And scrolling down, we have Group D. We have Zaun, Classic, and Bunny making it out of the group stage. We did have predictions for this, what was it, a couple of days ago during the podcast, and I believe this was what we went for. I remember, I think both Yako and I, we both had faith in Bunny, and I think we both were in line going Bunny, Zaun, and Classic. Like, we're big fans of Ryung, but this was a rough group for him. Like, Ryung, he's a TVT specialist, but not a lot of Terrans here, and congratulations to Zaun, Classic, and Bunny. And oh my god, that does lead us here into the brackets. We have our round of 12. We have Hero, Björn, Shin, Showtime, Skillus, Bunny, Classic, and Gumiho all facing off in the round of 12. Oh my god. Okay. We have some spicy matchups here. Again, Hero versus Björn is going to be a great one, I'm sure. I'm uncertain if these are... I imagine they're going to be best of 3s initially, potentially best of 5s. Do check them out, though. Likewise, we have a one Zerg player. Let's go. We have our lone Zerg here in Shin going up against Showtime in the round of 12. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. The one Zerg against the wall of Terran and Protoss. Best of luck. Best of luck. Hope we're able to get Shin represent Zerg at least a little bit further in the bracket. At least a little bit. Skills versus Bunny going to be a lot of fun. We're big Bunny fans here. Big CJ Entis fans, I should say. So Bunny always near and dear to our hearts. Best of luck against Nikita. That's gonna be a rough one. I want them both to do well. I want both Nikita and Bunny to excel. Regardless, when it goes up against Clem, it's going to be rough for anyone to make it through. And we have Classic and Gumiho facing off in a TVP when it goes up against Cure. That's going to be a fun one. Gumiho, he's one of the few Terrans out there. It's like Gumiho and Ryung. They're the two Terrans that are willing to play mech against Protoss. And I'm expecting it at least once in that series. I look forward to it. Best of luck to everyone involved. And of course, based on the seeding, we have Zaun, Spirit, Clem, and Cure already waiting in the quarterfinals. And again, this is going to be in how many, or in a day, in 24 hours. In 24 hours time, 24 hours from this message, check out Wardy's channel. He's going to be all over the broadcast, going to be all over the playoffs. I believe this will be taking place over the course of the weekend. So, multi-day event, plenty of matches, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. Do check it out over on Wardy's channel. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, we are going to be wrapping up for the time being. Again, this is our second cast of the day, and we are going to be live in not long, actually, with our next broadcast. For those that are curious, for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, welcome to the CranKy Ducklings. We are live on a daily basis here, multiple times every single day. As you can see here, our weekly schedule. We are currently on Friday. We just wrapped up with the WardiTV February 2025 Group A, and up next in 15 minutes, so I have a little bit of time to set everything up, to set up the overlays. We're going to be live with the OSC King of the Hill. OSC King of the Hill here at 10 p.m. KST. Sorry, I believe it begins at 9 p.m. KST, actually. So, in 15 minutes, we're going to be live with OC King of the Hill. Tomorrow, we're going to be live with Amantes. Amantes de StarCraft. That is a Brazilian-only tournament at 9 a.m. We have SDO at 6 p.m. We have OSC Season 12 Championship on Sunday, and we have Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday as well. Typically, here on the CranKy Ducklings, we have half a day off. That is Wednesdays. There's a reason why, if I wanted to, I could actually slot in another cast on Wednesday evening, but you know, our new initiative here is I would like to have at least a bit of time to ourselves to do something outside of just casting StarCraft. So we do have half a day off on Wednesdays, but outside of that, non-stop StarCraft. Oh boy. Non-stop StarCraft here on the channel. So yeah, do check out, of course, Wardy's channel tomorrow for the playoffs. Meanwhile, we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have the King of the Hill. We'll have that OSC King of the Hill ready for you here and now. Dude just needs some time to set up the overlays and to get things ready. Let's go. Let us go. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Again, you can support us via following us on all the social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. It was recently announced, of course, that Twitch, they are removing their VOD system, basically, and we no longer will be hosting our VODs on Twitch, but YouTube is the place to be. So if you see something here that you want to watch live, and you cannot because of the time zone or the time slot, then check out our VODs over on YouTube, as they are uploaded on a daily basis. Plenty of VODs, plenty of content on YouTube. That is the place to be. Otherwise, thanks for watching. You can also support us on Patreon, exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. Speaking of Patreon, I believe Wardy's event, I believe this February event, is actually funded via his Patreon, so do check out his Patreon for more Wardy tournaments. Likewise, you can check out ours for more of our events as well. Our Patreon does fund our weekly tournaments like our monthly tournaments like SDO and MSO, and our weekly tournaments like Sparkling Tunic Cup as well. So plenty of ways to support content creators out there or StarCraft tournaments out there and the StarCraft scene. Likewise, of course, I have to mention KSL for also having their own Patreon as well for the Korean StarCraft League. Otherwise, with that, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on around a 15-minute or so break. When we come back, we'll have our next cast. We'll have some more StarCraft action. See you soon. See you soon. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you next time. We have half a day off Luxury Life. Well, this is only for 2025. Last year, I didn't have any. I didn't even get half a day off. 2024, 2023, 2022, it was 2 casts a day every single day, sometimes 3, sometimes 4. But we have decided that it would be nice if we had some free time. So this is new for this year. For 2025, we get half a day. Let's go. It's over. How dare we? How dare we? That's our initiative for this year. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes here with some more StarCraft action. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 201, your weekly dose of King of the Hill StarCraft. I'm, of course, Showside VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. We just wrapped up with the WardiTV February Group A, and now we are here with our third broadcast of the day. We're here with the King of the Hill. We'll get into the format as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline. We have our yellow Protoss player, our yellow Protoss from land of Czechia. It is Sebestis for Team Brody. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the teal Protoss. It is Luna C. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this best of one. As a reminder, it's a best of one, papi. It's the best of one King of the Hill format. Let us go. For those that are curious, the way this works is 2 players enter and 1 player will fall. The winner here of this best of one will actually stay on for the next series until they eventually get knocked down. If they never get knocked down, well, then they will just walk away with even more money. Let's go. Again, you earn prize money depending on how many wins you accumulate during your reign as the King of the Hill. Here we go. So yeah, we have our initial starting match here, and we have 15 best of ones. 15 players, 15 best of ones here are ahead of us. Oh boy. And we'll see who our first King of the Hill is going to be. But now we're opening up with our PvP, Sebestis and Lunacy. We have our 2-gate opener out of our Protoss, likewise 2-gate opener out of our yellow Protoss as well. So mirrored builds for the time being. As we are opening up. Once the Cyber Core is done, we can get into our initial units of choice, into Double Adept, Double Stalker, or Stalker Sentry, or even Sentry Expand. Now, my eyes are going to be on Lunacy for the most part. Lunacy is a very aggressive Protoss player. I would say one of the most aggressive Protoss players in all of South Korea. I say one of because, of course, Hero and Classic and the other big Protosses are also quite aggressive themselves. But Lunacy at times is even more so an animal. It's very rare to see a standard macro game involving Lunacy, as he's opening up standard, to be fair, Stalker Sentry. Likewise, Stalker Sentry opener out of Sebestis as well. So far, mirrored builds. And from here, we can build up, take our naturals, and get in towards the mid-game. So far, so good. Both players, they scout each other. They confirm the second pylon in the main base, so no hidden proxy, no hidden pylon from either player. Both do confirm, and the probe is hunted down. Probe is to be hunted down. Of course, exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the brackets yourselves. I mean, the brackets should be empty aside from the starting players. But regardless, you can see the format, you can see the setup. For more specifics here, of course, the challenger does pick the map. The current King of the Hill will be able to veto their first map as well. We'll get into it. For now, we have our best of one. We have our best of one, and we have our take-off choice as well. Going to be a robot opener out of Lunacy. Meanwhile, Twilight Council from Sebestis. With this Twilight Council opener, we should be seeing a blink-based play from our yellow Protoss player. Meanwhile, instead, we should be seeing something more defensive here initially from Lunacy. With a robo, it does typically lead into an early Immortal, so Immortal production from our blue Protoss. We could open up with a Prism to get across the map to harass, of course, to get into the mineral line. We have options with how we want to play this out. We do have options. As we have our first Prism being chronoed as well. Oh, got supply block though. Lunacy. A bit of a wasted chrono as we are supply block. The Nexus is still not yet done. So less than ideal here from our teal Protoss player. There we go. Prism is now on the way. And with this, we can move out across the map. Hallucination will confirm. Gets eyes on the robo, gets eyes on the Twilight Council as well. Sebestis is aware. And with this Prism, Lunacy, his goal, as it is barely spotted towards the end, but the goal should be to head towards the mineral lines. There we go, we have 4 sentries. 4 sentries? Yo, what's going on? Okay. Lunacy moving out with his depths, moving out with his 4 sentries as well. Has potential to force field the ramp. We'll see how he does approach this. For now, threatens a Shade. Shade to the main. Stalkers are in position. Upstate committed to the shade. They commit to the mineral line, and probes are going down. Two Upstate and one-shot workers. So far, 3 probe kills. So far, not bad. Likewise, sentries to go for the mineral line. They lock them down, and probes are falling. Oh my god! It does force field the mineral line, getting 7 probe kills. Oh my god! That's a lot of probes. Does get 7, 8 towards the end for 1 sentry. Not a bad trade here for Lunacy whatsoever. It's not often you see a sentry drop into the mineral line. I mean, hey, it worked well. Did work well. Gets 8 probes. Gets the hell out of there. Sebes is being active. I do apologize for the dropped frames. I will say that. I do notice it, of course, and I think part of it is just the server that we're playing on. We are playing on NA Central. Behind this, massive gateway explosion. And it's a 2-base all-in. Yeah, I mean, this is what we expect out of Lunacy. I mentioned before that he is typically a very aggressive player. Doesn't mean he has to cheese at the start of the game in proxy, but 2-base all-in nonetheless. 2-base all-in here, getting up to, what, 7 gateway stalkers. They blink into the main. They depower the gates. Oh my god, massive pickup. The pylon is going to go down. And that even supply blocks Lunacy. The supply block. Glaives on the way. Lunacy trying to build up. But the best is he does blink away. Does blink away just in time. Behind this, going for a bay? What? 2-base Disruptor? 2-base Colossus? Interesting. Oh no! As the Prism is going to go down. Oh. Prism does fall. The best is pulling away. Does pull away. Sebes is dancing with the initial army. Peeking away at the units. We'll pull out. So far, catching another Stalker, slowing down Lunacy. Lunacy, he has built up towards 3 Immortals, and the gateways are repowered. Remember, he is still 2-base all-in, and is going to be reinforced with Mass Adept. Now, Sebes is he already scouted. Back at home, cannons. Cannon, shield battery, side defense, all securing himself here in the main and in the natural. Disruptor production has begun. Bold move with the Disruptors. And we'll see how many he can amass before the all-in arrives. That's going to be a lot of Adepts. It's going to be a massive army. And there is going to be potential with those Purification Novas. Lunacy is massing up. Soon be pushing across the map. Soon be moving out. Sebes has just checked the 3rd. Confirms that there's no expansion. Confirms that the all-in is still coming. Lunacy? He commits to the shade? Wait, what? The Prism is gonna fall. It does barely escape. Immortals are exposed. The army is... This was not intentional, by the way. Lunacy, bring it together. we need to calm down. As the army has arrived. Is pushing it towards that natural. There's that Nova. Up to 2 Disruptors. Sebes does counterattack. There's a shield battery. Likewise, Adepts diving on the main army. Where are the Novas? Where exactly are they? Adepts taking into shade. Massive connection. Oh my god. Adepts do go down. There's only 1 Nova, and there's still 4 Immortals behind this. Yeah, Lunacy breaking through. Across the map Stalkers, they also break through into the natural. Mineral line's going to be going down, and the natural waste is going to be forfeit for Sebes. As Lunacy, he will not get down. Likewise, Lunacy losing his own natural as well. Up! Never goes off. Does graze the Immortals. Prism has the right to reinforce. And Lunacy is forcing his way in. There is no force field. There is nothing here to stop at the ramp. Will commit to the shade. And can he focus down that Disruptor? He can. 1 more Nova goes off. Ooh, massive connection. Despite that, though, the Immortals, they can tank the shots. And it looks like Lunacy, he has done it. He breaks through the defensive line. Busts into the mineral line. Boys are going down. And there's almost nothing left here for Sebes. Across the map, he's also depowering the gateways, but Lunacy can always recall. Can try to recall for now, just depowering everything. And GG gets called. Lunacy, he overwhelms, and Lunacy will take game number 1 and is our first King of the Hill of the night. GG. GG, well played, Lunacy. He will claim the first game here. He will knock Sebes out of the tournament, and Lunacy will take the crown for himself. GG will play it again, a brutal 2-base all-in. Unfortunately, I do love the decision to go into Disruptors. I mean, we saw some big detonations and big connections. Unfortunately, Sebestis, he only had half his army. He was defending with half his army. The other half was across the map instead. And he just did not have enough to maintain himself, to hold on, to survive. And with that, he was overwhelmed. He was overwhelmed. GG, well played. Lunacy does take a lead, or does claim the first game. But the question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next? As we are going to be getting ready here for our next best of one. Go. So again, we might see more Sebestis in the future, towards the end of the night. If we run out of players, if we run out of invites, then we might start to repeat. But until then, we should be seeing 15 unique competitors here tonight. And who will rise to the challenge? Who will try to face off against Lunacy? Who will step up? I see Cham. Oh, El Cham. Good morning, Cham. Oh my god. I know it's quite early. El Chamaco back. I see he's lurking in-game. I'm sure we're going to be seeing some of the other Polish Protoss players as well, as they usually are regulars in this event. We'll see who else. No MaxPax? We might see MaxPax later on, but you're correct. MaxPax, he was the reigning King of the Hill from last week, but he did choose not to reprise his role here. It's probably too early in the morning. I know that MaxPax usually wakes up like, 2, 3 p.m. sort of thing. Like, he's typically a bit of a late riser when it comes to waking up. He's shaking my head. So it might be a little bit too early, but he might be able to join us later because of that. He might join us later on in the evening. We might see some MaxPax later on. Don't you worry. Otherwise, it looks like we might have a little bit of downtime here, just securing our next player. Maybe not expecting the game to be as quick as it was. So we might have a bit of downtime here. So as a result, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready here for a night of StarCraft to come. Again, the tournament is still, we're still in the early rounds of the event. There's still many more matches and many more players coming up ahead of us. Until then, we're going to be going on that short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next best of one. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the downtime. Do apologize, but we have returned with our second best of one of the night. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our challenger. We have our would-be usurper. We have the orange Zerg player. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the teal Protoss player from South Korea, the current king of the hill. It is Luna C. We go. And of course, for those that are curious how the let's go for how the format works, it is a challenger map pick. So the current king of the hill gets one veto. So Lunacy, he got one veto available to him, and GG Machine, he could pick whatever map he so chose to from then on forward. And we are spawning in and loading in to Neon Violet Square and opening up with a hatch block. Let's go. Drone does move out, a hatchery is going to be on the way, and the goal here is to disrupt the opener, is to delay the expansion, and to force us mine time out of Lunacy. And there it is, hatchery has been thrown down. From here, the boys are being pulled, they have to focus on the expansion, likewise a zealot has to be chronoed out, and the nexus is going to be delayed. Behind this, GG Machine expands. Behind this, we have an expansion, we take the natural, we go to our gases, we drone on up. GG Machine, this is not an all-in, bear that in mind. No all-in out of GG Machine, is instead supposed to be something more economic. You know, Violet Square is so old that it's in the first ever duct tape. True. Oh no, is that true? Is that real? Exclamation mark duct tape. I remember I remember there was a clip of me where I think I accidentally rallied my queens across the map. Like I injected and I was meant to spread creep, but I think they rallied across the map and yeah, they just died. I think there was a clip of that. I remember that on Neo Violet Square. Yo, that's crazy. That was back in 2017. Oh my god. Long time ago, Pat. Long time ago. That's insane. But true. I think there were a couple of other clips as well. Yeah, that was in the second one. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Bailey clip. True. That's what I remember. Fun fact, for now, the hatchery is being focused down. The hatchery is going to die. Again, we do let it finish just to buy a little bit more time with that creep and just to delay a little bit further. But there's no rush. Remember, there is no rush with this. But yes, there is a clip of me playing. Oh, we're going for the gold. Let's go. Hey, GG Machine, calm down. Goes hatch gas pool. I mean, extra hatchery into the gold base as well. But there was a clip where I accidentally pressed the wrong hotkey and I manually detonated every single one of my Bailings on this map. I just blow my own Bailings. I was out of, and fun fact, now it's chronicled, that was also the day that I unbound manual detonation on my Bailings and I never rebounded. Never again, Pappy, never again. Oh no. That was the day. That was the day. Dark times. As steps to do shade past the army. Again, goal base on the way. I believe Lunacy has not confirmed, has not gotten eyes on this. Running a shade into the main. Link speed is on the way. So far, GG Machine still just running up, saturating his bases. Lunacy is unaware. And behind this is going to be opening up with the Stargate. So Stargate opener here out of Lunacy. Likewise, Overlord will confirm the opener, will confirm the tech. GG Machine, he gets eyes on his opponent. And again, Lunacy, he's typically more aggressive. Last game, we did see a 2-base all-in out of our Protoss. This time, what do you have for us? Also, oh my god, my apologies, I forgot. Get your Gamba going. I know it's late, I do apologize, but I mean, it's still in the early game. Like, we're still settling in. But predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this best of one. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, this is a best of one, not a best of three. So predictions. Oh my, he's rushing into Skytoss. He's crazy. Stargate opener into Fleet Beacon. Without even making a single Oracle. So he's rushing into Skytoss. Lings are going to surround. Nice pickoff. They shut down the Zealots. Lunacy, he's ready. So whole position. Setting up back at home. There it is. A Void Ray opener initially to hunt down the Overlords. Deny vision, deny scouting. And GG Machine, what I will say though is that he will have a boosted economy thanks to the gold. And Lunacy, he never scouted, he never confirmed. So on the one hand, yes, Lunacy is rushing into Tempest, rushing into Carrier. Like, there is a value here in rushing into Skytoss. That is true. He is safe and secure on 2 bases and soon to be on 3 bases with that pocket base. But GG Machine, he's gone over so much already. And with this boosted economy, he can afford a faster lair into faster Hydra production. For now, though, is committing into an Evo Chamber and a Roach Warren. He doesn't yet know what's going on. Doesn't know. Okay, as the Tempest is on the way. It is going to be Tempest first from Luna Sea. The machine just going to be saturating his third. A Void Ray moves over. Yo, the skin is looking interesting on this Void Ray. It looks empty inside. Are we like missing a graphic or something? Like, where's the crystal? As your Overlord does go down. Am I crazy? Usually there's like a crystal inside the Void Ray, right? Like, like it looks so hollow. I don't know, maybe it's just the lighting. Maybe. Void Ray does rotate. Don't forget, you did that right as Milk scanned, so he saw what happened. I think that's true. Yeah. I think Milk scanned me. Meanwhile, Lunacy, he's going... Hold up. Okay. He's going Tempest first into Gateways into a Glaive Adept transition. He's going to be revealing his Tempest, trying to force a reaction here out of GG Machine. And then rushing into Glaive Adepts. He's crazy. He's not making a second Tempest. It's not Sky Toss. It's a fake out. It is a fake, but GG Machine, he has roaches anyway. Roaches are amassing. Tempest has arrived. Catching out some workers. And the ground army is moving out. They're forcing out a Spire. Spire is on the way. Spire is on the way. Void Ray in between the bases. Takes out an Overlord. And here comes our Zerg player. And can he break through this? Glaives is not done yet. And without Glaives, these Adepts, I mean, they're going to be that much more lackluster. Going for the Pylon. There's the recall. Does recall the Void Ray. Pylon goes down. Depowers the Gateways. The Adepts are revealed. And now he knows. Now he's aware of the Adepts. Tempest will wreaking havoc. Roach is going to be forced back. He spots all the Adepts. And he should know. And this should be massing up more Lings, more Roaches. Roaches are being caught out. Let's definitely Shade fast. Tempest still getting damage done. 7 drone kills, not bad. Roaches forced to engage. 10 more Roaches in production. Devastation to the middle line. Drones are going to be going down. Oh my god. And with Glaives finishing up, there's going to be 16 to 18 drones falling in the blink of an eye. They're still not done. Catching even more workers. 19 drone kills. And with that, Lunacy does cripple the economy, shading it towards that natural. GG Machine does keep up. Does shut them down. Does hold. Oh my god. Does hold on for the time being. Mothership is on the way into Blink. The Spire is now done. What do we do with this? We go into Mutas. Again, Corruptors, there's no place for them here. There's only one Tempest and one Void Ray. Even then, I believe the Tempest is still alive. Still kicking. But GG Machine once again moving out. Does try to resaturate that gold. Mutas, they are revealed. And Phoenix production has begun. Getting to Phoenixes. We're just moving out, trying to force a way in. Yeah, Blink is not yet done. Stalkers are falling. Mutas, they collapse on the Tempest and on the Void Ray. And GG Machine looks like he has done enough. He breaks through the Sky Toss. Waddles into the main. The Phoenix has arrived, but there's only so much it can do. As workers are going down. And again, the economy is crippled. Boys are being pulled into Roaches. You hate to see it. And GG Machine, he has done it. He breaks through the defensive line. He breaks the defenses of Lunacy. There's one Phoenix. There's a mothership. True. We have the mothership. Activates Cloak. There is no detection. It doesn't matter. It still does not matter. Mutas, they avoid the mothership, which is flooding lanes across the map at this point. Going for the production, and GG gets called. GG Machine. He will take down Lunacy, and he will be our new King of the Hill. GG. GG Machine, he will take it. He will bring Lunacy down. A crazy build out of Lunacy. Remember, he went into initially Tempest Rush, then into Glaive Adepts. He did do a crippling amount of economic damage, but he was not ready here for what came next. For the Roaches, for the Lings, for the intense counterattack. Lunacy, he was kind of stumbling his way into Blink Stalkers. No shield battery at the mineral line, by the way, or at the natural. There was no defensive setup. GG. GG well played. GG Machine, he will be our new king of the hill, and the question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next? Let's go. As we are heading over to the European server, and we have another ZVP ready for us. Oh boy. So GG Machine, he takes down Lunacy, but now he's going to be going up against a very different kind of Protoss player. Protoss player from the Netherlands. It's going to be GG Machine up against Hydra in our third best of one. Let's go. Hydra, who I believe is teamless. I know he was on Team Roddy for a while. So we'll have to double check. What's up? Oh no, so alright, my apologies. He was recently picked up. He's on a new team. Hydra, he is on Alien Esports. Let's go. Of course, Alien Esports picking up a lot of players recently. Hydra, Nikic, Inexorable, alongside a couple of others. Arrowfire, of course. Arrowfire as well. And it looks like we have our game. Game 3 is going to be on Ley Lines. Let's go. On a much smaller map this time. Smaller map. And we'll see how Hydra will approach this. Again, I actually haven't really casted much of Hydra in recent months, I will say. Again, Hydra, he hasn't been as active in recent times, but upon being picked up by Alien Esports, I'm sure he's going to be that much more active, that much more competitive. And we'll see how he compares. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the red Zerg player, the current king of the hill, with one win under his belt. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player from Land of the Netherlands, representing Alien Esports. It is Hydra. Here we go. Yo, I said no clone in the chat. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Like drinking from the invisible bottle. Yes, yes. It was not intentional at all, but my bottle does happen to be green, so can't see it. Can't see what I'm drinking. Oh no. Don't know. Don't know what sustains me. As for now, we have our standard openers here. And again, Hydra, he was usually one to play very mid-game oriented, at least in the past. Again, it's been quite some time since I've had the luxury of casting Hydra, so I'm ready to be reintroduced once again to his current meta and his current style. But now, Hatch Gas Spool Opener out of GG Machine. This time, not going for the hatch block across the map. This time, we're settling into a standard opener. From both sides. Missed you guys. Oh, is the microwave safe? Is it? Is the microwave safe and sound? Ah, no. Look after yourself. Research cloak for the bottle. Yes, yes. It was an expensive bottle. Very expensive. Ah, no. As we are setting up, just running up, just saturating. So far, it's settling in. We will soon get into our tech of choice. Cybercore about to finish up, and from here we can go into the Stargate or the Twilight Council. Based on the pylon placement, looks to be something more aggressive here. Typically, if we see a Stargate opener, the pylon is placed over on the right-hand side, so there's a higher chance that we might go for a Twilight Council. Yep, there it is. Twilight Council is on the way. And again, based on the pylon placement, it is designed to hide the tech more so than to reduce the time it takes for the Oracle to get across the map, so it was a tell. Was a tell here for Hydra. Alas, the Overlord is still at the natural. It's still being pinned back. And the Stalker's being chronoed to keep that Overlord pinned at the natural base. So no scouting here from GG Machine. No scout yet. Oh, the Ling is on the way. Stalker's in position. Overlord is zoned. And from here, Hydra, does he pull out or does he stay in? If he pulls out, we could see 4 Gate Glaives. If he stays in, then DTs instead. Could see that Dark Shrine. That will shade across the map, keeping eyes on his opponent. He stays in gas, Dark Shrine. There it is. So it's going to be a DT opener here by Hydra. With this, this can lead into, of course, a follow-up Archon drop. This is not an all-in. Bear that in mind. It's not an all-in. DTs, they move out. They look to get some damage. They back off. They morph into Archons. They maintain map control by hunting down Overlords, hunting down Queens, and keeping GG Machine pinned back at home while Hydra expands. So this is meant to kind of lead into a longer game state. And we'll see what Hydra can accomplish with the Dark Templar and with the Archons thereafter. As here comes that Prism. Bit far. Prism does move out. Prism moves out. Depths are revealed. This is to make it look like it's going to be Clave Depths. As we have yet to morph in those Dark Templar. GG Machine back at home. He's getting ready to wall off here at the ramp or at the natural. Massing up roaches. Lair is on the way. I don't see any spores. Uh-oh. No spores. No spores in position. GG Machine. He believes it's Glaives. It's not. 4 Dark Templar warping in. And the pants, they're down. Yeah, warping in. There is that one spore, but it is not burrowed. And he can even focus it down. It does head for the mineral line. The boys are being pulled away. Diving on the spore. Lair is halfway done. Prism taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Oh my god, but yeah, it's going to be targeted down. There's no surviving this. The spore does fall. And he's going for the lair. No shot. He's going for the lair. He's going to get it. Spores, they're morphing in. It's going to be close. Nah, he's going to get it here. I mean, the transfuse will keep alive a little bit longer, but the lair does fall. Massive pickoff. Spore does finish up. DTs are locked in. But one Dark Templar does waddle away. Does escape. We have a spore at the main. Third base is exposed. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, thankfully, at least GG Machine does catch 3 of those Dark Templar, but only 3. From here, Hydra pulls away, back at home, building up Immortals, throwing down more gateways, getting up to Jesus up. Almost 8 gate setup. He's turning this into a 2-base all-in. He could have expanded. He chose, instead of a Nexus, 4 gates. 4 more gateways, Forge +1, and 2-base all-in at a Hydra. And he's pretty well set up, to be honest. GG Machine is stuck on 2 bases. No lair. What does that mean? No roach speed. That's a big thing here. A big tech structure or big tech upgrade that's missing. As we're stuck with slow roaches from GG Machine for that much longer. So +1 range on the way. Delayed roach speed. Trying to build up his drones. Hydra moving in. Also, I forgot the predictions. God damn it. I forgot the predictions. SMH my head. I feel like it's too late right now. I don't know. Like, things are looking real good for Hydra. Like, I don't think it would be fair. Next game, next game. I apologize for the Gamba addicts out there. Oh. As Vials, they don't quite connect. Overlord does fall. And here comes the army. Here comes the all-in. We have 3 Immortals, Mass Zealot. The pants, they're down. They were down. They were all the way down. Ah, no. Ah, no. And GG Machine is still struggling to pull them up. Oh, no. Someone get this man a belt. Not like this, as he's massing up roaches, +1 range will finish up in the middle of this fight. Roach speed just halfway done, and here comes the all-in, here comes the push. The soup does lie. GG Machine, he might be up in army supply here, but that is inflated by the roaches. His inflated supply here, he's got 1 Ravager, and Hydra's got 3 Immortals and plenty of force fields. Playing it safe, waiting for his reinforcements. He's up to 4 Archons. Locks down one of the Roaches, and he's moving in. Doesn't want to overextend. Going for the Roach Warren. No shot. He denies speed. Roach speed. Up. Oh, is it going to finish? Vials. Oh my god. They take down the Prism. Not bad. Prism goes down. Immortal gets distracted. GG Machine. Can he hold on? No. Roach speed gets denied. Roach Warren goes down. I mean, we could set up a surround here. Yeah, Archons are falling. No reinforcements for Hydra. This is best case scenario here for GG Machine. Takes down the Immortals. Up. Can he get them? He gets 1. He gets 2. He gets all 3. Massive pickoffs. GG Machine. Papi. Oh my god. He's doing it. He's holding. Maybe I should have opened up the predictions. I don't know. Maybe. But a big reason for this, no War Prism, right? The Prism got sniped. Without that, if the Prism had survived, then Hydra would have pulled it off. He would have snowballed out of control. But without that Prism, Hydra, I mean, he's running out of steam. He lost every single Immortal. And things are looking better and better here for GG Machine. Massing up more Lings. He's holding. He's holding on. Another Archon on the way. Same time, so I'll say do peel off into the mineral line. Pulling away some Lings. Manami pushing forward. Towards that third base. That's still a lot of charge lots. Roaches are massing over time. Machine, can he hold on? Lings, they do engage. Archons, they shut down the Lings very hard. Oh my god, Lings, they do melt. Wow, does graze the Archon. We're running out of Zealots, but here come the reinforcements. And here come more Zealots. And Hydra, he's still breaking through. He gets some of the Queens. Queens go down. Roaches, they do kind back. An Immortal has arrived. And 1 Immortal. That's all he needed, Baffy. We're good to go. Knocks down the Evo Chamber. And does keep reinforcing. Boys are being pulled in. With a surround, we could maybe pull this off. Ah, no shot. No shot. Jeez, the Archon kiting well against the drones. And with that Hydra, he breaks through. He overwhelms. Takes down the mineral line, gets up the Roaches. It was an impressive hold here by Hydra, sorry, by GG Machine. I'm shocked he made it this far, but only this far. As we are running out of units, the Immortal doing what they can. Yo. I know. Yeah, it's too much. Too much. GG gets called, and Hydra, he does bounce back, and he will take the game. And once again, we have a new King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played, Hydra. He will claim the series. Again, a very strong start for Hydra, as he was able to wreak havoc with his initial DT opener. He was able to snipe the Spore. He was able to snipe the Lair as well. Massive pickoffs, and he should have won the game with his first push, but he lost the War Prism. The War Prism got sniped, which means no micro, no juggling of the Immortals, no reinforcements either, no warp-ins. With that GG Machine, he almost pulled off a miracle defense, but it still was not enough. Was not enough in the end. GG, well played. And with that, Hydra will claim it. And once again, we just kind of pass crowns over. Once again, we have a new King of the Hill, and so far, no win streaks. So far, no win streaks here from either player, from anyone. Does that change here and now? Does that change? As we have avoided mirror matchups up until this point, but we have them coming up next. Up next is going to be a PvP between Hydra and UED Soldier. Let's go. Hydra and UED Soldier coming up next. They do face off. Beautiful. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon be jumping into our next game. Veto. Is Kura Observer? Kura usually observes when... actually, usually observes when it comes to the amateur events. Oh, because we have our map. Do we have our map? So we are jumping in. Let's make sure we get everyone involved. And the next game is going to be on Romanticide, one of the larger maps in the map pool. Let's go. Yeah, Hydra plays Protoss, and UD Soldier also plays Protoss. Fun fact. God damn it. Even though UAD is United Earth Defense, it is, you know, Terran, meant to be Marine, but never mind. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everyone's Protoss. Ah. Director, that's it. That's it. Oh, it's been a long time. I still want to play the Brood War Remastered campaign. I've yet to play it. I played so much Brood War as a kid, but have yet to touch the remastered version. But here we go. We're jumping into our next best of one and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of the Romanticide. We have the red Protoss player, the current king of the hill from land of the Netherlands, representing Alien Esports. It is a Hydra. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the green Protoss player for CSO Esports, the current challenger, the would-be usurper. It is UAD Soldier. We go. And this time, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will play in this best of one. This time, I did not forget. Beautiful. As we jump into our PvP. And honestly, this is going to be a hard one to call. It's a hard one to call. Best of luck in the chat with your Gamba, with your predictions. As we load into Romanticide, it's been years since this map has been in the map pool. It was back in, what, circa 2022, if I recall correctly. So it's been a very, very long time. But now we're back. We are back. And this map was known for being the largest map in the map pool, at least back in the day. A lot of wide open spaces, a lot of bases to be taken as well. And known for longer game states. But we'll see how that plays out here in a PvP. As UAD Soldier, he does hide his second pylon. Let's go. So Hydra, he goes in for a probe scout. He confirms that the pylon is missing. Something is wrong. Something is amiss. As we can see, it is a fake proxy pylon. The goal here is to make it look like we're cheesing when really we're not. And ideally, UAD Soldier wants to force an overreaction. Does want to force an overreaction. There's an SC2 mod called Mass Recall that remade all these SC1 campaigns as faithful as possible, as well as quality of life improvements such as AI. Oh, nice, nice. I mean, I'd rather just play remastered. Like I'm content playing Brood War in the Brood War engine. It's all good. I mean, I might just play both, to be honest. I might just play both, but you know, maybe like in March or maybe in like April or something when we have time. Might indulge in some other games when we're a little bit more free. But now, Robo Opener, ooh, Hydra playing safe. Yeah, Hydra, he's terrified. You can see he's scouting, he's shaking, he's looking. Checks bottom left, checks top right. Hydra, he's looking for the proxy. And we know UD Soldier, he just expands. He does just expand. And Hydra, he will confirm with hallucination. What I was going to say here is that, coming into March, I was looking forward to maybe having a bit of a leaner like broadcasting schedule in March, but then the Stars Agora qualifiers were announced and they're in March. So never mind. So we have all of our regular events plus Stars Agora coming into March. So yeah, that content continues. Let's go. Non-stop StarCraft. As Hydra going for a much later expansion. As we're settling in, UAD Soldier going for the Stargate as a follow-up as his take of choice, going for an Oracle Opener into Harass across the map. Hydra instead into Blink after the safety Robo. In which Hydra actually, he just isn't making use of it. Yo. Do you see what I see? I see a proxy pylon. I see a proxy pylon in PvP. Twilight Council Opener into show us the Dark Shrine. Show us the DTs. Hydra did win the last game off of his DT Opener. Show us what you got. There it is. A Dark Shrine is on the way. Pappy, at this point we can smell the DTs, Pappy. So cheesy. Let's go. As the Prism is on the way alongside Charge, to make it look like we are researching an upgrade, UD Soldier he checks, he does see the research, he believes it should be Blink, when really it's anything but. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a Robo, thankfully. There is a Robo, no Observer for the time being, but there's an Oracle. The Oracle can always Revelate, true, Revelation is available. And likewise, UD Soldier can make an Observer, and I'm sure he will after the Immortal. So a very safe play here by UD Soldier. He should have the tools to defend. Hallucination confirms the Stargate and the Robo. Likelihood of these DTs getting damage done is much lower now as a result. Oracle's on the way into the main. Into the main base. Oh, gets a probe. Yeah, workers are going down. Hydra out of position. Yeah, he's out of position here. Gonna be losing 5 workers in the main. Behind this, where there's our Templar. Where's the warp in? Yeah, a little bit delayed there. Every second counts. Bearing in mind we have another Oracle in production, a second Immortal, no Observer, but Oracles, Revelations, and the energy overcharge as well. That's just going to be a singular DT. Oh, sorry, 2 DTs. One towards the third base, the other towards the main. Probes are going down. Quite a lot, actually, so far. 8 probe kills. 8 up to 9. Observers in production. Pretty good damage, all things considered. The Oracles, they don't respond. They don't react. So delayed reactions now. Here we go. The Oracles, they do try to head in towards the main. They're looking for the Dark Templar. With that, UD Soldier pinned back at home, and Hydra can now set up his own third. And not bad. Not a bad start. He's not done. Once again, does drop in. DT gets another worker. Another Dark Templar at the third base as well. UD Soldier just being pulled apart. Oh my god. He's being pulled apart. The Dark Templar does waddle away. Oh. Is going to be saved. Likewise, another DT hidden here in the main. Is on hold position. And so far, that's going to be 18 probe kills. Jesus. That's a lot of damage. It's a lot of economic damage here for UD Soldier. Back at home, Hydra. We do have some Adept harass, but last Hydra's in position. He will shut this down. Building up his gateways. Charge is complete. And is looking to get further ahead. Looking to. Double Oracle into the main, not bad. Does go for the dive, does focus on as many probes as possible. It's going to be 11 probe kills in total. Oh, as no shot. As the Oracles get hunted down, and UD Soldier, his spirit gets broken here upon losing all those probes. And Hydra, he will claim, for the first time tonight, the second win. GG. GG, well played. UD Soldier, he taps out. He did lose a lot of workers, that is true. His economy was in a rough state, and from there, he does tap out in the end. He does pull out. GG, well played. Hydra, he will claim it. And with that, we have, for the first time tonight, our first player with 2 wins. First player here with 2 wins. GG. Tonight, in this OSC King of the Hill. In this broadcast, I should say, for OSC. In this tournament, maybe that's a little bit better. But Jimmy, ay, ay, ay. Potentially a teaser for what's to come. Let's go. The Rogue Slayer himself. Jimmy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're taking care. And I'm sure we'll be seeing some Jimmy in the tournaments at some point. As we're heading over to the NA region, we have our next player. We have our next opponent. As up next is going to be another PvP. It's going to be Hydra up against Rebellion. Let's go. Rebellion, of course, being the Korean Protoss player, looking to redeem or even avenge his fallen countrymen in Lunacy. See if he can pop off. Once again, Hydra so far with 2 wins under his belt. And we'll see where Rebellion does bring us in. It is, of course, challenger pick for the map. Only a week for the last 2 slots on the EWC to be revealed. Let's go. Let's go. Who needs breaks anyway? Oh, no. Who needs breaks? As it looks like we have our map, it is going to be ley lines. You guys. We're good, we're good. Hold on. Hold on, we're setting up. We're a little bit confused here by the process. But okay. So Hydra, he is going to Hydra, he does veto Ultra Love, and we're jumping into ley lines. Jumping into ley lines here. Beautiful. Jumping in. The PvPs, they continue, Pat. They do continue. And we are now getting a third of the way through. Again, this is our 5th best of 1, and we have 15 in total. So we're working our way through our matches, working our way through our players. So far, featuring a lot of regulars. And we'll see if our current King of the Hill can keep that streak going, as spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines. We have our blue Protoss player representing his new team, Alien Esports, and our current King of the Hill with 2 wins under his belt. It is Hydra. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. Our new challenger, it is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this best of 1. As a reminder, this is purely a best of 1. And this could go either way. This could go either way. So far, Hydra does have that win streak underneath him. Kind of keep it going. Probe is moving up. Probe is moving out. We're going for our scouts initially. And we'll see if either player decides to hide their tech, to hide their pylon, to have a cheeky start, or to open up straight up. My eyes are mainly going to be on Rebellion. Rebellion, he is usually a little bit more assertive and aggressive in this matchup. Usually. So far, 2 gate opener from both players. 2 gate openers on the way. The Cybercore. Both players have their keen eyes on their opponent's bases, getting eyes on any kind of a deviation on the pylons. There it is. Pylon in the main for Rebellion, pylon in the main base for Hydra as well. So everyone is playing standard for the time being. We can breathe easy. No proxies, no shenanigans, no fake proxy either. And from here, we can wait for our Cybercore to finish up, and we can wait for our initial 2 units. Do we open up double Adept, double Stalker, or Stalker Sentry, or even Sentry Expand? We have the answer. We have Stalker Sentry here out of Hydra, and likewise Rebellion doing the same. So we have mirrored build so far. Oh, my apologies. Does cancel. Going double Sentry. And I'm curious if he's even going to cancel that second Sentry to afford a faster expansion. There's a Pylon block. Pylon is thrown down. And I'll have to make that sentry here to focus down that pylon. Both players block each other. Hydra just go for the robo before expanding. Interesting. Going for the robo. Does still expand. Does take the base. With this robo, we can open up with a warp prism. We can move out across the map. Likewise. Hello, Rebellion. What's going on? It does hide appropriate towards the south side. Curious what the plans are with this worker. Going for a robo opener himself. Going for the robo. Selects the probe for a moment. Hallucination coming in. And there's that pylon. Are we feeling a Twilight Council opener and proxy DTs? Are we feeling that? As there's not often a reason to proxy a pylon in PvP outside of hidden tech. Curious. Stargate? Wait, okay. Okay, I see you. I think we saw Lunacy do this. It's going to be delayed Oracle opener. Let's go. So, delayed proxy Stargate, I should say, into Oracle, into the main. Designed to catch Hydra off guard. I want to say we saw this recently. Was it Lunacy versus Geralt? I think so. I think it was Lunacy versus Geralt, maybe in Sparkling Tuna Cup. Last week. Maybe it was Rebellion. But we have seen this. Meanwhile, Hydra setting up a 2-base all-in. I mean, it makes sense with the initial robo opener. It was a prism into Immortal Production, into Glaives, into a Gateway Explosion. So mass aggression here from Hydra. And I'm that much more concerned for Rebellion because he's investing in tech designed to harass, not necessarily to defend back at home. He's building up his own Immortals, true. Immortals are on the way. Rebellion, he does threaten the Shade. He was able to scout the tech earlier. And there's that Gateway Explosion. Getting it to 6 gates on 2 bases. Yeah, and Hydra, he's committing to the 2-base all-in. And that's they get into the mineral line. They get one, they get... Oh! Just one. Just one probe goes down. Oracle's on the way. Main base is exposed. There's nothing in the main. Rebellion is diving in. Diving into both. He distracts, gets into the main base, gets into the mineral line. Probes are going to be going down. And there's a late reaction. 6, 7, 8. Oh my god, almost 9 probe kills. Up. Can he get 10? Can he get 11? He can. 11 probes. 11 workers go down. Rebellion, he pulls away. So far, critical damage, and this will disrupt and delay the 2-base all-in. On top of that, he scouts and he confirms. He sees all the gates. He knows what's going on. Shield batteries instantly being thrown down. Pylons, shield battery side defense. He needs to set up. He's going for the bait. Going for disruptors. We'll see if he can hold. As here comes the push. Hydra, he's committed. He moves out. So there's 4 sentries. Oracle going for another backstab. I'm loving the stasis here on top of the army. We'll see if it does connect. Again, Hydra ideally should be shading on top of Rebellion. If he does, could be met by the stasis. Oh. Let's move out. Oracle hits the natural once again. And he's forcing his way in. At least trying to. Shield battery coming in clutch. Nice force field zoning back the army. So much wasted DPS. And that's they do nothing. The Immortal is saved. Once again, Hydra trying to push himself forward. Nice force fields, once again zoning back those Immortals. And the sentries at Epstate going down, one after the other. So far, strongholds here from Rebellion. As every single time he just locks down those Immortals. He locks them away. And now he can move forward. Now he does move forward here. Takes the better fight, shuts down the Adepts, takes down the Immortal as well. GG gets called, and Rebellion he holds. He shuts down the all-in. And Rebellion is your new King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played Rebellion. He will hold, he will defend. Again, did a great job harassing across the map. Of course, he crippled the economy. He shut down the pros with those oracles. And on top of that, he confirmed the all-in. He confirmed the army coming across the map. He was ready for it. And it wasn't just the fact that he knew what was coming. The execution of those force fields on that defense was beautiful. Just time and time again, just zoning away those immortals, cutting the army in half, and just dealing with Hydra a portion at a time. The adepts at a time, really. Just cleaned up all the adepts, then again, until there was nothing but immortals remaining. GG. GG, well played. Very nicely done there by Rebellion, and we are getting ready for our next best of one. We're getting ready for our next series here, our next setup. We have our new, All Rain, our new King of the Hill, as we are loading into Whispers of Gold. We have our next game. It is going to be another PvP. Shouldn't surprise you, we're probably going to see a lot of PvPs tonight. We have a lot of Protoss players lined up. I'm sure we're going to be getting to eventually players like Geralt, Christianer, Jamek, Rodin. We'll get there. We'll get the Jumi as well. For now, though, we have our new challenger. It is going to be Night Phoenix. Let's go. Night Phoenix, he has risen to the challenge. We have our Ukrainian Protoss player up against the current King of the Hill. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have our Ukrainian Protoss, our red Protoss representing Astronaut Esports. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, sorry, the blue Protoss, our current King of the Hill, with 1 win under his belt. Long may he reign. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will claim the series. Coming into this, it is once again a hard one to call. Night Phoenix, likewise, is a very aggressive, very assertive player in this matchup. We saw Rebellion being cheeky last game, going for the hidden delayed proxy Stargate Oracle harass. Most likely won't see that again, but again, has some cheeky builds up his sleeve. Let's go. Hydrate. You know what? I will hydrate. Hold on. Oh, John. Alright, we're good. We're good to go. We're okay. We're hydrated. As we once again have our double gate opener. So 2 gate opener here out of Night Phoenix, 2 gate opener out of Rebellion. So far, nothing hidden yet. My eyes are on this probe though. Night Phoenix is going to be hiding his initial pylon. And the question becomes, do we commit? This is a prime location for a proxy Stargate. So proxy Stargate would make sense from the side of Night Phoenix. Rebellion, he is aware that the pylon is missing, and he's looking. He's on the hunt. The hydration cam. Oh no. It's a reminder, if you're out there, make sure to drink plenty of water. Drink plenty of water. Hold on. Yeah. We got the emote. Beautiful. Hydrate yourselves. As it is going to be proxy Stargate. Again, the reason why we assume this is because it is close by air. It is short rushes by air. It's a little bit too far away for a proxy robo. So the goal here is to get economic damage. So this is not an all-in. Bear that in mind. This is not an all-in out of Night Phoenix. It is aggressive, that is true, but he should be expanding behind this. Ooh, as he does find the pylon. Pylon gets found. Adepts commit across the map. Oracle will be on the way. And you can see here, Rebellion, he is searching for that proxy. He fans out with the hallucinated probes. Checks bottom left, checking top right. And it looks like, oh, he might just miss this. It's going to be close. Oh, there he finds it. Barely does find the pylon. Whew, he does confirm the Oracle is aware and he should be getting ready. Up, late Wolof. Late Wolof, though, Adepts bust into the main base. Probes are going to be going down. Takes out the sentry. Sentry does fall. Rebellion, he's in a lot of trouble here. Warp gate is not done. Stalker still on the way. Same time, pylon under fire. There we go. Second Stalker has arrived. Whew. And with that, the Oracle shouldn't get too much done. Rebellion, he's ready. He is ready for it. He keeps shading it. No. Shades back into the main. Does commit. Up, up. Coming from behind, going for the stasis. Stasis is ready. Probes are getting picked up. Gets 2 so far, gets 3. 3 gets 4 towards the end. Pulls away, stasis. Up. Oh my god, it does connect. Takes down 3 workers. And Rebellion, he did not notice. And we're still not done. Behind this, Night Phoenix is expanding, going into his second Oracle. Rebellion's still stuck on 1 base. The pressure is on. He's looking, trying to hunt down those Oracles. As he moves out, Oracles move in. And just the 1 Stalker. It's not enough. And Rebellion is being torn apart here. And mate, we have not had some big win streaks so far. It's not been happening. Hydra, he peaked at 2. And only 2. And Rebellion is down to 11 probes. 11 workers, he's all in. He's 1 base all in at this point. It's all or nothing, but he just doesn't have enough. Does have a force field. Going for the ramp. Up! Does go for it. Does cut the army in half. Still not enough though. Still not enough. The Oracles, they will shut this down. Nice control out of Night Phoenix, will bleed out 1 Oracle. But he's ready. He's in position. Rebellion going for a cheeky move, trying to force field that ramp, but alas, wasn't quite able to pull it off. Up to 6 Stalkers. Does one-shot the sentry. Does take down the sentry, but alas, there's just still too much here to deal with. Yeah, bleeding out Stalkers, losing far too much. He's down to 3. And GG gets caught. Night Phoenix, he will overwhelm, and he will claim the crown. GG. GG. GG, well played. The king is dead, and all hail once again the new king of the hill. As Night Phoenix, he will claim the win here. GG. GG, well played. Again, we've been trading back and forth very often so far in this tournament. We have barely had any win streaks whatsoever. Is that about to change, though? I mean, Night Phoenix is a pretty good player, don't get me wrong. He's very strong, he's very good. We'll see who is going to be rising up next to challenge Night Phoenix. As he's our new king of the hill. GG. GG, well played. Getting into our... Getting to our 7th best of 1. Getting into our 7th matchup. Oh, let's go! This is what I've been waiting for. I've been seeing him. He's been lurking since the beginning of the broadcast, since the beginning of this tournament. And he's been laddering. He's been warming up. You know who it is. El Chamaco himself. Up next, it's going to be Night Phoenix versus Chan, the Mexican Zerg. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm excited. Lobby has been made. We are loading into Whispers of Gold. Ooh, one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. I mean, we just did play on it, of course. But Chem, he's known for being aggressive. He's known for being very, very much so in the face of his opponent. Chem is not a standard player. He's not a standard player. He's similar to Eric in that sense. He's not as creative as Eric, is what I will say, but still very aggressive. And you know what? Creative in his own way. Creative in his own way here. Let's go. We are jumping in. Chem is a wild man. He's crazy. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the red Protoss player from land of Ukraine, representing Astronaut Esports, the current king of the hill. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg himself from land of Mexico. It is Champ. El Chamaco. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. On the one hand, I would favor Cham in a longer series. Give us the best of 3, give us the best of 5, and I would favor Cham. But this is not that. This is a best of 1. And in a best of 1, anything can happen. Anything is possible. I'm here for it. Let's go. For now, hatch first. Hatch first out of Cham. Looking to go for a standard opener. Now, if he's coming with a probe scout, he needs to confirm that Chem is not opening up with an early gas or an early spawning pool. Does need to confirm. The probe does waddle in. Yep, just hatch gas pool out of Chem. Likewise, Night Phoenix going for a gate expand as well. Standard openers abound. Getting to our standard openers. From here, we'll see what kind of tech Night Phoenix does go for. A big sign would be the positioning of that second pylon. We'll see if he does try to hide his tech. Likewise, we'll see if Cham pulls out of gas. Also, once again, I do apologize if you see some frame drops in-game. We are on the central server, and for whatever reason, it's very hit and miss when it comes to latency to US Central. It's very hit and miss. Otherwise, the pylon is done here further back in the main. And we'll see if we go for the Stargate or something different. There it is. Stargate is going to be thrown down. So Stargate opener by Night Phoenix into most likely Oracle. We'll see if he does opt to go for a Void Ray instead. Void Ray play is designed to hide tech, to try to hide something a little bit different here. But I feel like Night Phoenix should be taking a more defensive stance. I mean, it's hard to say. Do you want to be aggressive against Cham? Cham, who is known for not droning, who's known for going roaches and being hyper aggressive. That I'm not so sure about. Now Link speed is on the way. Cham, he does pull out of gas. So no early there. No early tech. He pulls out. Gonna ask if I still need to be restarting the PC. No, it's just the server, unfortunately. As the central server is unstable for us. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Night Phoenix does pull away, taking his third base, so just Oracle opener to a third so far, standard opener out of Night Phoenix. After this game, if depending on what happens, I might turn on a VPN to help with this. Yeah. I'll probably do so. Help with the routing. Night Phoenix does rotate, heads towards the third. So far, doesn't quite get any drones. Oh my god. Does force a cancel, not much more than that. Let me go for it. Gets another work through here at the natural. No major damage, taking a lot of hits though. Takes a lot of damage, has to pull away. Behind this, we see a Twilight Council. Where is the Forge though? No Forge in sight. Not yet. There it is. Behind the natural, actually. Okay. Does split up his tech. Hides the Forge. Looking to be +1 in Blink, I would imagine. +1 in Charge is viable, true, but it's very out of fashion nowadays. Very out of fashion. Things that move out, and yep, it is going to be Blink. The Blink is on the way. Stasis goes off. Night Phoenix is holding. Likewise, moving out across the map. Does distract here at the third. Shades here towards the natural. But so far, Cham, he's keeping up. Even taking this seriously, does fully wall up. Does wall up. So it's Night Phoenix away. And he's getting and investing a little bit more heavily here into roaches. We have the roach one, we have +1 range as well. From here, Cham can go from roaches into hydras. But it's going to be very roach heavy. And this is the Oracles that do catch a queen. Oh, clutch transfuse. And the queen will barely go down. At a price though, the Oracles, they take a lot of damage. Behind this we have a gateway explosion. Oh, that's a lot of gateways. What do we have? We have 8. No, my apologies. We're getting up to 10. 10 gates here for Night Phoenix. It is going to be a 3-base all-in. 3 base all in from our Protoss. He's not taking gases at the 3rd. But Cham is playing safe. He's playing Ling Roach, not Ling Hydra. And we should be proxying an 11th gateway. So it's going to be a 3 base 11 gate all in here from Night Phoenix. Lings, they hit the natural. Sorry, they hit the 3rd. Force back the Oracles. Army's moving out, and we need that pylon. We need that gateway. We need those reinforcements. Remember, there's no robo with this. We have to rely on the proxy here to reinforce the army. To reinforce the all-in. Roaches to engage. Force back the army. Likewise, there's a shed in towards that natural. Drones are going down, distracting reinforcements. Champs and Fires keeping up. Oh, baits out the stasis. There's that 11th gateway. Night Phoenix needs a little bit more time. Takes down a queen. Oh, barely not. Queen somehow survives. And the gateway is exposed. Massive pickoff. Denies the gateway, denies the pylon, denies warpins. Night Phoenix is losing control of the proxy. He's losing control of this game. And is being forced further back. Oracles are running out of energy. And the all-in is failing. The all-in is failing. Now he takes his gases. This is a first sign here that he's trying to transition out of this. Gases into a Robo, into Temple Archives, into Storm, into anything else. But Night Phoenix, he knows that this isn't working. But he still has to commit. I mean, he still has the army. Dives on the expansion. Up, going for the hatchery. The hatchery's going to take a lot of hits. Likewise, diving into the main. So many Stalkers do go down. And Shammy commits into a counterattack. Bold move. Baits out the stasis. Forces the recall. And Shammy moves out. Going for the 3rd base. Another stasis pops up. But Shammy's going for the expansion. And he should not get down. Denies the 4th. Going further in. And Shammy's just rallying across the map at this point. And we have slow lots to defend. The slow lots, man. They're doing what they can. And it's all that Night Phoenix can afford. Warping in slow lots. Pushing with more of his army. But again, he's running out of steam here. Running out of Stalkers, running out of Zealots. Shammy pulls away for now. Consolidating his forces. Running out of gas. That's saturating another 4th. And Shammy just has a massive supply lead here. Not the most efficient army, but I mean, considering the all-in that Night Phoenix has gone for, it's going to be enough. It should be enough here. Stasis goes off, catches 3 roaches. That's not going to be good enough here for Night Phoenix. And Shammy's forcing his way in. He breaks through the defensive line here. There's a shield right behind us, but it's out of energy. Files are going to be connecting. And these are just expensive losses here for Night Phoenix, losing so many Stalkers. Too many. The Oracles are trying to help, but there's only so much they can do. As Sham, he's overwhelming. He overwhelms the forces here of Night Phoenix. Takes down the Stalkers. GG. Good luck in the next round. And Cham, he will take the game. And he will be our new King of the Hill. GG. GG. Well played. I will turn on Mudfish. Don't worry. GG. Well played. Cham will claim it. And is our new King of the Hill. GG. GG. Again, Night Phoenix, unfortunately, he had committed into an 11 gates, 3 base all-in, and he lost the proxy. He lost the proxy early on. That did just stifle the entirety, or did take away so much momentum from our Ukrainian Protoss. And from there, Cham, he had momentum. He never quite let it go. He was able to take control of the map and take control of the game. GG. GG, well played. You need a moment to set up. Get things going. By opening up my VPN. It's been so long. As we have a next series. I won't need the VPN for our next series, though, as it is going to be a different matchup entirely. It's going to be a different setup here. It is going to be Cham versus Percival. It's going to be Latino America versus South Korea. Let's go. It's going to be that ZVT. It should be on US West, so we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Until then, we're getting ready. We're getting things ready, setting up. Sorry, just catching up with the time. Catching up. I like it when he's a bit risky too. You're an animal. An animal. There you go, we have our lobby. Have our lobby. We're getting ready here for our ZVT, and we are halfway through the broadcast. I believe we're getting into our 8th match of the night, 8 out of 15, so we're more than halfway through. Again, I feel like a lot of these best of ones have kind of breezed by. They've been very fast, very quick. We haven't really engaged too heavily here into longer macro games. We've had a lot of aggression so far in these matches, and looks like the aggression might continue. We'll see. So we're loading into ley lines. Have our players, we have our casters, and we are jumping in. Who's talking? The most craziest animal I've ever seen. Ah, true. I am a duck. Not wrong, not wrong. Oh. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylands, we have our blue Terran player. Oh. We have our blue Terran from South Korea. We have our new challenger. It is Percival. And spawning in the top right corner, we have the red Zerg player from Latino Mexico leading the series, or I should say our current king of the hill. It is Cham. And you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this best of one. Will it go the way of Cham? Will it go the way of Percival? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As we are jumping in. And Percival, I haven't really seen too much of his ZVT. I say that we've been casting Percival against players like Dark, against players like Solar during the KSL, and Percival, he is looking quite impressive, especially when it comes to his bio control, when it comes to his bio movement, splitting, dropping as well. He can be very assertive, very aggressive, at least with his bio compositions. We'll see if he can get there, though. Again, Cham, he's known for being more of a Roach player and a Roach enjoyer, especially on smaller maps, especially in this matchup. But now, hatch gas pool. It is going for the hatch gas pool. Frame heist continues. It does, which is a little bit concerning. What is going on? What is happening? Like US West should not be this bad. But we're at 300 ping on US West. Jesus. Ay, ay, ay. I didn't think I need to turn on the VPN, but I guess I would have to for US West as well. Feels US West, man. We will endure the slideshow. We will endure. We'll do our best. As now Cham, he is taking that third. Reaper moves out, dipping between the bases. It's up to Cham to keep up. Oh, takes down a Ling, not bad. Ling does fall. Rotating in between the bases. So far, no major damage. Does get the Ling, but does pull away. Behind this, we have a third CC before Starport. Economic opener here by Percival. So we have our economic start. Ling away. Pull away, and interesting, this is not going to be a 3cc into Banshee, it's going to be 3cc into a second rack, so it's going to be 3cc 211. For those that are curious what this means, one, it is an economic opener, that is true, but we are going to be going for a lighter commitment into Hellions. We should be seeing 2 to 4 Hellions, then into an add-on swap, into more bioproduction, faster stim, into a delayed starport, into a 14 Marine double medevac drop. So again, only 2 Hellions, only 2 Hellions, then into the add-on swap, into Mass Marine. And this can hit like a truck. What's important for Cham is that he needs to be greedy. What do I mean by that? Is that there are only 2 Hellions. So there's not really much that can threaten Cham right now. There's not really much that can threaten his mineral lines or his bases. So now is the time to recognize what's going on and to drone up as hard as he can, to spread creep, to get into his upgrades, to get into a 4th base, and then to be ready for that bio time, for the stim time. For now, is droning. Is droning, is saturating, spreading his creep. So far as keeping up with the Hellions. And there it is. Shouldn't be a surprise. Roach Warren. He's going for a Roach opener into Lair. As we mentioned before, Cham, he's very much so a Roach enjoyer. He does prefer playing Roaches in most, if not all, matchups. It is his go-to, and in general, it's a very safe way to play this out. Safe way to play. First of all, he does pivot away. Does pivot away. Building up his third. Here come the medevacs. Here comes the stim timing. Do load up. Getting up to 15 Marines. Not 14. Let's go. Does move out, and Cham, the Roaches are going to come out just in time. Checking his vision, Cham, he didn't quite confirm what was going on, but seeing the low Hellion count is a tell. The low Hellion count is a tell of what is happening. So the Roaches are amassing. Drop is coming in. As the drop comes in, Lings, they do hit the third, and SMEs are getting picked off. So far, nice damage. He gets 2. Takes down 2 SCVs. Likewise, Percival stimming forward. Doesn't find anything yet. Does threaten a dive. Likewise, Hellions into the mineral line, getting a couple of drones. Not bad. A couple of workers go down. The Marines, they do stim in. And more workers are falling so far. Good damage. And there's only limited anti-air he can pick up and get the hell out of here. So far, 9 drone kills. That is what Percival was looking for, what he was hoping for. And Cham is having a hard time keeping up. Percival, he pulls back, building up his forces and getting ready for his own 7-minute timing. We're close. We're waiting for the upgrades. Stim, +1, combat shields, building up towards 2 to 3 tanks. And then Percival should be pushing. Now setting up defensively. I mean, Percival, he knows that he's done a lot of damage and he's expecting an all-in. He's getting ready here for a counterattack. We can see, though, Cham has been droning. He did run up to 3 base economy, 66 workers. And he might stop here. Uh-oh. Yeah, Cham is stopping here and now. We have more Roaches building up. 1 on upgrades, that's going to be his timing to hit. And Percival walling up back at home, it's going to work well for him. Denying more creep. Taking up a Ling. Does spot the army. And here comes Cham. Cham is getting ready for his push. Getting ready for his move outs. Roach on the right hand side as well. Percival, he has a bunker on the left. He doesn't have a bunker on the right-hand side, though. I don't know if he's quite ready for this. Cham is massing up his army. He's pushing. Behind this, he does throw down infestation, but he's joining up. Cham, he is not all in. He's being aggressive, don't get me wrong. But he is droning. Oh, army sims in. Goes to the Ravagers. Oh my god. He goes to the dive. Gets 1, 2, 3. Every single Ravager goes down. Massive pickoffs. Percival, calm down. Oh my god. And he's safe. Percival, he's perfectly fine back at home. There's no Ravagers to threaten him. Cham, he has to retreat. He cannot touch that army. And Percival holds. Again, the best defense is a good offense. He just stemmed in, sniped all the Ravagers. I mean, that's it. From here, he can now move out once again, and he can freely expand. 4th CC. 4th CC on the way. Percival stimming forward. Now pulling away. Pull back. We do have some safety infestors here from Cham. Infestors are set up. Back over. Hive is on the way for Cham. This should be for Vipers. With that greater attack. Yo, we got the tunneling claw roaches. Let's go. He's burrowing in. He spots the army. Again, that's a lot of... That's 5 tanks. Jesus. 5 tanks and Mass Marine. But as Percival moves out, Chammy's moving in. And does Percival turn around? Does he race back home? Oh. The tanks are sieged. Roaches, they do hit the 4th. They hit the 3rd, the main, and the natural. All 3 bases at once. SCVs are going down. And Percival, he does turn around. He races back. Dealing with Roaches. 16 SCV kills so far. Roaches, they tunnel away. They do burrow away here behind the middle line. Getting more SCV kills. Scan on the tanks. Doesn't want to lose his army. Roaches still wreaking havoc. 10 gases, 23 SCVs, and Percival, he unsieges. He unsieges, he races back home. Chammy's buying time. It's so important here that Chammy buys time, because in a head-on fight, Cham loses. Cham, he's at 200 supply, but he will lose head-on. So he's forcing back the army, getting more SCVs, disrupting the production. Getting 32 SCV kills. And he's massing up more Roaches, more Ravagers, and taking into, oh my god, into a greater Spire. Into Broodlords. Oh, burrowing once again. Oh, doesn't quite get away though. He's trying to survive here, but won't be able to. Forcing out more scans. With Roaches even on the army. Cham is getting ready. What do we have? We have a Corruptors on the way for those Broodlords. Roach, they outburrow as well. They don't get any tanks though. Don't get any tanks. Percival, he should soon be pushing. He should soon be moving out. Or has he missed his window? He potentially has. There it is. There's the unsiege. Percival, he's up to 11 tanks. He's moving into a concave. Tanks are on siege. Files. Oh, we'll knock some of them down. Takes down 2. Takes down 3. 5 tanks full. Massive fungal as well. Percival still moving in. Still pushing forward. That was a good start for Cham. It's not that easy here. Has to pull away. Percival gaining ground. Cham is trying to max out. Broodlords are on the way. That's going to be his win condition. It's getting into those Broodlords. Cham needs more time. A little bit more time here. Broodlords are still on the way. There's a scan. And Broodlords, they have arrived. Chammy dives on the main army. Lings, they flood in. They get on top of the tanks, and Chammy holds. Does hold on. Cleans up all the tanks. Does force Percival back home. Getting some Medivacs. Disruptors, they come into play. Broodlords, they come into the flank. And Percival, he's being broken. Again, Percival, he had such a strong timing and such a strong start with the 362 on 1. But the Bird Roaches, the counterattacks, they force him enough time. He holds, he survives, he perseveres. And he knocks down the final tank. There's one more tank left behind this. But the Broodlords, there's no answer. There's no answer to the Broods. GG gets called. And Cham, he overwhelms. And Cham, he will still be our King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played, Cham. He will take it. He will claim it. And with that, we'll knock out Percival from the tournament. GG. Well played. Google 1. Hold on, I'm just trying to set up. See if this helps. So we are getting ready here for our next series, and we will soon have our next challenger. Let's go. Looks like it is going to be a ZVP. I do see someone logging in. Someone has logged in. And I believe it's going to be a Zerg versus Protoss matchup. Oh. We'll get some confirmation. And it is going to be a rematch here. These two, they faced off in many tournaments over the past couple of weeks. And they have gone back and forth. And we'll see if that trend continues here. Okay, oh god. Wasn't meant to press that. But they are selecting their map. We're getting there. See if this helps. It's not looking too good. I'll be honest. We'll see if the ping does stabilize. One moment. So our players need a little bit of time here to set up. I do need 1 moment to set up myself as well. I actually want to test out my ping on a server. So we're going to be going in a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have, I'll say it here, I think it's going to be Cham versus Geralt. We'll see. Players are setting up. One moment. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 209. Welcome to the 9th best of 9 of the night. And here we go. We're jumping into our next match, into our next best of 1. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of Amygdala, we have our red Protoss player representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the blue Zerg, the current King of the Hill with 2 wins under his belt. It is the Cham. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. And Pappy, I might be jinxing it right now, but mate, it's so much smoother here. Let's go. The VPN is on. I didn't have to test it out. Basically, I turned on the VPN and I went into a custom lobby to make sure that everything was looking as it should be. And it's beautiful. It is beautiful. Again, for those that are curious, for those who maybe don't know, and you probably wouldn't have to deal with this yourself, basically, when you select a server in StarCraft, there are certain selecting a server isn't just the only thing that happens behind the scenes. There are different nodes. There are different nodes, like for the US server, for the Korean server, for the even European server as well. Like there are different like internal servers, and sometimes it takes you to one, sometimes to another. And there are certain nodes that are just really like the routing to them is just really awful from Australia. I don't know why. So it's like sometimes you load in and bam, like 400 ping, or sometimes you load in and bam, it's like 200 ping, which is more manageable. So that's where like VPNs come into play. So sometimes as a caster or as a player, you would have to use a VPN, and as a result, everything's looking normal now. Like, again, no frames dropped, all thanks to just better routing, basically. Like it's, yeah. That's StarCraft for you. Is StarCraft for you. But yeah, here we go. We're jumping into our next game. Also, a big shout out to El Campo. Oh my god, Campo Chest in the chat. Thank you so much for 100 bits. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the StarCraft, hope you enjoy the event here as we are pulling the boys. Oh my god, we are going gas versus gas, pull into a Link Flood, ends up pulling every single boy despite going for the hatchery. I'm a little bit confused. Usually you skip the expansion for some extra minerals, but not this time. Let's go. It's all or nothing for the extra larva, I should say. So I'm amassing up all the lings. The boys are being pulled, and one way or another, the game is about to end. And Geralt has no idea. He has not scouted. No probe scout whatsoever. He doesn't know the adept is out of position. And the game may just be over. As Cham, he has arrived. He's going to mineral walk past the adept. There's no wall off behind this. It's too little. It's too late. The drones, they do flood in. The adept is going to shade away, and the pylon is exposed. We ignore it. We just ignore it anyway. We just go straight for the kill. Straight for the main. Oh, do you see a full wall? The wall has arrived. We're going for, and we're looking to deny the Oracle. And the Oracle, it's not going to finish. It's not going to finish up. The pylon goes down. Massive pickup. And then Cham can focus on the low ground. As things are flooding in, there are 2 adepts in position. 1 adept gets surrounded. Oh my god. Yeah, middle surround. More links sliding forward. So far, good control with the probes. Now we're up to 3 adepts. Oh, down to 2. And 2 adepts remaining. The boys are falling one after the other. And it's going to be only 2 adepts. Again, that's Oracle. It's not going to pop out. It's not going to spawn in. Link speed does finish. There is a shield battery, though. True. There is a shield battery. Oh, my god. And we just ignore it. Cham, he ignores the shield battery, goes to the main base, goes to the pylon. And Geralt, he's down to 4 probes. He's down to 4 workers left. Link, no, they just keep flooding in. They keep going. They don't stop. They don't stop. They don't stop. Going for the main. There is an economy here as well. There's 6 drones mining for Cham. He has a better economy than his opponent. And he will kill that main base. Now he's going for the shield battery. Lings, they flood in. Oh, going for the wall off instead. The boys have arrived. Actually, there's no wall. He's going back to mining. He's going back home. He's going back home. Takes down the adept. There's 1 adept remaining. And Cham, he's done it. He has done it. There's no energy left on the shield battery. GG and Cham. He will take down Geralt. And Cham is still our King of the Hill. GG. Oh my god. He pulled a Jimmy. GG, well played. I'm a bit crazy. I want to say the one time we cast a Jumi Zerg, he did something very similar against Christiana. He like 12 pulled drone pulled Christiana to death. I think in an OSC King of the Hill. That's like my strong memory of Jumi playing Zerg. GG. GG, well played. Cham does take a shout to Iron Ringed as well. Thank you so much. Gab, thank you so much for the 100 bits. We do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much in the chat. As Cham, he will claim another win. He will claim another win. And I was looking forward to it. Honestly, like, Geralt, he's a strong contender. He's a strong competitor here. He is one that can bring Cham down in a longer series. But in a best of one, this is what you can do. In a best of one, mate, you don't hold back. No holding back in a best of one. Cham, he's an animal. Yo, he's here to play some StarCraft. In less than 5 minutes, he's out. It's over. We're done. Again, this is the kind of format where like a player like Bly can thrive, right? Bly, you know, your Haas, Cham. Can thrive. Is this brutal OSC? I don't recognize it, but it's very good. Now this I know. Yes. For those that are curious, during the break screen, we are playing the brutal OSC. We have the full brutal OSC on repeat. So let's go to all the themes. Let's go to all of it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But with that, Geralt, he gets knocked out. And oh, we have... Let's go! Let's go! We have our next player. We have our next challenger. Oh my god. It's mate. It's a big boy. One of the big names has arrived. And he is the one to beat. I mean, oh boy. You can see his name already. Up next, it's going to be Cham versus Nikita versus Skillus. Let's go. We are going to be loading into Gresswan. That is Skillus' map of choice. A very large map in the map pool. Let's go. Let us go. Whew, okay. Again, they pick their map real fast, real quick. And we're loading in. Again, Gresswan is one of the older maps in the map pool. Was back in the circuit. I mean, actually newer than some of the current maps we have. Shaking my head, Neo Violet Square. But Gresswan was around in the map pool back in 2023. It's been a couple of years. It's been a couple of years since it has been in the rotation. And now we are back, as we do feature an extended map pool here at OSC King of the Hill. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gresswan, we have our blue Zerg player, the current reigning King of the Hill from Lena, Mexico. It is Cham. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player for Team Liquid, the new challenger. It is Skillus. One of the best Protoss players in all of Europe. Let's go. And as we settle into our best of one, a big shout out to Harstham. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time over on your own channel. And welcome one and all to OSC King of the Hill. This is our third broadcast of the night. If you have not seen this event before, this is a unique tournament, unique format. This is a King of the Hill style format. Best of one. Best of one. Winner stays on. Loser is knocked out of the tournament. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this best of one. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat so far. Hatch full gas. More or less a standard opener. Cham, he is one that does typically go for a more quirky start to the game, but nothing too crazy here out of Cham. Likewise, Skillus going for his own gate expand as well. For those that are just tuning in, I should also emphasize that you may be thinking, Gresswan, it's been a while. What's going on? Why are we loading into an older map? Here in OSC events, whether it's OSC King of the Hill, whether it's the OSC Season 12 Championship, we do feature an extended map pool. Players, they vote. They vote on older maps to incorporate, to bring in, and Gresswan is one of the maps voted to incorporate into these tournaments. Maps like Gresfon, Romanticide, and Eraholm have been added to the map pool. And it is challenger pick, so Skillus did choose to play on this map. Let's go. Let us go. Otherwise, again, big shout to Harsum. Gracias, papi, gracias. Oh, do we see some Harsum later on in this tournament? Maybe, maybe. I don't, I don't think he's an OSC Elite member, but you know, the potential is there. For now, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Skillus. Everything looking normal for the time being. Really, our eyes are going to be on Sham. For those that missed out, Sham, he just 12 pool drone pulled the hell out of Geralt. It was crazy. It was wild. With link speed behind it, of course. It's gas pool. Here, though, is droning, is taking a third base. Everything more or less looking standard. He pulls out a gas. Bear that in mind. Not rushing into an early lair, into an early tech structure. Just link speed and droning. So far, so good. As it is going to be a Void Ray opener. Interesting. So Skillus not opening up Oracle. With the Void Ray, of course, the goal will be to hunt down the Overlords, will be to deny vision, to deny scouting of Cham, and to keep the Zerg player in the dark. And we'll see how many Overlords he can catch. Meanwhile, Adept is going to be forced out of the main. Oh my god. Whew. Barely escapes. Hi, hi, hi. Barely does get away with 10 HP. And we'll see where Skillus takes us after the Void Ray. From here, it could just be a Void Ray opener into Oracle, into a third base, into +1 and Blink. Instead, we could high tech and go for a fast Fleet Beacon, into Sky Toss, into like a Tempest Rush. We could see an earlier Twilight Council into Glaives or something crazy like that. Keep an eye on Skillus. Now Adept is chased down. Void Ray moves out, so looking for an Overlord, and he will find one. Overlord gets found. The reason why you want to skip this first Overlord is because this Overlord is already dead, really. Like, it's already gone at this point. So may as well move out first and catch another hidden Overlord. Oh, before pulling back. No, Cham! Oh, God, I was holding my breath. I was scared it was me. But it looks like we may have lost Cham here. A little bit unfortunate. If we do lose him, it's all good. We can always remake and resume from replay. But feels Cham, man. Feels Cham. Hopefully everything's okay. We have had instances before where like the power goes out, like in an apartment complex or in the neighborhood, or you know, maybe suddenly like the internet goes down. But it's all good. We can remake. And hopefully we're able to remake. Hopefully Cham, he comes back. He comes back to us. Hopefully. As we're still getting to our game, like there's no major lead from anyone. Like we're still kind of getting to our openers, getting some Overlord kills. Settling into Gresfon. But most likely we will have to resume from replay. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Likewise, again, for those that are just tuning in, exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket has been progressing. We are nearing the end of the broadcast. We're 2/3 of the way through. Two-thirds of the way through. And we will be waiting for Cham to return to us. Okay, so we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. I guess we can take this moment to go over the bracket for a moment as well. True. Go over some of our previous matches. And here we go. As we do switch our scenes over and catch up on the Wikipedia page. Here we go from the top here. We actually didn't really have much of a win streak going on for quite some time. Again, When it comes to the format, best of ones, purely best of ones here. Lunacy took down Sebestus 1-0. Then we had GG Machine take him down. Then Hydra did go on a 2-game win streak. True, that did happen. But then following that, we did have Rebellion. Rebellion took down Hydra. Then Night Phoenix, and then just now we have the win streak of Cham. And honestly, a lot of these games have been quite fast. We've had a lot of early game, we had a lot of aggression, cheese, proxy, a lot of aggression here in general here between a lot of these players. But Cham, he's on a win streak. He has 3 wins so far. Takes down Night Phoenix, Percival, Geralt, and now is up against Skillus. Here we are in the 10th best of 1 of the broadcast. 10 out of 15. Again, 15 in total, so we're 2/3 of the way through. And we'll see who else does show up here in the tournament. I would like to see some more Terran gameplay. Players like Nickrat comes to mind. Baby Marine as well. True, Baby Marine. He does compete in this event from time to time. Battle B, Moja, he does show up as well. We've been lacking some Terran, not gonna lie. So it would be nice if we had a little bit more Terran here towards the tail end of the broadcast. But again, Cham, he did lag out, and hopefully everything is okay. We're currently waiting for him to return to us. Hopefully there's no forfeit or anything like that. We'll try to reach out. We'll try. Otherwise, for now, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have, hopefully, our next series. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I do apologize for the break, but alas, we did have some technical issues, and unfortunately, Cham is no longer able to compete. Cham, he did let us know that his internet is down and it is not coming back, so he cannot actually reprise his role as King of the Hill. As a result, we are reset. We do, in a sense, reset here. We have no current king. There is a vacancy, and who is going to claim that throne? Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the red Terran player for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player for Team Liquid. It is Skillus. We go, and if you are in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Again, it is a shame, and maybe we can see Cham later on in the evening. If his internet does return, then we can bring him back. Otherwise, the show must go on, and Nicaract, he will rise to attempt to take his place. Here we go. Now, Nicaract, he does have some very strong TVP. He has caused a lot of upsets. Of course, in recent weeks, we have casted Nicaract take down Max Packs. We've seen him take down Hero as well. Nicaract, he's an animal. He's a beast in the Terran vs Protoss matchup. If you haven't seen his TVP before, you may not be familiar, but Nicaract, he's very aggressive. Very aggressive. We see a lot of 2-base all-ins, 3-base play, just aggressive builds in general is typically how he is able to catch some players off guard. And we'll see what he brings to the table in this best of one. As the pressure is on, Skillus, he isn't the king of the hill, but Skillus, he is one of the bigger names in the region. Of course, he is one of the best Protoss players in all of Europe. He's top 3 alongside Showtime and Max Packs, arguably even greater than that. Skillus has been getting some very good results as of late, and has definitely been improving, and he has been closing that gap between himself and players like Max Packs and Showtime. So it's great to see the growth of Skillus. For now, is going to pull back, is expanding back at home, going for his own economic standard opener, gate expanded to Cybercore. Meanwhile, we do see Nicaract at home, likewise opening up economically as well. Going for the CC on the low ground into a delayed factory, into a delayed second gas geyser. So more economic start, but I'm expecting an aggressive follow-up, and I'm expecting an aggressive mid-game. We're here to find out. Let's go. Here to find out. Skillus will move out. I miss this map so much. Well, such a great map. True. Good times. I mean, we're going back to one of our older maps, but I'm sure we'll be featuring Gressman and Romanticide later on down the line. I'm sure. The last we've seen of Gressman. But now Adept does threaten a shade. We do have our tech of choice, going for a Twilight Council opener, not a Stargate. Headed towards Blink. Very safe play. Stargate play is viable, but is quite risky, and we often see it on larger maps, referring to maps like, you know, your Gressmans, Romanticide, Neo-Violet Square, Abyssal Reef. On some of these smaller maps or more exposed maps, it can be difficult to get away with Stargate play. Oh. As the Adept does head towards the mineral line, gets one, or tries to get one SCV. Not quite able to, though. It's going to be zoned away. It's going to be forced back. You can see Nicaract rallying just everything across the map here as we speak, headed towards that natural. There is no shield battery, but there are 2 stalkers. Is that going to be enough? Behind this early tank production. Tanks are on the way. Tech lab here on the starport. Adept gets called out. And it's going to be tank into Banshee. We spoke about aggressive builds. Here it comes. At the same time, catching another stalker. Not bad. Takes down the stalker. There's still 3 left. Skills he can micro against this. He can kite this down. Oh no! Oh, gets hacked. Gets caught out. Gets trapped. Not like this. The stalker stumbled. I stumbled, Fabi. Aye. The stalker goes down. And so far, nice pickoffs. Looking at the source type here. 2 stalkers, 1 depth for 5 marines and a Hellion. Trading minerals for gas. And Nicaract is still building up early tank production into Banshee play. Not researching Cloak. Bear that in mind. No Cloak. Throws down 2 more Raxes. And it's going to be on Skillus to recognize how much danger he's in, to slow it down, and to contain. But now getting up to 4 gates. Jesus. 4 gateways with Blink. Does push. Blink is now done. Likewise, Nicaract also moving out. Oh, almost does catch one of the Stalkers. Stalkers are getting low, trading against the Marines. And so far, Skill is trading well. Does trade well for himself. Pulls back, pulls away. Still keeping up. Will lose one of his tanks even. Brutal pickoff. Massive pickoff here for Skillus. Snipes the tank. Headed towards the main. Still needs that high ground vision. But he's taking a third base behind this. Just containing Nick Rat. Expanding behind it. And looking to get further ahead. Nick Rat stuck at home. Expecting a blink. He's ready in the main. Going for a third CC. So Nick Rat, he's not going for a 2-base all-in, he's building up towards a third. And Nick Rat is still contained. West Skillus looking for a way in. Now he has that vision. Prism has arrived. Spots the army. Oh god! Jesus. Does rally in. But will be allowed to blink. There's no tank in the main. The add-ons are exposed, denying combat shields. And almost denying Stim. Stim is going to be safe, thankfully. Regardless, nice pickoff. Trades against the Marines. Blinks away. Will bleed out 2 Stalkers. But still better trades for Skillus. Would have been huge if he got Stim. Rotating once again. Behind this, going for a Dark Shrine. Getting to charge. Nick Rat, he is struggling here. Nick Rat just enjoying his economy. Getting his third base fully saturated. Gateway Explosion into Blink Stalker into Zealot. He's going to be delaying his gases here, so he's going to be sticking with a mainly Gateway focused composition. So later Splash damage, later Colossus, later Storm. Just Stalker Zealot for now. It's time for his Gateways. Oh. Anyway, he sims in. Takes down the Observer. Catches a Stalker. Not bad. Slick moves, baits out of mine shots. Baits out one, baits out another. Prism towards the main. Zealots have arrived. Charge is not yet done. He's making his way into the mineral line. Oh my god. Does get dropped off. Just keeping Nick Rat busy. Stalkers are deflected. DT spawning in as well. Now they're going to be forced to pick up. We got 1 DT in the mineral line. SCVs are falling. And we're forcing out more scans as well. Let's get the hell out of here. Oh. As Skills, he has pulled Nick Rat apart. Going for the mineral line. SCVs are falling. And even here, this is just too much damage. 15 SCVs. 15 SCV kills. The DTs are still wreaking havoc as well. And you just fight toe-to-toe with the Bio Army. Marines are getting overstimmed. Skills he can pull away. Prism is still alive, going for another massive warp in. And claims another tank. Ay, ay, ay. Another tank goes down. Add-ons, production. And Nick Rat, he just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Did have a decent start, but very quickly lost map control. And that led into this. Stalkers that have into the main, picking up more add-ons. Disrupting production. Skills even finding the room to take another expansion and go for a 4th base. Jesus. Doesn't even need one, but why not? Getting a 4th, building up Immortals. From here he can take gases and start to take up into some splash damage. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. As Nick Rat, he's down to 49 SCVs. Down to a 2-base setup. And Skillus, he's not done. He has no chill back. He will reinforce. Massing up more Zealots. There are some Widow Mines behind this. But that's still a sea of Zealots coming his way. Nick Rat, can he hold on? Oh my god. Forcing the blink. That's that 1 Widow Mine. Forcing Skillus back. Does send him away. Here's him headed towards the main. Dragging Nickrak out of position, at least trying to. Nickrak so far keeping up. He's keeping up with the rotations. Catches the Observer. It's going to be 3 Widow Mines. Mines left over. And now we have our splash damage Bay for Colossus. Second Robo as well. Nickrak has a comparable army size here, and oh my god, the boys. From here, did pull the boys for a moment. Trying to claim his third. Still little mines. Skills, he does snipe one of those medevacs. Building up more zealots first. Colossus now on the way. Really, that's all that Skills is missing. Just some more consistent splash damage. He's almost there. From here, Nickrak, he's hoping to maybe peel up and get across the map unscattered with the drop play, for example. Reclaiming his third base. Skills overextending with the Warp Prism. There are potential opportunities here for Skills to make mistakes and to try to capitalize on that, but outside of that, it's looking dire here for Nickrak. Does break out though. Does break out. He can now claim his third. At the same time, Prison comes in. Another massive Warp In. Warp In gets cancelled though. Skills getting a little bit too excited. There we go, finishing it up. Does move forward in between the bases, catching out the main army, and now he can charge in. Now he can commit. We'll take a massive match to face nice EMP. EMP goes off. We come in for the surround. EMPs are solid, and Nickrak, he can clean this up. Takes down the Immortal. Now going for the Stalkers. Nickrak, he's trading well. He's trading well for himself. Another Zealot Warping comes in. Again, the Bio Army here of Nickrak trading so efficiently. He's hanging in there. He's holding on. At least until the Colossus arrive, and that's kind of the big deciding factor here. We have 3 Colossus now for Skillless. He is lacking an army, though. He is lacking an army. Again, that was 47 Zealots going down, and 2 Immortals. Again, Nickrak, he fought well. Imagine if he had an economy. Like, imagine if he had a third base up running the entire time. Imagine if he could have sustained himself up until this moment. Regardless, Nickrak is still in this. Still in this game. Making sure there's no Prism. Skills taking more bases though, taking more expansions. His economy is still booming. The lack of gases is really hindering him. You can see Skills, he has 1,000 minerals, and so he can only really make zealots. Gee, oh my god! He's up to 5 Colossus! Oh my god. I mean, despite how well the buy's been trading, I mean, 5 Colossus has something to say about that. Ah, no. Oh god. The lasers. Calm down, Skills, calm down. Skills poking in. You could argue that this is overkill, and it is, but it can be quite necessary against mainly Marauder-based compositions. As Zelzay coming towards the natural. Colossus pushing towards the 4th base, or towards the 3rd. And the Colossus they are revealed. GG gets called, and Skillless, he will claim the game. He'll be our new King of the Hill. GG. GG. Again, we had a very aggressive start by Nickrak, but very quickly he did lose map control. From there, he was contained, and Skills, who was able to be so greedy behind it, taking a 3rd base, taking a 4th base, containing Nickrak, picking up some key units as well, and did eventually pull him apart. Towards the end, we saw Nickrak, he had some definitely fight left in him, and we saw him take a really nice engagement in between his bases. He was able to trade quite efficiently, but he still didn't really have any bank behind it to just keep up and maintain those losses, as eventually he was overwhelmed, and GG. GG well played. Skillless will take it. You will take it. And oh my god, Eddie, calm down. Eddie, he's been holding back up until this moment. I mean, we are nearing the end of the broadcast. We have a handful of matches remaining here, but up next we have our next contender. It's going to be another PVT. Up next we have the 11th best of 5, and it is going to be Skillous up against the man himself, Piotr Spirit. Let's go. Skillous versus Spirit is coming up next in a best of 1. Skillous, of course, is our king of the hill, and it's going to be up to Spirit to pick the map. Where are we jumping? Where are we headed? Meanwhile, towards the end of that game, share my papi, share my big shout to Kashim in the chat. Oh my god, for subscribing for 17 months. Thank you so much, Kashim, for the support. We do appreciate it as always. Kashim, a big part of the StarCraft scene, the StarCraft community. Kashim is one of the big names behind Aligalak, and also one of the big names behind the Polish community as well. So gracias. Share my papi, share my. Dziękuję. As we are getting ready for our next map. Oh, we have it. We're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Okay. Go. As Skillous did veto Abyssal Reef. Makes sense. Instead of loading into a smaller map instead. And we'll see how Spirit will approach this TVP. We'll see if he does open up more aggressively or not, as we load into a smaller map in general. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our orange Terran player from Atlanta, Poland. The new challenger. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the current King of the Hill. We have the red Protoss player for Team Liquid. It is Skillous. We go. Are going to be building up and settling in. Again, we just featured one TVP, now we have another. Spirit is a bit of a step up. Again, he's been improving quite a lot here over the past year, or even 2 years, I would say. In a similar place to Skillous, actually, where Spirit, for a very long time, he was kind of in the shadow of Clem and of Big Gabe in the European region, but nowadays less so. He has closed that gap. He has been looking so damn good, so impressive, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will this go the way of Skillous or of Spirit? I do think these two are very close in skill, 100%, but the reality is this is the best of 1. Best of 1. It's all on the line, here and now, in one game on Ultra Love. It's hard to call. You have to go by feeling, papi. What do you feel? Who is more informed? Skillous, he's warmed up. True, is warmed up. Is looking very impressive as of late, especially in the PvZ and PvP matchup. Spirit, meanwhile, going for his own economic opener, single gas, so Rax expand out of Spirit. Feels likewise Gates Hyper expand as well. So far, so good. Going to be settling in. This shouldn't be a surprise to you, but Spirit, he does not SCV scout, so no SCV scout, no Reaper scout either. Going Marine first. I believe he should be scouting with his Hellion eventually once the factory is thrown down. Until then, Spirit, he's more concerned with his own opener, cutting corners and settling in. Likewise, we do see Skillous opening up with a Sentry. Is a very safe way to open up. Much more viable thanks to the NG overcharge, and he's going for the hallucination to confirm what exactly is going on. Do we have an economic opener, something more aggressive, something more tech heavy? What is Spirit up to? As behind this, interesting. So this was an economic opener, don't get me wrong, it was a Rax expand, but that is a second Rax before the starport. So much more aggressive follow-up here. Now from here we can turn this into a 2-1-1. 2-1-1s are a rare sight in this matchup, but not impossible. Or we could even throw down a third Rax as well. But we have confirmation it is indeed a 2-1-1. 2 Raxes, 1 factory into 1 starport. We're setting up our bio. We'll see if we go for the early tech lab into stim into a drop. We go. The initial Hellion is designed to scout across the map. Just gonna read what's going on. As Spirit has yet to really piece anything together. For all he knows, it could be a Stargate opener, Robo, or a Twilight Council. We have confirmation Stargate into Oracle. Hellion does push. There is that tech lab on that Rax, as we mentioned, to go into stim. As there we go, stim is being prioritized. Meanwhile, nice force field, locks down the Hellion, no scout into the main. And Spirit, he has no idea that Oracle is coming his way. Now, he might play this safe and position his Widow Mines in his mineral lines regardless. As Oracle doesn't move out. Still staying back home. I mean, again, skills already scouted. Like, he has seen the 2-on-1. He saw the researching tech lab. He knows that Marines and Bio and a drop is coming his way. The goal is to shut it down. As we open up with a mine drop. Mine drop across the map. The army is in position. Goose into the mineral line. Up. And Skills, he does react in time. Does pull away. Does pull away. Spirit, he does save the Widow Mines. Not bad. Oracle dives into the main, and the Widow Mines are not in position. SCVs are going down. He gets 1, he gets 2. He gets 3. 3 SCV kills. Not bad. Likewise does confirm the production. And will pull away. Likewise, medevac under fire. And it looks like it should go down. Oh, it does boost in time. Likewise, Oracle still getting another SCV, getting 4. 4 SCV kills. Medevac does make it back home. And Spirit is forced back. Sim is almost done. He's pushing. He is moving out. And again, this is going to be a very strong timing here. Medevacs have rallied across the map to help support the army. 2 medevacs are on the way. Oracle does hit the main base once again, punishing Spirit. And he's committed. He has to get damage done. He's moving out across the map, but we have the defense. We have a Colossus on the way. Shield battery as well. Skillless, does he have enough? Can Spirit get within range? Tank is moving forward. Should be within range of the gateway. The gateway is under fire. Colossus halfway done. And against Skills, he has to just buy time for the Colossus. As he's pinned against the wall. He is pinned back. Spirit rotating over towards the main base instead. Towards that pylon. Will depower. Not bad, but the Colossus has arrived. Phoenixes, they do try to deter the army. Massive mine shots. Both of them. Yeah, both mine shots do connect. Tank goes down, but we drop into the main. We're going for the mineral line. We're going for the economy. Boys being pulled away. So many probes going to be going down. No, they go into the mineral line. They go into the marine fire. 12 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. 13 even. 13 workers going down. He does catch one of the pieces. Does catch both. And will boost away. Does boost over. Out of the natural. And this is crippling damage. 13 workers, 3 phoenixes. Even a couple of stalkers. And Skills, he has to counterattack. He has to move out. Back at home, Spirit, he's building up his tanks. Bunkers on the way. He's getting ready for the assault. Getting ready for the Skillless. Tank is sieged. Remember, there is no blink. Remember, it was a Stargate opener. And that fell on its face. The Phoenixes have been reset. There's what, 1 Phoenix left. 2 if that. And Spirit is secure. Set up on the high ground. So Vikings, Marauders, Marines. He can pull the boys if need be. He's ahead in workers. He can afford to lose some. Skillless, he pulls away. I mean, it's difficult here. Unfortunately, without Blink, without a Warp Prism either, and the Prism's still in the way, he can't really rotate into the main base or strike another position. The Observer sees everything. Like, he sees the setup, and it's not looking easy to break. But Skillless can at least deny the third. True. So another Phoenix goes down. Phoenix does fall. Skillet's still waiting for that War Prism. It's soon to arrive. Now he can reinforce his army. Now he can micro. Try to juggle back. Charge is done. And the hope would be for Skills to cash his army moving out. Remember, he has the Observer, so he knows when Spirit will reposition to take the third. And then when he's out in the open, then Skills can strike. But pushing up this ramp, it's not going to be the call to make. At least I hope not. Skills, he's reinforcing. They do hit the natural, so the third. Again, Skills, he's hoping to try to drag Spirit out of position into that third location, out into the open. So far, Spirit, he's pretty well set up. Does commit, might just going up. Zealous taking a lot of hits to the face. Oh my god, and Zealous they melt. And Skillet, he cannot push into this. Okay, he's gonna be punished here. Colossus takes a lot of damage, a lot of hits. Vikings moving in. Zealous do get the mineral line. 13 SCVs go down, not bad. And Skills, he backs off. He backs off, takes down the mineral line, denies the third base. That's all he needed. That's all he needs to do. From here, he can take his own third. He can take his own third base. Now, this is a very late third for Skillet. Very late. And he's still not in the best position, but that was decent damage. He traded mainly Zealots for Workers. Did preserve his Colossus. As oh, the prison does almost rally in. Spirit is reclaiming that third. Spirit is still ahead in army supply. Again, it's one of those things where Skillet, he traded his own army for economic damage. That is true, but the main army of Spirit is still looking very healthy and very robust. It's terrifying. And Spirit is going to be the first to max out. And Skillet, he just can't keep up. Again, this third base is just so delayed. He has to rely on these Novas, and here comes Spirit. He's getting ready. He's getting ready to stim and to win. Oh, takes down the Colossus already. He gets one. He gets two. And both Colossus should be falling. There are two disruptors on the high ground. Nova goes up. That's the first Nova. There's one Nova left. And now they're both on cooldown. They're both on cooldown. Spirit, he can go for the dive. He takes down the expansion. Nexus is going to fall. And Skillet, he cannot engage into this. Just doesn't have enough. Here comes a third disruptor. And GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and Spirit, he will snowball out of control and take down Skillet and be our new King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. Spirit, he will claim the series, will take down Skillet. Again, just a really rough position there for Skillet, as that 2-1-1 did pop off. Again, 2-1-1s are really, they're a rarity. They can do really well against Stargate openers, and hey, it was a Stargate opener. They can struggle against Blink Stalkers, especially because of the counterattack. We kind of mentioned it at the time, that really Skillet, despite going for his own counterattack after the aggression, he couldn't really push into the natural, and he couldn't actually rotate into the main. With something like a 3-gate or 4-gate Blink Stalker opener, you can punish the natural, you can punish the main base, and the tank count early on is very low there, just because factory production was spent elsewhere, especially when it comes to that 2-1-1 build, when it comes to the first tank push. But alas, very fortunate for Spirit, as it was a Stargate, and with that, there was no pushing power for Skillet. He couldn't really split up his army, couldn't hit another location. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Spirit does snowball out of control. And, with that, we have our next opponent. Oh my god, we're fighting for it! Oh no. So, we have two players. Okay. We have two players. They want Spirit, Pappy. They want it. It is Shameless and Jumi. Shameless and Jumi, they have both risen up here to the challenge. They both want Spirit, but there's only enough room for one. Only enough room for one. No 2v1s. And up next, it is going to be Shameless. Shameless is coming up next in another TVP. And you can imagine who the next opponent is going to be after that. Let's go. So all the Protosses. We have our Vito. King's Cove is out. And Amygdala is in. Jumping into our game. Here we go. We have our map. We have our lobby. Up next is going to be Amygdala, another Terran versus Protoss, and we'll see. We'll see if Shameless can succeed where Skilless otherwise failed. It's not going to be easy. But again, with these best of ones, players that can come in with a plan. They can come in with a map in mind, with a build in mind as well. Let's go. Let's jump in. Shameless Jumi Arkham would be funny. Oh no. Oh no. All the Zoomers. Throw Eva in there as well. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the orange Terran player. We have the Polish Terran, the current King of the Hill. It is Spirit. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Spirit is the current king. He is the heavy favorite. That is true. But Shameless, he has been improving so much over the past year. And I want to believe he can bring Spirit down, especially in the best of one. It's possible. Can he do it? The pressure is on. On. The probe does move out. Just going for his initial scouts. Likewise, double gas opener this time at a Spirit. If you recall, last game we saw Spirit go for an economic start, going for a Rax into CC. This time, double gas leads into a faster factory instead. So a little bit more tech heavy here from Spirit. This can lead a couple of different ways. This can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion. This can lead into a Hellion drop. Can lead into a more committed Mine drop. Early tank production, early Banshee production, early Cyclone drop. There are options here for Spirit. We'll see where he takes us, as he does have this more aggressive nature to him at times. I know that he's known for greed more than anything, but every now and then, he pops up. And this Shameless settling in. On some of these larger maps, that's where it is a little bit more viable to open up with the Stargates. In general, I mean, we kind of brought this up last game. Stargate openers can be quite risky. They do leave you vulnerable to early game aggression, like a 2-1-1, which is why Spirit did so much damage last time. The Oracles and Phoenixes, they did not really help much at all when it came to defense, the early game defense of Shameless, of Skilless, I should say. And Spirit did overwhelm. But on larger maps, it is safer to do so, as, again, the rush distance by ground or even rush distance by air is longer. But now though, our eyes are on Shameless. Cybercore is done. Waiting for our tech of choice. And there it is. This time, Twilight Council. So Twilight Council out of Shameless, playing a bit of a safer approach here into Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, Spirit getting to his own 1-1-1. There's the initial Hellion. Reaper as well. Not too many though, just 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion just for scouting. Dives into the main. Sentry almost getting caught out. Does pull away. Shameless stop through an extra gateway. Just 2 gates for now. We'll see when we do stop and how many we commit into. As Spirit, he does go for the dive, rushes past the army, goes into the mineral line, into the main. Hellion is going to fall, but the Reapers, they bust in. How many probe kills? Getting 1 so far, getting 2. 1, 2, 3 probe kills. It is going to be a one-way trip. Getting a 4th probe towards the end. Not bad. Does get some damage. Likewise, does not confirm the tech. Spirit is still in the dark. And he's following this up here with a mine drop into Liberator Harass. Interesting. Okay. Moving out with a singular Widow Mine. We'll apply that Liberator. In towards that Natural. We'll see if Shameless can keep up. As he should be able to gain that map control with those Blink Stalkers. His 3rd gateway is on the way. It's a 3-gate Blink. Mind Drop comes in. Oh, it does go off. Not quite. Does pull away in time. Widow Mine's delaying quite a bit of mining time here in the main. And still the Unburrowed once again. It's delaying for so long. Finally does go down. And we're not done. Here comes a 2nd Widow Mine. Widow Mine into the main. Does boost in. Oh. Doesn't go for it. Not yet. Blink isn't done. Spirit does back off. And he will be able to leave this here in position, getting ready for another dive. At the same time, here comes that Liberator. We'll see if Shameless can keep up. He does have some Stalkers here at the Natural. He's ready. He's ready for anything. Never mind. Does move that towards the 3rd. The Liberator will siege. And we'll get 1 probe. Likewise, boosting into the main. Does boost into the main. Oh my god. Shot doesn't go up. Stalkers, 1 Stalker will fall, but the Liberator gets cleaned up. And Shameless holds. Does lose mining time, but does hold, does defend. Back across the map, Spirit, he's getting ready for the counterattack. We have some nice Sim City. Tanks are siege, getting to stim, combat shields. He's secure. Spirit is secure, and Shameless does confirm. Upon seeing this, takes the 3rd. Takes the 3rd base. Yo, getting juiced up. Let's go. As always. The juice is ready. Shameless does push. And the goal here should just be to contain. To contain Spirit, to get eyes on any kind of move out, delay a push, delay any drop play. Potentially snipe some tech. But based on the tank positioning here, it's not looking too likely. Shameless, he's going for it though. He goes for the dive. We'll take down 1 tank. Oh my god, for 3 Stalkers though. That is not well done. Get out of here. 4 Stalkers. 4 Stalkers go down. That was not quite worth it. Does get a tank, sure, but the punish was real. And he didn't see that 2nd tank. Didn't know there was another tank here behind this. And he has triggered a counterattack. Spirit, he knows. He's like, mate, you just threw away your army. How are you going to stop me? How are you going to slow me down? The answer is you won't. Shameless, he's rushing into Storm. Storm is halfway done. Shameless, he's in trouble here. Trying to warp in, trying to set up. Storm is halfway done. It's not going to be done in time. It's not ready. Stim has completed. Spirit, he's going for it. And tanks they seem within range of the base. It's going to go down. There's no saving this. Massive tank volley going off. Shameless, he will at least preserve. Yeah, I was going to say he's going to preserve the high tempo, but GG gets called. The 3rd base gets broken, and Spirit, he will take down Shameless. GG. GG, well played. Just a rough blink there from Shameless, losing everything, and upon losing all of his Stalkers, that means there's nothing holding Spirit back. He could just unsiege, walk across the map, and end the game. Otherwise, that was designed to, again, buy time to delay the push, to slow it down, to keep Spirit contained. Alas, was unable to. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Spirit, he will claim another win. And the question becomes, can Jumi stop him? As I believe that's going to be our next player. Oh boy. Could be mistaken. Could be mistaken. We'll see. I do see a plethora of players stepping up to the challenge. God, Jumi's in the... I see Jumi. I see Eva as well. True. I see Eva. Also lurking. See him lurking in the background. And yes, we have confirmation. Up next is going to be another TVP. Spirit versus Jumi. Let's go. Again, there's been a lot of hype around Jumi as of late. Jumi, of course, he recently had a strong showing at the WardiTV February event. Was able to take down and perform well in the group stage against players like Rogue, against players like Gumiho as well. Jumi did play well, but how does he compare to Spirit? That's the question. The pressure is on. As we only have 2 matches left, we are nearing the end of the broadcast. We are here on our 14th best of 1, and we have 1 more best of 1 after this series. Oh boy. We're running out of players, running out of matches. Who is going to be the final king of the hill? Shameless played in a tournament lately where he beat Beyond and took a game off of Cure and won no money. Oh no. I mean, it shows how competitive StarCraft is. How brutal it can be. Have a look. That sounds like a tournament that I did not cast. Shameless, he... played well against Cure. Oh, the Monday night weeklies. I see. Yeah. We don't cast those here. But as a European weekly tournament, yeah, he 2-1 Beyond and he took a map off of Cure. Impressive. Really well done here by Shameless. I'm telling you, Papi. He's my Rising Star 2024. Este Shameless. Did fall here to Piotr, but he's got more to offer. 100%. Now we are getting into our second last best of 1 of the night of the broadcast. And here we go. Jumi, he rises to the challenge here. And we have Jumi's map of choice. We're going to be loading into Romanticide. Let's go. It's been a while. It's been a while since we featured this map. Again, for those that are curious, we do feature an extended map pool here in OSC at OSC events, featuring maps like Gresfan, Romanticide, and Erahome. It's been years back. Here we go, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Romanticide, we have our German Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Streamers. He's getting called out. It is Jumi. He's like, no. Why would you say that? I'm gonna 4-gate you. Meanwhile, throws down 4 gateways. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the orange Terran player from Atlanta, Poland, the current king of the hill with 2 wins under his belt. It is Spirit. Just like every game. Oh no. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Playing Shrabets as the banter is going on. Oh my god. And she was like, mate, what do you mean? I've got like 2 builds, not 1. Ah, true. 2 builds. Kappa. God, no. I'm gonna need some Jumi enjoyers in the chat to confirm. Jumi, he streams a lot. Does stream a lot. I haven't casted enough of Jumi's PvT, I'll be honest. I've been mainly casting a lot of his PvZ and PvP during the Sparkling Tuna Cup. A lot of PvP for Jumi. He's an animal. I can tell you that for certain. Well, more like 400% of the time. Oh no. I'll take your word on it. I believe you. True. Este Jumi. But now we're settling in. It is going to be an economic opener out of Spirits, going for a racked expand. Likewise, standard opener out of Jumi as well, which is what we expect on some of these larger maps. Welcome one and all to Romanticide. Again, this map was in the map pool back in 2022. It has been quite some time and is a very large map. Large map, a lot of bases, a lot of choke points as well here towards the center of the map. He's undecided. So yeah, 4 now. Oh, going for the Stargate. Let's go. Stargate open out of Jimmy. Now, I mentioned this before in the previous series or in the previous game. I was referring to how Stargate play can be really risky to pull off, but is more viable on larger maps. Romanticide counts. Romanticide does count, is one of the larger maps in the map pool, so Jimmy, he feels safe enough to open Stargate. We'll see if he can. Oh, Spirit, he made a deal. No BCs. What a guy. What a guy. Look at this. Spirit. He's not going to show him his final form. No battle cruisers. Cap. I appreciate it. From here, Stargate opening into the Oracle. Oracle's going to be moving out across the map. Now, typically, the reason why I say this is unsafe is because you're going to be lacking an army to slow down a push early on. So if Spirit was to open up aggressively, then Jumi would be in trouble. Alas, here, economic opener. Jumi should be okay. Oh, maybe Tempest. Oh, he's teasing us, man. He's teasing us. Sky Toss. We could get there on Romanticide, unironically, in a longer game. We'll see. Hellions move out for scouting information, going for a medevac behind this as well. Going for what looks to be a Hellion drop. Uh-oh. Oracle does spot some of the Hellions. They spot each other. Jumi moving out.
Glory to the Daylong.
And Jumi, he will miss the medevac. Uh-oh. Does miss the medevac. Heads into the main. And we'll get some SCV kills. Gets one so far. Some awkward micro there as he does get 2 Marines and an SCV is going to be forced out. And here comes a Hellion drop. Now, what does it take? It takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. And if probes line up, mate, they can get roasted. And here we go. We're boosting into the main. Back in the main base, there is one Phoenix or a couple of Adepts. Can they slow this down? Oh, and she does bust in. Their probes are falling. One gets lifted. Oh my god, getting to 6 probes already. And he can get one more volley off. Barely does not. 7 probe kills. And Jumi holds. Jumi does defend. This could have been worse. It could have been better though. This is what I will say. That is going to be 4 Hellions for 7 probes in the end. I'd say Jumi comes out a little bit better here. I'm sure Spirit Hill was hoping for a little bit better value there, especially upon losing the medevac alongside the Hellions. As with that, Jumi does hold. Now it's time to counterattack. And behind this, a little bit more old school, Phoenix into Colossus. Hey, it really is like we're playing on Romanticide. It's 2022 all over again. It's crazy. Phoenix Colossus. A style and a composition that was meta and was the go-to for many, many years. For a long time. Nowadays, this is a lot more, again, a lot more old school. This isn't really seen too often in the current meta. Phoenix openers in general have died out, as maps have gotten smaller, of course. As the maps have gotten smaller, Phoenix openers have been less viable. Likewise, Terran players have been getting much better at punishing this, of course. As the Phoenix is going to go down, brutal pickoff. Nice aces though, will delay the push. But nice catch nonetheless for Spirit. As he's building up, reinforcing with another Cyclone. I mentioned before that typically Stargate openers do mean that you're vulnerable early on, and we can see Spirit trying to be aggressive, but is slowed down. We have another stasis. Uh-oh. Not again. Not again! Oh! Oh my god, the army gets caught out, and that's a massive delay here. 2 massive stasis traps to the face. And with that, Jumi is safe. He's safe and sound. More stasis traps on the way. Oracle finally will fall. It does finally go down, but Jumi has time to build up. He has the high ground, 2 shield batteries, and the Colossus. Colossus is on the way, and about to pop. And again, by the time Spirit gets across the map, I mean, I don't think he can break through. Not anymore. Scans. This time he spots the stasis. This time he is aware. Decent lock on. Takes down the Adept. Adept does fall. Likewise, Liberator here towards the main. Oh, 5 probe kills, not bad. That's 5 workers. Takes out another stalker, but the main army is still looking solid. So we got 6 probes in total. Let's say 6, 7. 7 probes go down. Jimmy taking a lot of economic losses. Spirit's still building up. Behind this, what do we have? We have Stim, combat shields, +1, all in the way. Yeah, massive 1-1 timing here on the horizon for Spirit. Jimmy getting ready for a Zealot counterattack. Getting ready for a run by. Flag Red Spirit walling up, walling off. So we are settling in. Ooh, okay. And Jimmy, he was under quite a bit of danger there, but again, he was able to slow down the push, was able to shut it down in general. Cleaned the Deliberator, takes the 4th base, and now has gained map control. Meanwhile, Spirit, he's still building up. All those upgrades are completing. Getting to his Ghost Academy, into Ghost production. Jimmy, he can reinforce with his gateway. We'll see what he can get done. Spirit is in position. Yeah, the army gets spotted by the sensor tower. We'll siege up in time. But Jimmy, he's going for the depots. Lose a couple of swords of the depots. They should go down. Oh my god, the bio as well. Nice force field, takes down the Cyclone. From here, Jimmy backs off at the same time. Spirit, he gets across the map, and he's going for the mineral line. Will force a recall. Probes are falling. Up the stasis. Stasis does get baited though. And doesn't quite connect. Did run out, I think, even. And with that, that's 11 probe kills. A recall. Spirit back at home. He's safe and sound. He does hold. And he comes out ahead. As he's up in workers. Up in SCVs. You know, he's holding his own. Operating High Templar, soon working towards Storm, I would imagine. Spirit, he's just amassing his army, takes his gases, going for a 4th CC. There we go, Storm has now begun. And there's going to be a window in time here where Jumi is that much more vulnerable, as he doesn't have Storm yet. Incorporating Disruptors, getting all 3 forms of splash damage. Colossus, Disruptor, and Storm. Spirit, though, still has that massive army lead. He's pushing. Getting out. He's going to be spotted. Jumi, he is aware. Trying to keep up. Storm is about to finish. We're still looking for a way in. This area here is quite wide open. Jumi has the concave. Here come the EMPs though. Oh, gets 1. Gets 2. But Storm is still available and he does storm the main army. Mainly the tanks, not the bio. Oh my god. Another storm towards the end. Nova goes up. Good connection. And with the Nova going off, looks like Jumi, he should be able to hold on. It's going to be close, though, where the Zealots were the reinforcements. Colossus do go down to the Vikings. And it looks like Spirit, he might just barely have enough. Oh, my god. And Spirit, he holds, cleans up the army, did lose most of his forces, and yeah, backs up. Does back off, does retreat. But did reset the Colossus count. And the High Templar. Same time, do have a Prism into the main. Getting 9 SCVs, not bad. Does force him all the way back home. And Jumi's buying time. Buying time here. Prism goes down. Brutal loss for Jumi. Rotating out. At least he has maintained that Disruptor count. So he does have Novas. Does have them available. We're going for a Doom Drop. He's trying to posture. He does spot the drop, just barely. Assuming he will respond. Spirit, he knows he got scouted. Despite that, still clearing up these pylons. Trying to keep Jumi in the dark. And we back off, we build up once again. Like again, when it came to the center fight here, Spirit, he did lose too much to keep going. Likewise, so did Jumi. So both armies, they deflect off each other. Oh, Jumi, he lied to us. No Sky Toss. Not yet. Not yet. We could get there, though. Like Jumi, with a 4-race economy with extra gases, he can try to work towards that at some point. Well then, main army gets spotted. Spirit, he scans. Jumi, he is aware he's getting cornered. Has to back off. Shots and Evans. Does run away. Going over as well. This one will connect. Massive storm. Went over as well. Nicely done there by Jumi. Takes the better trade. Spirit, he took the Nova to the face.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Liberator here towards the third base at the same time. Massive warping into the main. Once again, going for the production. And both players taking losses. Zaltar being cleaned up. The Liberator still wreaking havoc, getting even more probe kills. Finally goes down. Jumi, he doesn't fully back off. He wants to keep going. Does want to keep pushing. The boys? I don't think that's... Oh, they're on follow. They're on follow on the Colossus. Get out of here. What are we doing? Okay, I think he noticed. Yeah, there we go. Does notice. Does pull back. Jumi, calm down. You're not a Terran. You can't just pull the boys. As both armies are maxing out. Again, Jumi not in the worst position here. I mean, he's got, what, 6 disruptors. Yeah, Storm. Comes down to his army control. Comes down to whether or not he gets feedbacked. Lands the spells. Spirit going for a drop. Jumi rotating over. Going for the planetary. There it goes up. Once again, good connection. The High Templar exposed. 3 High Templar go down. Colossus as well. Rough engage there for Jumi. But he does get the expansion. And from here, he backs off. Nova's a mainly zone away. And Spirit, he's not stopping. He wants to stim in. He's going for the disruptors. He gets one. Takes out one disruptor the entire time. That one drop takes out the entire mineral line. 16 probe kills. And Jumi, he may have just lost too much. Lost the High Templar, the Colossus, even more disruptors. Yeah, too many losses. And the mineral line, of course, as well. Spirit takes the fight. He lost the base, but he's fine. He maintains the greater army. I mean, it was just a brutal fight here, not in his favor. And he needs time to rebuild. Jumi, he needs more time, and Spirit, he's pushing out here and now. He's not giving him that time. Favor. Oh. Storm does zone. Again, pushing into this central location is not easy for Spirit. As he's going to be pushing into a concave. And into storms, disruptors. Speaking of, Jumi moving in. Oh. He's buying time. Mind drop here. Oof. Pops off. Another 5 more probe kills. Spirit, he sits in. Doesn't get the disruptor. Doesn't quite get them. And Jumi is going to commit. Takes out the tank. Trying to chase us down. Nice opposition micro. Mine shall say continue. But Jumi, he keeps expanding. Keeps taking more bases. Look at the unit tab here. Did notice that the Viking count is quite low. Viking count is low. So we're going back into more Colossus. Bold move. Getting up to 4 Colossi. Jumi once again rotating, but there is no southern expansion. Sending to the main army. Once again, Novas, these connections. The storms as well. Oh my god. Almost. that was so close. So, but yeah, once again, a better engage for Jumi. Pulling back, he's gotten his economy back up and running. Jumi, he was able to successfully buy enough time to remax. And I have to fold Spirit for having a bit of a lower Liberator count. I was trying to dive into this, it's just not been working. Making 3 Liberators at a time, and we're going for a base trade. Here we go, we're going for the third. At the same time, Spirit right down mid. He avoids the main army. We're going for the base trade. Let's go. Jumi dives in. Remember, he can always recall. Center base will fall. At the same time, though, Jumi's going for the production, going for the main. Which is going to be more valuable here. Does blink in. Leaves out a couple of Stalkers. Liberator does siege. And Jumi's bleeding out a lot of units here, actually. And not the best engage. Finally does bring them down. Here come the storms. And at the same time, we do see Spirit takes out into the bottom left. Going for the fresh mining bases. Likewise, a messy fight here from Jumi. Pushing into more freedom zones. But does take control of the production. Oh, more bases going down. Jumi, he defends back at home. He is in a 3-base setup, getting the northern 4th. And Spirit, he's turning back around. He's coming back home. And Jumi, he does spot this. He has the Observer. He does spot the main army. Taking down more Raxes. More Starports. Force the Great Migration. But he's going to have to recall to get out of here. What does he? Oh my god. He's got the Novas. He has the high ground. Again, this Observer's the MVP. He sees everything. Dropping into the main. Once again, you see him respond with the Stalkers. Spirit, he should know something is wrong. He should know there's an Observer somewhere that has eyes on him. Production's being rebuilt. Oh, he's being cheeky. Let's go. The Novas. Novas go off. Oh my god. Jumi. A little bit trigger happy. Yes, no more. No more shot. He shot everything. No, he shot everything. Every disruptor's going to go down. Massive loss for Jumi. Jumi, he got too excited. Oh my god. He unloaded everything. And with that, his disruptor count is reset. Nice catch for Spirit. And this is still close, still up in the air. Spirit, he has a 2-base economy. He's rebuilding his production back into bio. Likewise, Jumi did preserve his Colossus at least. He's got how many? 5. 5 Colossus for Jumi. 5 Colossus, 4 High Templar, 1 Disruptor. Lack of Disruptors is concerning. Again, there could be 5 Disruptors here. If only. Rotate over. Spirit somewhat out of position. Production's under fire. Here come the storms. That's EMP. Nova zones away. Remember, only 1 Nova. And Jumi has to pull out. Oh my god. Nice storm. The lasers though. Yeah, of course they reign supreme. And Jumi, does he take it? The boys are being pulled. There's barely an army left. And the 5 Colossus. Is it enough? It is. Oh my, who needs disruptors? Who needs storm when you have lasers, Pappy? Let's go. Okay, they're Vikings. Oh no! Oh my god. Be careful. Jumi, don't scare me like that. Oh my god. As he does take down the Vikings. Goes for the production. Jesus. And with that, Spirit, he's down to 1 base. Down to half a base mining. Barely an economy here for Spirit. And no production. And again, there's a reason why Jumi, he had a good performance against Gumiho. There's a reason why he took down Rogue. Jumi has been on the rise. And Spirit, I mean, he still has a ghost count, true. He's building up more Marauders. He has some production here up and running. Spirit, he still has a chance. But engaging into all these Colossi, it's not going to be easy. So we're down to 3. Oh. 3 Colossus. Jimmy rebuilding, taking the center expansion. Spirit down to 25 SCVs, but hey, he has CCs, he has orbitals, he can float over. He can mule. As we're seeing here, Jesus, the mule hammer. Oh my god. Collapsing on the one patch. As Jimmy rotates over, heads towards that final mining base, or one of the final mining bases. Brilliant piece. Colossus is going to go down. Massive snipe. Colossus does fall. Jimmy has to be careful here. Down to 2 Colossus. 2 Colossus left. He has some storms. But he's overextending. Throws away Zealous, throws away Archons. Nice split against the storm. And Jimmy, he's running out of army here. He's losing everything. He has to recall. Massive loss for Jimmy. Takes down another Colossus. And Jimmy, he plummets in supply. Jimmy, he was ahead. He was looking solid here. But again, the engage here left much to be desired. He threw away so many units. It was a haphazard attack. And Jimmy, he's down to 1 Colossus. He had 4 a couple of seconds ago. Not anymore. Down to 1. And I want to say the Spirit is ahead. Spirit, he is ahead at this point. Oh, oh my god, the storms! 12 SCVs. Not bad. But the problem is the main army. In the main fights, I do favor Spirit. Like, Spirit, he's got plenty of EMPs, plenty of Marauders. He can tank a storm to the face. He can tank some laser shots as well from only 1 Colossus. Like, Jimmy has to be very careful with his army movement because he is vulnerable. And here come the EMPs. Brutal EMP on the Colossus. Army sims in, and Jimmy, he cannot fight this. He cannot fight this head on. And Spirit, yeah, he brought it back. He sims in, takes down the final Colossus, and Jimmy, he cannot stand up against this. Not against the man with gun, Pappy. No shot. Not without disruptors, not without multiple Colossus, not without storms. And Spirit, he's taking it. Is taking it. Very back and forth game. Very back and forth here. It was crazy. Jimmy had some good moments. Definitely. But maybe a little bit overconfident towards the end. As another base falls, Jimmy, he's down to 1 mining base. Half a mining base, really. Another EMP here on the disruptor. GG gets called, and Spirit, he overwhelms, and Spirit, he will claim another win. GG. GG, well played. Jimmy, he will fall. Spirit will claim another win, but very close, very intense. Honestly, that could have gone the way of Jimmy as well. Jimmy had some great moments. Honestly, the base trade was in favor of Jimmy. For Jimmy to go into the main base was an amazing moment for him, and he was coming out better from that, but we saw some critical moments. I'm brought back to, remember when he sent out 4 Novas towards the main army, and they didn't connect. He lost 4 disruptors. There was that moment. Of course, there was the attack towards the top side where he lost his Colossus as well. He had 5 Colossus. He lost 3 of them. And likewise again towards the end of the game when he pushed towards that southern third base, where likewise he bled out too many Zealots, too many Archons. Just some really rough couple of engagements there. And again, it did feel like Jimmy was maybe overconfident at times, and in the end did pay the price. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Spirit, he will claim another win here, and the question becomes, who is the final opponent? Who's up next? Who will rise to the challenge? Let's go. Also, Stalkers, yep, true. If you remember, we were pointing it out when he was fighting with half his Stalkers, that he lost a bunch of them to the Marauders, if you recall, and the Liberators as well. Like, there were a couple of key moments where Jimmy was taking some rough fights. If it wasn't for that, like, mate, he was looking so good in that game. When it came to the decision making, when it came to the overall attacks, when it came to the counterattacks, even the base trade. But yeah, some rough moments here, and here we go. We have our next opponent. Oh. Oh, sorry. We have 2 matches left. My apologies. We have our next opponent. We have our next challenger. We did notice him earlier. It is going to be Eva up against Spirit. Let's go. Eee, bah, bah. Ah. As looks like there is a bit of an error on Wikipedia. Again, the Skillers versus Champ match was a replacement match. It didn't actually play out. Catch up again. Here we go. Okay, so 2 more matches. 2 more best of ones are ahead of us here. So my apologies, I assumed it was the last one, but no. 2 more. 2 more left. Here we go. We're jumping into Error Home. Oh my god. Yeah. Skillers versus Cham was counted as a win for Skillers, but it was actually a rehost, did remake, with a new challenger instead. But here we go, we're getting to our next game. As spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Error Home, we have our new challenger. We have our blue Zerg player from the land of the UK representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the current King of the Hill. Phew, barely making it out of that last game. It was a very close, very clutch game against Jimmy. But he does have now 3 wins. 3 wins under his belt. It is the Polish Terran, Spirit. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. To settle into our ZVT. Let's go. Okay, what a game. What a game. Jimmy created new PvP meta. The boys. Ah, no. Not like this. So we have our openers so far. Opening up hatch pool here, actually. Interesting. Going for a delayed gases. Going for a gases opener even. Okay. Eba, you have my attention. So a bit of a greedier style, a bit of a greedier start. This is a bold move, especially on Error Home. I should also mention, welcome to Error Home for the first time tonight. Error Home is not a ladder map. This is a TLMC map instead from TLMC 17. And this is a rush map. A very small map, short rush distance by ground. To make up for how small it is, we do have a ramp coming into the natural. We have a ramp coming into the third base. And we have a choke point here in the center of the map as well. So you can try to slow down an all-in and slow down a push. But overall, this is known for aggression. So this is crazy for Eba to open up gases. As there's that hatchery. Hatchery gets thrown down. And again, no gases in the natural, no gases in the main. As Reaper dives in. Gonna be zoned away. Spirit does make his way into the main. Does make his way in. Ooh, does rotate over the queen. Heads into the mineral line. Doesn't quite get any drone damage yet, but does get a full scout. It does confirm no gases. So now he knows. He knows how greedy his opponent's being. And we could see Spirit. Ah, never mind. He's going for a third CC before Starport. Economic build. But he can try to punish this. Now, when it comes to this style here, this is often seen on more defendable maps. I'm referring to maps like King's Cove, Abyssal Reef, or Neon Violet Square. Maps where it is a little bit easier to defend at your natural and defend your third base with purely queens. Here, this feels quite greedy. This does feel greedy. This does feel risky here from Eba. Is going for the Roach Horn behind this. And he's going to be skipping link speed. Is skipping link speed, going to Roaches. And we'll see what Spirit can get done. Yo, shout out to Cynical in the chats. God, baby, God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for fixing up the Wikipedia page. And again, it was a shame, but earlier in the day, Cham, his internet went down. So he was unable to actually play his match against Skillus. Meanwhile, we do get a full wall off. The dive is denied. And so far, Eva, he holds. Nicely done. Does hold, does defend. Overlord's got into the main base, does confirm the 1-1-1 Banshee play out of Spirit. Eva's where hell is that they get in? Oh, they do somehow get in. Eva, he cancels the Eva chamber. Drones are getting roasted. And it's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. The drones, they are lining up. So far, 8 drone kills. Oh, back at 11. He's all done. 12. 13. 13 drone kills here, and this is what is difficult about going gasless, is you are vulnerable to these Hellion dives. You are vulnerable, and Spirit, he knew that was the case as well. Went for the dive, cripples the economy, 13 drone kills, and he's not done, because up next are the Banshees. Banshees are coming up next. Eva, he's walling across the map, he's supplied locked as well. Just now breaking out, going for the lair, droning, he has a handful of roaches, he can apply some pressure. He can poke in, but there's a Banshee to defend. As the roach will fall, does at least confirm the setup, confirms the bio. Eva, he does race back as he sets up his spores. Spores are being thrown down. Eva trying to secure himself. Spirit going for a Rax explosion, getting to 5 Raxes. I'll be honest, in the aftermath of this start, I wouldn't be opposed to Spirit going for an 8 Rax and going for a 3-base all-in, especially on Airhome. It would make sense considering how much of an advantage he has to press that advantage and to just keep that momentum going. We'll see if that's going to be the case. As eBay is going for Ling speed, this tells us that he's trying to transition into Lingbane Roach Ravager out of just roaches. And she's a catcher queen. Brutal pickup. Queen does fall. I fell asleep during Shin vs. Clan. Ah, no. Mate, that was like 6 hours ago? No, short. No, not that much. Maybe like 5 hours ago? No. Four hours even. Now you're making me tired. It's 2:30 a.m., Bobby. Ay. Banshee does rotate. Spirit pushing forward. He's not going for 3-base all-in, taking his gases into a second factory, into a 4th CC. So Spirit, he's macroing up. Still pushing though, nonetheless. Still pushing towards that 4th. Eva, can he hold? He's got 3 Ravagers. He's got Lings. He's trying to set up. Oh. For the pile. Does get the tank. Not bad. Lings, they come in for a surround, but the star stepping here is too good, and the Ravagers aren't picked up. And yeah, he can just keep going. Spirit, he can just reinforce. Breaks through the Lings, getting to the top of the expansion. And Eva, he has to pull away. He has to evacuate to the base. It's gonna fall. 4th expansion is knocked down. Brutal pickup. Eva does save the drones. But Spirit, he's just rallying across the map at this point. Remember, there are no Banelings. Only Roach Ravager and a handful of Lings. And Eva, he is struggling to hold on. Trying to make a stand. The Wilds don't quite connect. Spirit making his way towards that ramp. Towards the tech. And the Roach Horn is under fire. There's some Banelings on the way. It's a nice Eva chamber. And he still just rallies in. Again, this is the power of Airhome. GG as Spirit, he breaks through. He overwhelms Eva, and Spirit will claim another win. GG. And Spirit, he just snowballs out of control. Again, just a really strong start out of Spirit to dive into the mineral line, to roast up so many workers. I was, 13 drones going down. And with that, he gained a lead. He gained a lead, he never quite lost it. It did mean that Eba had even less to defend his fourth base because he had to re-drone and resaturate instead of focusing on his own army. And that's why he was so vulnerable. And that led into his base going down. GG. GG, well played. Spirit, he will claim the win. And that leads us into now our final best of one. And who is our final player? Who is our final challenger? We've had so many rise up to face off against Spirits, but again, so far no one has brought him down. Beautiful. All right, up next, who is it? Who do we have left? We haven't seen Cristiano. True, we haven't seen Cristiano. Who else haven't we seen? Oh, I see Raza online. Mate, that's been a while. The Raza, who else do I see? Starduck is awake? Yes, the Starduck. It's up to Eddie. Up to Eddie to decide. Yo, Arrowfire just came online. Do we have another TVP? I believe so. Oh, no, not quite. No, I mean, it is. But not quite. Arrowfire did come online, but just per chance. Up next is going to be a TVP here between Spirit and Cristiano. Let's go. Cristiano, he is coming up next. The Polish Protoss up against the Polish Terran, and this is going to be a rematch. Again, these two, they go back and forth. They have a long history with each other, especially when it comes to offline Polish events. They go, I mean, they go very, very often against each other here at the House Galactic Battle. If you recall, at the previous Polish LAN, we had Cristiano defeating Spirit in the group stage, and then Spirit took down Cristiano in the playoff bracket. So they did, no, actually, my apologies. They didn't play in the playoffs. True. They were denied that. They played in the bronze match instead. So they do go back and forth, but it's a best of one. That's the thing here. Even though we've seen Spirit and Cristiano trade matches and trade blows, this is a best of one, so this could go either way. And we potentially have Cristiano. We'll see. I say that just because Cristiano is currently unavailable. Be able to get him. Catching up. Just catching up. I say maybe just because I'm okay being transparent here. Cristiano is currently in the ladder game. He's currently in the ladder game, so we might be able to bring him on, or we might have to replace him. Again, you know, we don't know how long the ladder game is going to last, so we're willing to wait. We're willing to wait a little bit here. So we're going to go on a short break. Okay, we're going to go on a short break here. When we return, we'll either have Spirit versus Cristiano, or we will replace him with another player. Again, he's in a ladder game right now, and I have whispered him. I have messaged him that his match is up. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. For now, we'll see you soon after this short break for the final best of one of the tournament. Let's go. See you soon. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 201. I can't believe there's been 201 weeks of OSC already, and we are here with our final best of one of the evening. Oh my god, it's been an intense night of StarCraft already, and we now have our top two, our final two players spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines. We have our Polish Terran player, the Orange Terran, currently the current King of the Hill, currently with 4 wins under his belt. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have a replacement. We have a revived player. Christiana was unavailable, and instead we have another Polish Protoss player. We have the streamer zone. It is Geralt. He has been revived. He has risen from the ashes. For those that remember, for those who were here, if you recall, Geralt, he had a very brief stint even, in this tournament series as he went down to Cham in a 4-minute game, where Cham did pull the boys. He went for a Ling Flood, pulled the boys, and was able to break Geralt at his natural. That was over on Whispers of Gold, if you recall. And we are now getting into our final game, and it doesn't seem like I brought up Cham, and now suddenly Spirit, he's in Mexico, papi. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Nice. I didn't know. Geralt, he's in the UK. He's playing at Epic Land. Let's go. True, I should introduce him as such. He's no longer a Polish player. He's a player from the UK. He's English. Let's go. Let us go. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate here, as it looks like we will most likely have to remake. Hopefully this is merely only a setback, and hopefully we can dive back into this, and hopefully Spirit is still with us. If not, we might have to replace our final player, which would be crazy, and it'd be a bit of an anticlimactic way to end Spirit's run in OSC, in the OSC King of the Hill. But fingers crossed that Spirit can come back to us. Alas, you know, internet, whether it's European internet, whether it's Latin American internet, I guess we all can bond over it just dropping all the time. It's not like this, buddy, not like this. Smooch. As we are, yeah, hopefully getting back into this. But yeah, for those that are curious, I'd forgotten, but Geralt, he is the previous Epic Lane champion, and now he's going to, another Epic Lane as well. So best of luck, best of luck to Geralt. Cyril also just had a disconnect. He was playing against Clem. Yeah. Feels internet, man. Smooch. Hopefully everything is okay, and we're able to recover without too much issue. There we go. Looks like we do have our lobby. Going to be loading into ley lines. Spirit has returned. Spirit, he has returned to us, thankfully. He has returned. Why are you awake? Este Starduck. It's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. in the morning. What are you doing awake right now? God damn it, Starduck. More coffee, more apple pie. Oh my god, that'd be amazing. No. Guavita. Prime gamer hours. True. He is the Australian Max Pax. Full D gen. We are jumping back in. We have returned. Whew, let's go. And so far, nothing too crazy, except Spirit is opening up 2 racks. Here we go. We do have a 2 racks Reaper opener here out of Spirit back at home. Meanwhile, so far, standard setup here out of Geralt does come with a Rogue Scout, and we'll see if he can get eyes on the opener of his opponent. Let's go. Rogue is moving in. setting up our players. You ready for bed? Nah, we got work to do, mate. What do you mean? We got VODs to delete. We got 7,000 hours of VODs to delete from Twitch because of the new ruling, the new changes. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But for now we are settling in. The probe does fall to the initial marine, which means we have not scattered, we have not confirmed, we do not know that we are committing here into additional Reaper production. Spirit, he's soon to move out across the map, and Geralt is in the dark, as he has seen nothing in the main. Has seen nothing. Spirit taking his natural, moving out with the first Reaper, and we'll see what he can get done. Interesting. I assumed he'd be going for another round, but no, does open up 2 Reapers, and he's turning this into an earlier 2-1-1. Interesting. I was leaning towards a 3rd Rax as well, but no, that is not the case. Now, from here, I imagine we're going to be going for a faster Tech Lab into faster Stim. We'll keep an eye on the add-ons here from Spirit. I'm curious how this all comes together. Reactive first here at the ramp. We'll see what we get done on this 2nd Rax, though. Double Reaper into the main base. Give me a Twilight Council opener here out of Geralt. 1 probe does go down. Gets 1 worker so far. Gets a 2nd. So far 2 probe kills. Getting a 3rd as well. This is getting out of hand. Getting 4. Oh my god. Getting 4. Getting up to 5. 5 workers do full. I get a busy mission control earlier. Can we get up to 6? We can. 6 probe kills. At the same time, Geralt is across the map. He does get a couple of SCVs, but that is still not enough. Still is pale in comparison. Shades into the main. He doesn't quite get a full scout. Doesn't confirm what's going on. As Spirit is building up towards that starport. There it is. Tech Lab on the racks. He's going for early Stim. He's going for that 2-1-1. Building up towards Stim, towards Mass Spire, into an eventual medevac push. Getting there his own way. Till then, moving forward. Up! Doesn't quite get the adept. He wants it. Settles for the Stalkers. Alas, we'll lose everything here. Nice control here from Geralt. As Spirit does overextend. Life by Spirit being forced further back into the main. Try to bait at that mine shot. Adept does shade in. Gets a better idea what's going on. Ooh, mine shot goes off, takes down both Stalkers. Brutal losses there for Geralt. We're getting scrappy. Does confirm the 2nd Rax. Does confirm the 2-1-1. And back at home, Blink. Blink is on the way. Throwing down extra gateways. He's got 3 gate blinks set up. Going for a Robo. And we'll see if Geralt can hold. There's that Stim. Spirit going for the drop across the map. Into the main. Going towards the main base. As Spirit gets ready with the drop, Geralt, he moves out to the center of the map, which means there's not much at home to defend. And hopefully he does respond in time. Hopefully he does react. Mine drop is coming in. Geralt, he does notice. Does pull away. So far, no major damage. Gets 1 probe. Not even. Denies mining time. Geralt gets to race back home. Again, was out of position. And lose 1 probe. 1 worker goes down. Back at home, Spirit, he's building up his bio. He's getting ready for his Stim timing. We have more Marines, more Marauders. This will eventually move out across the map. And it's going to be up to Geralt to slow it down. He needs to be active. He needs to be here to force a Stim, to pick off Marauders. Pick off medevacs. But Geralt, he will miss the move out. Uh-oh. Does miss the army. At the same time, there's not much of him to defend either. So they do pass by each other. Geralt, he can threaten the natural. Mine drill back into the main. Oh no! Does retarget. Massive connection. 5 probes going down. And here comes the bio. He's going for the 3rd. Geralt, he might opt to try to go for a base trade. Try to move in. Ah, there's the recall. Does recall back home. There was nothing here. There was nothing at the natural. Third base falls. And Kowski is in trouble here. Building up Colossus. Stuck on 2 bases. He does reinforce. And he's dropping into the main. I mean, he's already done enough damage. But he's going for the main base and recalls on cooldown. No shot. Geralt, he's out of position. There's no recall left. He's racing back. Ay, ay, ay. Mineral line's going to go down. Depowering everything in the main. The Atrocious Pylon does fall, depowering everything. And Geralt, he just, what can he do here? He will lose the base. He'll lose the main base. Nexus does fall. Spirit stims in. Colossus has arrived. But this is just far too much damage. That Spirit Key will pull the wave. Boost the hell out of the main. Reinforcers, they hit the would-be third. And they shouldn't force a cancel, but they at least kill a pylon. Now we'll supply block Geralt. Is supply blocked. That's where he's chilling. He can just back off, claim his third, get it up and running. Gross Production's on the way with that Gross Academy. And again, unfortunately, Geralt just missed the move out entirely. He missed everything. Spirit has a massive lead, almost double the supply. And he's pushing. This time with Vikings. This time he has an answer to the Colossus. They barely lost anything to begin with. Oh, Spirit is on fire today. Jesus. May have lost to Geralt at House Galactic Battle, but here he's angry. He's upset. He wants his revenge. Dust him in. Oh, good. Oh, brutal move command. Stalkers, they just melt. They just go down one after the other. GG gets called. There's nothing left. That's that explains the army movement of the Stalkers. That does explain it. GG, well played in Spirit. He will claim the series, and he will be the final OSC King of the Hill champion for the week. GG. GG, well played. Spirit, he did pop off, winning, 5 games in a row. Despite that, he did stumble upon the way a little bit, and we had some crazy matches as well, including Spirit, not just against Spirit, but against all these other players as well. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's catch up on what has been going on tonight, because we have had quite a night of StarCraft. It's our 3rd broadcast, mate. Ay, ay, ay. 3 casts back to back to back to back. We started things off with the OSC Season 12 Championship into the WardiTV Group A of the February event, and here with OSC King of the Hill. King of the Hill. Here we go. We have from the top. Early on, we had some trades back and forth. There was no real big kind of dominant force in this week's tournament. So we had Lunacy winning over Sebestus. We had GG Machine over Lunacy. Hydra stepping in. He was able to win 2 games in a row. Into Rebellion, into Night Phoenix, into Cham. And Cham did go on a tear. As you can see here, Cham, he took down Night Phoenix, Percival, and Geralt. But we didn't see Cham versus Skillus. It was unfortunate, but Cham earlier today, his internet went down and it did not come back. We had some downtime. Cham, he explained that his internet was just down and he didn't know when it would be coming back, so Cham was unable to continue his streak. In the end, Skillus, he stepped in. He stepped into the ring. He was able to take down Nicaract, and then we saw the Reign of Terror from Spirit. Spirit, he popped off, took down Skillus, Shameless, Jumi, Eba, and Geralt to be the final champion. Until then, though, I want to say that the highlight for at least Spirit's performance and Spirit's run, mate, Spirit vs. Jumi was crazy. If you missed out, if you missed the game, if you missed the VOD, I recommend watching it. I recommend checking us out on YouTube. Again, Spirit and Jumi, that was a crazy game on Romanticide. It was intense. Jumi almost won it himself. He should have won it, but alas, Spirit, he was tenacious, and Jumi did make mistakes. He did make mistakes despite being ahead, despite having a lead, did slip up one too many times, and in the end, did crumble under the pressure, and Spirit was able to have a crazy comeback. GG, well played. Spirit, well deserved, is our King of the Hill, and because of that, Spirit, he's going to be invited. He's going to be invited into next week's OSC King of the Hill to be the starting player. So he'll be potentially our starting player, and we'll see if he can go on a longer win streak. again, if he starts, he could never go down. It's possible. He could just win every game for the night. We'll see. We shall see. Regardless, GG, well played. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Again, check out our weekly schedule here as we just wrapped up with Friday. As you can see, we had 3 casts back to back to back. OSC Season 12 Championship, into the WardiTV February group stage, into King of the Hill, into tomorrow's broadcast. So we have our weekend ahead of us here. Again, we cast StarCraft on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings every single day, multiple times a day. Tomorrow we're going to be covering the Amantes. Amantes is StarCraft. That is a Brazilian-only tournament, and that is going to be in not too long, actually. That's going to be in, what, 7 hours? No, sorry, 8 hours time. In 8 hours time, we're going to be live with Amantes de StarCraft. Likewise, thereafter, we have Sea Duckling Open tomorrow afternoon, followed by more OSC Season 12 Championship, followed by Sparkling Tuna Cup Sunday evening. So we have 4 matches over the next 2 days. Do tune in for some more StarCraft if you're interested. Again, if you enjoyed the casting, if you want some more content, if you want some more StarCraft, then we are live constantly here on the channel. We got you covered. We got you covered. We're live more than any other channel out there. We do have half a day off on Wednesday, thankfully. So that is our quote-unquote rest day. When I say rest day, it's just a day to stream and play some Final Fantasy. So we got you covered there. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. You can support us via following us on all the social medias, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. It's been a long day of StarCraft, and we got more ahead of us here. I mentioned before, but I'm most likely going to head off and try to clean up our Twitch channel. Again, for those who do not know, there was a new kind of rule implemented from Twitch, and now they no longer host VODs. We have 7,000 hours worth of VODs on our channel, and we have to cut it down to less than 100. So it's very bittersweet, honestly, like going over VODs from the early days and being forced to delete them. It hurts a little bit, I'll be honest. Like it's you get sentimental, like looking at these old casts from like 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. I did post on our Discord server. I came across all of our VODs of casting I Am Katowice 2020. For those who don't remember, that was like our, at the time that was our biggest cast. That was our biggest cast. At the time, Fear Dragon, Ravi, he was the designated D stream. I think it was the D stream for I Am Katowice, and something came up, a personal matter arose, so he could not cast. He could not cast, and because of that, the D stream fell to us. It fell to us from Ravi. Big shout out to Ravi. I mean, we got an opportunity because of him, but at the same time, you know, something was happening IRL, so my heart goes out to Ravi. We then did cast I Am Katowice. We went over the group stage, and the round of it was like round of 72 or round of 76. Like the early rounds of I Am Katowice. That was like our biggest cast at the time. We were covering like Parting and Zest and everyone else. Back then, we also casted Copa America. I found like an old Wardy event that we casted. I remember we casted the group stage, and we were the B stream for the playoff bracket for the WardiTV sold out tournament. Just a lot of old events, and yeah, it's a little bit heartbreaking deleting everything. You know, it's like there's memories there. There's our history of StarCraft. So yeah, smudge. Now you gotta watch 7,000 hours before April. Now delete them all. We have to delete them all. Smudge. But yeah, I mean, everything's gonna be on YouTube. We're basically porting everything over to YouTube. Everything is, I mean, like 90% of our content is already on YouTube, but we have to like sift through and make sure that we didn't miss anything, and port over some behind the scenes stuff as well. So everything's being transferred over to YouTube. But yeah, it's a bit of a heartbreaking process, and I'm gonna probably spend a couple of hours doing that here as well. I have cut it down to 5,000 hours. I think I spent the last 2 days deleting VODs, the 2,000 hours worth of VODs, and we gotta keep going. I think right now I'm at DreamHack 2021 is where I'm at. So I've worked through quite a number of years already. I'm currently in 2021, going through DreamHack. ANZ Champs VODs are there as well, and yeah, it's a process. So regardless, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Again, if you wish, you can follow us on YouTube for all of those VODs as well. All of our VOD content is on YouTube. Otherwise, you can watch us live on YouTube or here as well. And And with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Big shout out to Wardy. Wardy, he reached out so we could actually cover the group stage today for his event. And Wardy's going to be covering the playoffs over the weekend. So do check out Wardy's stream. He's going to be all over those playoffs and all over those early rounds. So do check that out. It's going to be amazing, I'm sure. Of course, we're going to be live as well. But I'm pretty sure by the time we end our broadcast, I think Wardy's still going. Like Wardy, his time slot is usually a little bit later in the evening. So there's not going to be too much crossover between our events, thankfully. So you can watch both if you wish. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid who is live. Who is live at the moment? Who can we raid? I know that Cyril is streaming right now. Who else is live? Alaze is playing AoE 4. Interesting. Sal is asleep. We got Roddy. Roddy, he's covering Big Brain Bouts. True. Sad Sack is live. Epic Land. Oh, I think we should raid Epic Land. For those who don't know, Geralt's, he just went down here, but Geralt, he's at Epic Land as we speak. He traveled over to the UK to compete in an offline tournament. So, yeah, you can cheer for Geralt, you can cheer for I'm sure he's going to be there as well, alongside Raza, Zane, T-Bull, Risky has been showing up, and I'm sure many others as well. So do check out Epic Land. It's going to be amazing, going to be beautiful, and we will give them a cheeky raid. So give them some support, give them some love. It's a great tournament, and yeah, players there are near and dear to our hearts, so check them out. Check them out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for Amanda's StarCraft. That is a Brazilian early tournament. We're going to be back in 8 hours' time with some more StarCraft. Until then, see you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.